That tells you the heartwarming tale of the community, that it had to come down to this. Two longtime friends.
Man.
Only one was going to be able to move on and continue.
Yeah, I just... Man, you're gonna see the emotion there, just all the work that goes into it. I mean, that's it's just so tough.
No, it is. It's so tough, man. You want them all to make it to the next level. You want them all to move on and advance. And it just cannot be that way. This tournament is grueling.
Yeah.
It is heartbreaking and emotional.
Wow.
But you can look at it as the passion that that man has right there. Ladies and gentlemen, former two-time world champion Dog. All right, we are back online. Of course, welcome back. Those apologies for the internet issue we just encountered, but of course, as a recap, Dog just barely missing a chase down in that last game over Tristop, and Tristop does move on to the top 8 of the tournament for the first time since last year, of course, right? But of course, doing it for the first time ever, Dog not making it to the semifinals at least. He has made it to the semifinals every year since 2020, and wow, it's just a crazy, crazy way to finish that block of the top 16. So, of course, coming up in a little bit, we're going to have our top 8. We're going to get Chris Tang and James Chan, right? I'm going to get out of here, right? And just get a good seat, watch the rest of this, along with King and everybody else. But it has been one heck of a ride. But, of course, before we do that, we got to shout some people out, right? We got some people that have made this tournament possible, right? Yeah, of course, people that made this possible, my goodness. I'm sorry, I just can't get over what just happened there. But my word, we gotta shout out Enhance, of course, their new game that they've got coming out, along with the SoCal Gaming Expo. But of course, coming up here, we've got some good things coming up here, and of course, we're gonna take a quick break here, right? If you want to avoid the ads, right, make sure you're subscribed here on Twitch, and of course, if you could also use your Amazon Prime subscription, if you have an account there, you can make that happen for free of charge, right? You don't even have to pay, right? Anything additional in that regard. So we're about to run an ad break. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with top 8 action coming up shortly.
check in, gents. You guys good? Need anything? Is that a distance?
I'll probably use the bathroom before I'm locked in, but other than that, yeah, we didn't get to hang out much yet.
Yeah.
Man, that's so much heartbreak going in. I don't know if I can take this. Like even just as a spectator, it's like really rough. And man, just watching that how dog went out was really hard. So they brief you on like the Lifetime Achievement Award stuff.
What's that?
There's a Lifetime Achievement Award presentation between now and next.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's either between 16 and 8 or maybe 4. I'm not sure how
You know
that
who it is?
Yeah, it's games now.
I No, that is really sick. Because I thought I've seen you before. Nice to see you now. I mean, practically brought me here to meet Wiley. I feel really bad because I'm good on the line. We do,
Check, check.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Vince Clemente. I'm the CEO and founder of this. Thanks for coming over. Give it all up to you. I mean, you guys come from far away to come play Tetris with me. So thanks in the corner over there. So this year, it takes a lot of staff to do this, and we do this all year round. So there's a lot of staff members. I can't thank everyone, but there's some key staff members this year I'd like to shout out. And if I forget some, I'm sorry. So first of all, Kingsman, my man, my number 2. He's been kicking ass all year. Can't do this without him. Of course, I got my man Chris Bidwell going to all the regionals, doing everything. You're welcome, Chris. Everyone here is named Chris, so this is the Chris Award. I'd like to thank Ninja. Ninja really stepped it up this year, and go Ninja. Yobi, obviously, for making Nestor's champs and teaching all these guys how to use it, and everyone else that has learned it and makes us look great. Who else here? Definitely Pollo. Pollo for the coffee. Barrett, let's give it up for Barrett. Barrett kicks ass at all the regionals as well. And my man Steve DeLuca, Total Radness, TWO. And my Sharky for killing it on YouTube all year. Mari, those shorts, man, those Mari's making, you can thank him. Danny Doodles for the, yep. Give it up for Danny. I'd also like to thank our production staff, making us look great, you know. Kyle, Gilbert, John, Chris Higgins, Neil, Eric, Richard, and Delaney. Our photographers, Dan Sushi and Game Scout. Yep. And everyone else, thank you. We couldn't do this without the whole army. Oh, what's that? Burb Wizard, I like that guy. Monday Night Mayhem. But yeah, so we have this award here. So I got a little story for you. Back in 2018, I was in Pittsburgh doing a regional out there. Me and Chris Bidwell were there. And a young man came up to me and was so excited to be. It was his first tournament. And he just wanted something to do. He had like so much energy jumping around. And I was like, hey, do you want to be a ref? You want to ref these games? And he was like, yes, I'll do anything. Yes. And I have a picture of this never before seen that I'd like to show you guys. Look at that setup in 2018. Look at that great overlay. This is back before anyone under 16 or 16 years old played, named Joseph Saley. All right, you can send it back. Oh, and then look at that. Look how happy he was. He still dresses the same. There's no Under Armour there, but he went home. He had never made a video before, and he spent time, on the scene, learning everything. Now he does stats and things like that, and he came in 2018. That's the year Joseph won, and that inspired all of you guys to take on this game. So without him, we wouldn't be here now. So let's give it up for David McDonald, a Game Scout.
I was not told about this. I thought there was one trophy to hand out yesterday. You know, the first video I made a joke that I was going to come to CTWC and that gold trophy was going to be mine. And I was a joke. I never, ever in a million years thought I would have this, especially after being beat yesterday in the first round of bronze bracket, the guy handing it to me. What I will say is that what I have realized over the years is that there are very few people who have been to every single year. I think there's been 3 people. People come and go. I remember meeting Jonas for the first time. I remember meeting so many others for the first time. And I've met so many people here this weekend who are here for the first time. And I also met a really good friend, Matt Martin, who I've gotten to talk to a lot over the past year. He wasn't able to be here this year. I hope to see him again, but he told me something really important. Be kind to people. You never know when you will see them for the first time or the last time. And so, that's something that has stuck with me over the past year. Sometimes people come and go. I needed to take a break from Tetris for a couple months over the past year. And when I came back, everybody here, Vince, you, everybody in the staff, you kept the scene going. You guys are the reason why we all come back here every year. It's not just any one individual person, it's everybody. So whether it is your first time here, I hope it is nobody's last time, but I keep that in mind, what Matt said, to treat everybody with kindness as if it's their first time here or it's their last time here. So Vince, thank you.
Let's go. Let's go. What? Oh, you're not taking a picture? Oh, okay.
Let's do it later.
Do it later?
The actual trophy on there?
Yes.
No, they can probably go. I gotta find the. I think Higgins knows what the plan is. They're just gonna, when they walk through the curtain, they'll go up these stairs, and then you guys just follow the shot. I gotta find out. Halfway done. Oh, God.
I vaguely.
Whoa.
Oh, we're back.
Yes. All right, everybody, welcome to the top 8 here for Classic Tetris World Champions. I mean, we haven't even been commentating all day. I'm already too emotional. I don't know if I can survive this.
Bearing witness to what we just did in top 16, I mean, that would be, any of those matches would be worthy of a grand final. And yet we saw legends in the scene, players playing, pushing each other to the very limit of what we even thought was humanly possible and then beyond. Seeing so many players that we love have to go out in the top 16 is completely heartbreaking. I don't know how I would have survived that commentating, but we're going to have to do some more of it. And, let's go. I'm joined here by James Chen, commentating legend for fighting games, and Sharky, best CTWC commentator.
Whoa. What do you mean best? No,
Beloved, possibly the best. I mean, maybe, one of
underwater and out of water.
Your favorite underwater host.
CTWC commentary isn't done by one person. It's done by the 3 of us.
That's right.
Fair enough. All right. But
I can live with that.
But honestly, I mean, I hope you guys had the dual monitors going for the previous round, because the emotions were running high here. We had, very emotional reactions from both sides. From Dog, obviously, for the first time not making a top 4 in 6. He's done it 5 years in a row.
Yes.
This is the first time he hasn't done that. And then obviously the chase down from Meme, where that last Tetris just put her right over the top. And just so much emotions going around between all the players.
And then, the heartbreaking moment, Cole was up 2-0, and then Miles able to perform the reverse sweep. Just right almost there, because, Blue Scooty, of course, how can we forget Blue Scooty and Fractal, unfortunately being seated up against each other in top 16. And it was, because, one of them had to go.
Yeah, and all of these, we cheer for all of them because we all want to see each other succeed and want to see each other win, and that's what you see between the players. They're supporting each other. Mm-hmm. They're getting each other through it because they have to do this together, and one will move on and one will not. And when you've done that enough times, and it's just you just can't help but to see your own heart break a little when you see what they have to deal with as players.
So I mean, see, Sharky doesn't know this, but like, we're old enough to be in that phase where we're like, can't they all win? Can't we just give them all a tie? Feeling like the parents, watching kids at sports and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so,
but you know what? The best thing is they're giving their best to each other. If you go out and you play your very best, and that's what we saw in these players, was them pushing each other to the limit and going out like that last match between Meme and Guafi was just like down to the wire, and they left nothing on the table. And I think if you come away from an event like this playing that good, there's nothing to be ashamed of, nothing to be sad about. Right. You're happy for your friends, and the next time you could be up on that stage and be the one to walk away the winner.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it too, because as soon as Meme succeeded at the catch-up right there, Guafi was out there just applauding and giving her a hug and everything, and being so proud of her and everything, and at the same time just like crestfallen that he was so close, right? And so it's a tough situation, because obviously we're all family here, everybody's rooting for each other, but at the same time, when you go down in a close match like that, it is a very, very tough thing to process.
Yeah, it's really hard to deal with, conflicting emotions, especially because, everyone, we play this game because, we enjoy Tetris. We love Tetris. But when, you're in the tournament, especially in the top 16, these players want to win. And for a lot of people, especially, in 29, maybe you were just one more tap away from getting that Tetris that or just getting the long bar to make it a little bit more survivable. And it's always tough for players, have to, still be amazing sports, cheering on their opponent and know that it's like, man, I really wish that was me that was moving on.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah. But, the way it always works out is that once we get to this point, there can only be one winner. And we are going to be figuring out who that is.
Find that out today within hours. Top 8, here we are.
And yeah, there's a lot of interesting storylines coming into here as well, like, Eyeball coming and just showing up and playing so well, actually getting 3rd seed. Alex T chasing maybe the first back-to-back that we've had since Joseph. Oh, actually
since Dog.
Since Dog, right, yes. And so there's a lot of very interesting storylines coming in here.
And Tristop continuing the legend breaker, last year tearing through Fractal and then Scooty, and then continuing that this year with Dog.
Right.
Like, wow.
Yeah, and of course Blue Scooty, the film star, the movie star now, even got the glitter jacket right there.
The Tetris, the Tetris crasher.
Exactly. So, again, all of these players, and, one of the reasons why the emotions have been running so high is because every one of these matchups that they're playing, both players know that they are absolutely capable of winning that match. And so, it's not like one of those situations, where you're like, oh, I'm outmatched, but I'm honored to play. All these players right now they know they can win every single one of these.
Yeah, and they have to step up and perform. And like I said, if you need to know that you did your best, but the hardest part is if you walk away from it and you don't feel like you made your best effort, that could be more crushing than actually not winning.
I think one of the craziest things, I really think that first game of the tournament at round 0 where you and Verb, I believe, were casting it, where it was, Salted Sofa, the only Daz player that made the gold bracket, ended up winning through some crazy kill stream play. I believe he got a triple in 29, and that allowed him to beat Dan B, a roller in that game, and then also Terrence winning by just over 100 points. I think that really set the stage for how this entire event was going to be, because then even after round 0, round 1, we saw things that were unprecedented. I mean, first, Alex T coming 20,000 points shy of his best game, or the best game of CTWC last year, and then you had Scooty come in and just shatter it by almost 100,000 as a round 1 match. And then, top 16, we have all these emotional matches. And the top 8, the narrative is just going to continue to intensifying.
And those margins just get smaller and smaller, and just a razor-thin margin of victory. And that's how far the players are pushing our game. It's unprecedented. So CTWC 2025 is going to be the ride of a lifetime. Let's go.
Yeah, and obviously, if you guys at home are enjoying this as much as everybody in the venue has been, you can also help contribute to these players here as well. The Matcherino is available down there. It's at $15,501 here. Hopefully someone gets the Matcherino link in the chat over there, but you guys can donate directly to that. And this helps a lot of the players here because, winning some of that prize money. I think they said Alex T got like 10K last year or so.
It was just over 10K. I believe we added a couple of extra cents in there because we wanted to give a higher prize pool to Alex T than CTM did. So we added an extra cent. So mathematically, we gave a little bit more.
And, that money right there really does help these players a lot. It helps them be motivated to keep practicing, keep playing, and that's what we want to see. We want to see the best players continue to improve and get stronger, because that will just only produce us more amazing matches like we've gotten this year.
Also inspire new players to come in, because our top tier now might not have been players 5 or 6 years ago. New players are coming in. Inspiring them is so important, so I love to see it. I love to see players just giving their best, seeing new Tetris heroes arise, and the players in this current generation, might have looked up to a Joseph Saley or a Jonas Neubauer, but now these players in our top tier are going to have people, their followers, their fans are going to become players themselves.
Yeah, and so, exclamation Matcherino, contribute, $1, 10 cents, whatever it is to, help raise the prize pool, because CTWC isn't just a world championship. It is an experience that, at least for me, my first one changed my life.
Yeah, I just talked to a fan. She said it was her first CTWC, first time seeing these players in real life, and it just warmed my heart to know that every year we get more and more people into our community. We all find our place, what we love about it, and sometimes we end up working to make it better ourselves.
Yeah, and we were talking about a lot of the people who have, been inspirations for a lot of people. Obviously, Joseph being one of the biggest ones. I mean, he kind of created that whole surge of the younger players.
Yeah, what I like to call the neo-veterans.
The neo-veterans, exactly. And I think I saw Joseph in the chat here. So again, just letting you, Joseph, again, obviously, thank you. We all miss you, and thank you for inspiring a lot of these guys here. And this is what you're seeing here is your fault, okay? But good job, good job.
Just came to qualify.
Yeah.
Just came to qualify.
Yep.
And now, but while we are still waiting, players are trying to get situated. We can talk a little bit about some of the matches because we got some crazy matches. I mean, obviously we have our number 1 seed, which that in of itself is crazy because I believe we said like the perfect is like 17. Alex T got 16 and a 1-off. And so then, last year it was Blue Scooty that got 16. That was number 1 seed. Now it's Alex T. And Alex T is going to be going up against Sam. He's a player from the UK, and in the previous years, he had always ran into Dog. Last year, ran into Dog in that top 16. I believe the same thing happened the year prior. And now he has a different opponent to face to go through to advance potentially and be another player from Europe that could potentially take home a trophy.
And it was that exact player that took out Dog last year to become world champion.
Exactly.
And I know we talked about a little bit about Eyeball a little bit earlier, but Sam being from the UK, Eyeball from Canada.
50% of our remaining players are international.
Oh, nice.
That's
see,
unprecedented.
that's what we want to see for sure.
Truly a world competition.
Yeah, speaking about Eyeball, we got to talk about Eyeball and Tristop because that's another match that's happening.
Boy.
And it's not just a match, it is a rematch.
Okay.
These two players played in CTWC Montreal back in 2024, and that match went to a decider. It was very close games all around, but then Tristop was able to win because Eyeball had an early top out. So then now Eyeball is coming into his match not only with a chip on his shoulder, but then also the support from the Super Mario Brothers speedrunning community.
Yeah, you got the cheering section over there. I saw that they're going wild for Eyeball, so that's something. Will it make a difference against Tristop, the legend killer? We shall see.
And of course, Miles and Meme.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And we already talked about like how emotionally charged both of their matches are.
Yeah.
Meme coming off of, several important tournament victories, especially Genesis.
Yeah.
I know I mentioned it yesterday, but for those of you that don't know, Genesis was, I believe, the first actual flawless tournament in CTWC history in regards to regionals. Not only did Meme get the perfect amount of max outs in a game or in a qualifier, our qualifier, which was 9, but didn't drop a single game throughout the entire run. And
3-0
3-0'd the entire tournament,
including beating Alex T in grand finals, right?
Exactly. 3-0ing Alex T in grand finals.
So they could be hurtling towards a rematch in this bracket arrangement.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because if both of them, continue their path, it is possible that they could have a rematch in the finals.
So they're on the opposite side.
Yeah, they're on the opposite side.
So in other words, it could be a rematch, Alex T is going to be looking for that revenge.
Yeah, but there's also quite the roadblock that Alex T would have to go through if he wants to get through that, and that would be having to face, if Alex T were to advance, having to face the winner of Cobra and Scooty. And of course, Cobra, wow, this is his first time in top 8.
Right.
And, going up against DMJ, was able to defeat DMJ, who made his first time in top 8 last year. And, Cobra has been on a tear recently in the online events, defeating Sidnev, Sidnev, one of our finalists. And so, going up against Scooty, Cobra is definitely coming in as I have all this momentum. I've been taking down top players after top players.
Completely, out of nowhere, 4th seed, Cobra.
But then, also Scooty.
Yeah.
That's
the Tetris kid.
the guy we got a documentary out.
The reason why all eyes on the world are on Classic Tetris now and continuing to do great things for our scene. The perfect game using the push down points to reduce the amount of Tetrises. Check out Game Scout's video. It just came out. It is a banger, and it's Game Scout's return to content creation. and it's all about that.
Yeah. Congratulations to him, by the way, on the Lifetime Achievement Award. Definitely deserves it. But speaking about Blue Scooty and speaking about 3-0s, I mean, again, defeated Fractal. I mean, this is even before a top 8 match.
That is true.
Right? Defeated Fractal, who is a former champion, right? 3-0. And that is, I mean, that almost doesn't even sound right. Like, that doesn't even sound possible.
Scooty versus Fractal, you think that would be a game that easily go to a decider. But then if you have a chance, obviously, after all the action is done, you have to go back and watch top 16.
Yeah, it played out just, you have to see every match. It is amazing.
Yep.
And every year we say, like, oh, this year was best. How's next year going to beat next year? Well, it's already, I think, beat last year.
I mean,
drama, for sure.
Again, the interesting thing is, like, the previous years, we've always been, getting stronger and people are breaking records and it's, really exciting and there's that kind of hype. But like I said, this year, there's something different about this year in that I feel like a lot of the players are like kind of, okay, we're over, the amazement that we can all just get max outs all over the place. And that's why you're starting to see a lot of this emotion because, now it's at that point where it's like, okay, I've got these cool records. I can play really well, but I need to win. I need to get this on my belt.
And a lot of this stuff is like, frame perfect, fate making decisions in real time. And that's a lot of pressure to put on anyone.
And I think that's such a cool yet scary thing to think about is that we are to the point to where our scene has progressed. The skill ceiling has gotten so high that now there are multiple players, like not just, like there is no Big Six or, the Big 12. There are so many players that, if they were to 10, that they could reasonably take it. And, obviously it depends on a bunch of different factors, but, every year is getting to where now each match, even just, round 0 matches are highly contested and emotionally charged.
We had Tetris Time going up against Eric ICX in round 0.
Yeah, Tetris Time going up against a former world champion.
So yeah, it's every round is just dangerous at this point. And so, yeah, like I said, I do feel like a lot of the emotions are charged here, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of the emotions during this top 8.
Yeah, but what a gift to the Tetris, the Classic Tetris community and the audience getting to witness these matches and the high level of play and the quality, like even, going way back to round 0 and probably even, our silver bracket has superstars in it now too. So it's kind of, you feel sad that some of them get knocked down to silver, but the quality over there is off the charts as well.
I know silver bracket, I think Green Tea was there.
Yeah, Green Tea, Corion
was there. There was a player named Sharky that was there too.
What?
Yeah, exactly. But, okay, but actually, I think we're about ready to start here, guys. So let's throw it over to the man himself, Kingsman. Let us know what's going on.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is the king of the restreams. It is now time to get everything going for your Classic Tetris World Championships Top 8. Today has been filled with absolute cinema, and we've had so many matches go on, but now our final 8 players are about to battle it out for the chance to be the world champion. We're going to introduce each and every one of them with our first 4 competitors coming up. We just want to remind everyone that this is such a global game that we are streaming worldwide all over the planet on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Facebook, X. Man, you can find us everywhere, including foreign language streams that are going on right now that are broadcast, including live here over on CT2, our Spanish announced team with Pollo and Richard Wolf and Naui. And along with them, our Japanese commentary team on CT3 live here with Corion, Green Tea, and Sides. With several of the languages all going on around the world, you can check that out on our socials to see which one is streaming for you. And now let's get ready to rumble, baby! Let's introduce our top 4 players coming out here. The first half of the top 8. First up, the number 1 seed and the defending world champion. This is Alex T.
Oh, they got smoke.
And his opponent coming up to be the first British player to make it to the top 8, representing the UK, and is the Friendlies heavyweight champion. This is Sam Vaughn. And now for our next 2 competitors going up, it will be one of the King's Fave Fivers from 2023. This is the King Cobra! And last but certainly not least is the Game Crasher Extraordinaire. New movie coming out very soon. It is the Blue Scooty!
And there they are. What an awesome entrance. They had like the fog machine going.
Yeah, the manual fog machine.
I just want to point out, I love the contrast on the Alex T. Sam match here, because Alex T. just bursting through that curtains, you know, when he came into the room, and Sam was just like, I don't even want to use the curtains, I'm just walking around it, you know. Calmly walks around it. So
yeah, but with the smoke and all the, you know, the majesty there, it's happening. Within a couple of years, we're gonna have pyro entrances. It's gonna be amazing.
You really want to have fire?
Manual pyro. We'll have to get
I don't know.
the right license.
I don't know about that.
But, we can use party poppers at the very least.
But of course, these players are going to, you know, start warming up. We have, like we said, up top, we're going to have Scooty versus Cobra, and SV, aka Sam Vaughn, versus Alex T.
Yeah, wow, that's just so many stories there, especially with Scooty having all this momentum, getting these new records through the year. Perfect game, the minimum number of line clears. Alex T, former world champion. SV, champion, Friendlies heavyweight champion, and Cobra, seed 4. So much hype. Top 8 for the first time.
Yeah, that's, you know, the thing. Seed 4, Cobra, but then also, you know, we have three of the highest scores of the tournament are from, you know, 2 of our players diagonally from each other, Scooty and Alex T. To think that, you know, both of these 2 have gotten 3 of the highest scores that we've seen in CTWC history under the super kill screen rule set.
Yeah, yesterday I saw that Scooty match. I was blown away. I had
2 matches in a row.
Opox. I had just walked up to Opox and I was like, what could you do, man? Like, against that, like, don't feel bad.
And I still want to see Opox's scores, right? Are maybe the highest
records.
Total for 3 games that are all losses. You know, I mean, it was crazy.
He put up like, what was that, 1.6?
Yeah,
or something?
it was a 1 point. That's still wild to me. And even, you know, my friend was like, yeah, I didn't have a chance to see it because I was out. And while we were at our hotel room and I was prepping, I was like, no, we're watching it. We're going back in the VOD and we're watching this right now. You need to see the sheer insanity that Blue Scooty was able to do on 29. And that's one of the things that are, you know, Scooty and Alex T's like bread and butter. Yes, they're efficient stackers. Yes, they can play well on level 19. But the thing that helps set them apart, the thing that makes them so terrifying, is the fact that their 29 playability, their mechanics, and their risk tolerance is just out of this world.
Yeah, when you can roll that fast, the confidence that you gain, right? So, you know, obviously, you know, in the days of Daz and even for hyper tapping, you know, it was just like, okay, I got to keep the stack a little lower. I can't put any, I can't accidentally build any walls on the right. I've got to be really safe and keep the playfield as, slanted as possible. But when you can roll and you feel like, oh, I can move the piece anywhere, anytime I want, like now you can play with that high level risk even at, level 29 speeds.
Yeah, and players are getting better and better at doing advanced maneuvers like adjustments and tucks and other things to actually make Tetrises consistently.
I don't even know how you tuck in this speed because, rolling is like how many pieces that you want to move. You can slide your finger and how many you go.
Frame perfect. My mind is boggled when I see things like that. But
but you roll one way, but then you got to shift it the other way. Like I can't even process that.
Yeah, and then especially when it comes to executing maneuvers. And I also think because of Alex T and Blue Scooty, everyone knows each other and. Everyone knows each other. Everyone knows what they're capable of. And so then knowing that your opponent can be crazy at 29, that's always a threat. So then you might adjust your play style to try and accommodate, which can lead to, a bit of friction.
And we've seen in these past, top 16 matches, they're both playing on 29 speeds and they're both managing their risk reward at every single moment. Do you go for the Tetris and then the board?
All right.
Okay.
It does look like they are ready to play. So is everyone else ready though?
Top 8. This is it.
Hold on. I think y'all could do better than that. This is top 8. Is everyone ready? I like the sound of that.
Do you feel like this deserves a start at 10? Do we want to start at 10?
Yeah, let's start it at 10. Come on, count down with us, everyone. Here we go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
And we'll always thank the crowd for the Buko chants there. So
it's a tradition, and we miss Buko. We hope he will join us again at some point in an event in the future.
Yeah, a strange little misdrop right there for Sam. Obviously not going to be a problem at all. But
wow, we are already opening Whip and Shroud at the bottom.
Yeah, 23-24 already. Both players having to deal with covering their well. Alex is the first to open back up, and boom, Tetris for Alex.
Yeah, Sam just still has to clean up there. It was a combination of the drought and the misdrop of the T-piece.
Yeah, but he was able to find like a clean burn with it. It's just that with no long bar because that was needed with 2 dependencies.
Dirty incoming, boom!
Beautifully done. I was wondering why he wasn't trying to clean up a little bit earlier, but he was setting up for that dirty Tetris, and boom, Tetris for Sam. Back to a good, clean, neutral board here.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to build over your well, why not eliminate it with a Tetris?
Mm-hmm.
But now it looks like everything is calm for the most part for all of our players. Up top, Cobra with just under a Tetris lead.
Yeah, he's got 100% Tetris rate right now,
Just no burns so far.
100% Tetris rate, James Chen. Wherever you are, you might be excited.
Yes.
we've been quipping about that. Like every time we talk Tetris rate, like we're like, oh.
I heard Burb say that. Yeah. He once said, "Hi, James Chen," and I was literally sitting right behind him. And
that's how to do it.
All right, had to finally burn a piece. Gosh, can you imagine if one day we ever get a perfect max out game in competition?
During comp.
It's impossible. Like, I don't think that'll ever happen. It's just not worth the risk.
That's a lot of dice rolls to make that happen.
It might be a lot of dice rolls, but I wouldn't put it past people.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
we have some, Scooties right there.
Every time we say, no, there's no way somebody can, and then somebody does it. So
yeah, like if you think back to 2019, that Joseph versus Green Tea, we're like,
right.
There's no way that we're gonna see a max this year. Oh, we see a max. There's no way we're gonna see double max out this year, and we did.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it was again at that time was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy, and now it's the norm.
Yeah, I guess every year that we run this, it is like a dice roll, and the players are pushing each other and getting better and better.
Yeah, I'm Sam. Gonna be able to tuck that in there. Actually, okay.
Yeah.
Wow,
Sam
great
does really
pieces right
interesting
there.
setups. I mean, I just seeing his championship match for the belt on friendlies. He had the most interesting setups. You think it's a mistake, but then after he's done, a couple more piece drops and he clears it right off, then you're like, oh, he planned that all along.
Yeah. And of course, on top we have Cobra still at an 84 Tetris rate, but just has a little interesting stack right now. Has to do a little bit of cleaning. Probably is not going to be able to get the Tetris. Yeah, probably was looking for the dirty Tetris. Just not going to happen at this point.
And, sometimes playing a bit too perfect to start off can, disrupt the mental because, when you're playing perfect, you're like, oh, I don't want to burn or I want to keep this up. And sometimes that can lead to actual top out because you don't use proper risk management.
Right. Well, right now, the drought we saw was at 19 pieces, but finally the eyepiece and back-to-back Tetrises for Cobra.
Crazy setup for SV, going left well. Relying on Tux to keep that clean. Boom, Tetris or SV.
Oh, nice C flat too.
Yeah. Yeah, and now trying to do as few burns as possible because, like we said, want to see if you can get Tetrises as you're cleaning. But now, all of a sudden, the O pieces are coming in a situation where there's no good flat place to place them.
Yeah, it's like the piece set is kind of hindering both Alex and Sam down there. Meanwhile, up on top, we are neck and neck. Cobra and Scooty both trading Tetrises back and forth.
Yeah, but I mean, still, those O pieces were still not as crazy as we saw yesterday. Oh, yeah. Was it night or?
Yeah, it was night.
Night. So I say O burst. We should just call that nightmares from now on.
So. I like that. That's very good. Well, maybe not for people that get them, but
right.
But still, very close game up top. And we are closing in on that level 19 transition. And it looks like for now, all players have workable boards that they would be comfortable with.
Yeah, things have stabilized quite a bit on the bottom. Got clean boards.
And you got to imagine, like, this is how, definitely the way that it was going to start because these players are kind of nervous right now and they kind of want to just test the waters, not do anything too crazy early on.
Yeah, like some of the other games that we saw, they're building up high and taking big risks, but here it seems to be under control. No big digs. Gotta love it.
Yeah, I think another reason why the Sam and Alex match is interesting is because both these players are generally known for being the more aggressive type of players. And so seeing, two aggressive playstyles clash definitely will lead to some interesting stuff as things speed up here for Sam. A 540 transition, Alex T at 470. Cobra transitions at 583, and Scooty will transition at a 616, the highest of the four up here playing.
Yeah, Alex having to do a little bit of digging and cleaning and definitely affected the Tetris rate there. Still at 59, I mean, still an amazing rate. But as we can see over there, his opponent, Sam SV, at a much higher Tetris rate right now. Ooh, yeah, just waiting for that long bar. There it is, finally. But you can see almost a 10% higher Tetris rate for SV.
Yeah, Alex has some ground to catch up, and we know he can. He's been playing super clean here. But SV just a master of aggression.
A couple quick Tetrises for Alex, going to bring him just sub 100,000 point deficit, but SV is going to build that back up. But also, we do got to keep in mind that SV is playing ahead of Alex T in terms of level progression, so that lead might not be as big, depending on Alex T's ability to capitalize on those lines in between.
Yeah, and then the other kind of like tricky advantage of, playing a little behind is if you hear the commentators be like, oh, person has a big drought coming, they're in the middle of a drought, then you kind of know, right? You know that you're going to get the same pieces and your drought's coming as well.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble over here from Cobra, looking to keep this well open, but a drought going to force some more burns, and so now Scooty, with the cleaner board, might have an opportunity to take advantage if the eyepiece does come. Cobra actually kept the well open long enough for said eyepiece.
Now, Cobra has been neck and neck with Scooty this entire time, and that's not something easy to fathom, considering how well Scooty's been playing all weekend.
Yeah, and you can see right now on the bottom match over there, Alex T catching up to SV. You can see now the Tetris rate's almost the exact same value, basically.
Yeah, that was a nice T-spin setup and execution adjustment over there for Alex T, as still kind of separated by that same amount all game. And that's kind of one of the scary things is that, you're like, man, I'm playing great, but then the lead doesn't change. That just means you're matching your opponent's efficiency.
Oh man, another drought, and that's caused Sam one misdrop. The drought,
too high,
26.
too close to the sun, tops out. There's a chase down situation. Alex Nash has 30,000 points to go, just a Tetris.
And see now, because Alex T knows that there was a drought that took him out, he knows to prepare for that. So you can see that he's just doing a lot of burns right now early on. Yeah, look at that.
Massive drought up top, too. It was a 32-piece drought, and both players were able to survive as well.
Alex has got to 32 as well, so.
One thing I did notice about Alex is that even when Alex's opponent is in trouble, you will see Alex screen looking and cheering on his opponent, almost like flexing on them and cheering for them to get out of the dig so that they can have a better match.
Speaking about a better match, we do have double maxes up top, and players.
Speed.
There it is, 1.137. Cobra just barely in the lead by 8,000 points. 8,000 points is what separates us here going into the kill screen speeds. And as both players getting set up for their first Tetris here on level 20 for Blue Scooty, Cobra's actually going to burn down. No.
Scooty's left side.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously low enough. If he could just get another eyepiece fast enough. There it is. Wow.
But that is still so scary, but Scooty can pull it off.
Again, that's what rolling gets you, right? So, you know, if people want to have a good indication of why rolling is that much stronger, is that you can't get that piece over there with any other technique.
And there's also a big reason why we put it in. There's a Tetris for Cobra, taking a solidified one Tetris lead, but Scooty knocks it back down.
Yeah, look at that. Both of them with the same Tetris rate. And,
ooh, a couple of misdrops over here from Scooty, looking for an eyepiece. Hold on, might be able, if he holds that long enough, there's a Tetris.
Okay, but you're not out of the water
wait,
yet.
Not out the water. There is that left side that needs to be dealt with. Would love to. Can't get it over.
It's gonna be enough, and Cobra will take the first round.
Wow. There you go, well done. Cobra taking first game over Blue Scooty. I mean, Cobra definitely planning to strike first, strike fast, and strike hard.
Wow, and just, I mean, it's not, that wasn't a bad game from Scooty. It's just the level of competition is this high.
Yeah, I mean, both players, like I mentioned, you know, both players went into 29 separated by less than a triple at that point. And so then that's how players automatically knew, like, whoever's going to be the better 29 player is going to win that particular game. And it's very difficult, you know, despite rolling, you know, being a fast technique, especially when you. Oh! We got Dan B, another player from the UK, cheering on Sam here, saying it's coming home. Well, we are got to wait for game 2 and see if Sam can tie things up.
Time
All right,
come.
let's go. Here we go in
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Stress.
All right. So obviously the calm before the storm here. And again, you know, this phase of the game is all about the consistency, being able to manage the RNG and to be able to build as much of a lead as possible so that when we get to the transition points, you can definitely look at what your opponent is doing and figure out, you know, if you want to play a little bit safer. But getting that lead is so important.
Wow, 26-piece drought to open up top.
Yeah.
The game up top last time was just so neck and neck the entire way through. It was, you couldn't call it at the time. So the momentum is with Cobra right now. Scooty will have to answer this game.
And I forgot, you mentioned that every CTWC championship has been got taken to California or Texas,
Yeah, California
right?
or Texas.
Okay.
So Cobra, also being from Texas, could keep that going. Alex C being from California, obviously could keep that going.
Right.
But then if Scooty were to win, Scooty is from Oklahoma. So we could have just a completely new state. I mean, still would be in the South, so yay.
Or we could even have it go overseas if Sam can take this one, right?
Or up north if Eyeball, because remember we do have Eyeball.
There's another side of the bracket. Yeah, that's right. But
yeah, this is just 4 players of the top 8.
But I mean, how crazy would it be if we could get an international champion for the first time? You know.
And if Sam does it, he's got the Friendlies wrestling belt and the JP's trophy.
Right.
So that would be a first too.
Yeah, again, you know, obviously, you know, you love to see it when, you know, a player from overseas can take the trophy because that just means that's how strong everybody is around the world.
Well, not only
playing the
that,
game.
but a lot of people might not know that in that region, in the UK, they had a different version of Tetris that ran at a different speed.
That's right.
PAL speed was not the same
Yeah.
as NTSC, so they actually have to adapt to our version of Tetris.
Yeah, that definitely led to some very famous videos out there, right? Of the PAL speeds screaming and
Yeah, Yanni basically going Super Saiyan as he got, kept playing on level 19.
Yep.
But right now, everything seems mostly calm. SV are looking for that eyepiece. Does find it, so able to reopen up that right hand well.
Game up on top is still neck and neck.
Now, however, Cobra right now with a better Tetris rate, meaning that so far for 2 games in a row, Cobra has been more efficient with the stacking.
Nice set of burns over there from Scooty. Kind of was forced to make a decision and didn't want to take the I triple, which is why it created a long bar dependency.
And again, just for viewers who are new to the stream here, a missed drop right there from Blue Scooty. But yes, both players are getting the same pieces, so that factor of RNG is not a problem.
Yeah, and it just goes to show if your playfield, if you keep your stacking such that it accommodate any piece, and you're always Tetris ready when you can utilize a long bar, then that's going to make a huge difference.
Mm-hmm. And Scooty does manage to clean up the board. Had to use the eyepiece over there on column 9, so just needs another eyepiece right now. But of course, whenever you need an eyepiece, that's when the drought comes, because now it's a 16-piece drought over there.
Yeah, I've seen some untimely long bar timings this round for Scooty.
Look at this. Scooty has not been able to get that. Okay, finally gets into that
There you
well,
go.
but needs the eyepiece.
Boom, Tetris for Scooty.
Nice, nicely done. Nice staving that off, which again affects your Tetris rate. You see down to 54% now.
Just some traffic on the board for Alex down there, wanting to get that dirty Tetris, but that's allowed Sam to get to a 5 Tetris lead. Boom,
Yeah.
Tetris for Alex, getting that down.
500,000 at 108 lines. We were looking at a 600K, greater than a 600K transition if this efficiency is kept up.
Yeah, Sam's been knocking it down here with the aggression. 79% Tetris rate, James Chen.
Yeah. And again, I mean, you see right there from Sam's side, he had one of the jagged teeth setups, basically no flat bases.
Wow.
O-piece caused him problems, but wow, yeah, like you said, it's just, it all disappeared all of a sudden, Oh, nice tuck.
Great little Z-spin there. And there's the drought, and there it is.
Nice.
Tetris over there for Sam.
And you can see right now, Alex T is going through that same drought. And okay, there
Boom,
we go.
Tetris for Alex.
Yep. And boom, another Tetris. Actually, simul Tetris for Alex and Sam.
Yeah, both players clean going into transition.
Yep. Sam with just a slight lead over here, even when taking into account that Sam is ahead. Oh, wow. So Alex didn't want to drop that eyepiece in the middle right
Transition's a
there.
bit high up on the board.
Yeah, he really didn't want to place the eyepiece a little bit higher, so he was kind of holding out, and that means his stack is going to be really tall here. And again, same situation. Okay, there it is. Boom, Tetris for Alex T.
Yeah.
The same situation that every time he was like, okay, I'm not going to wait for the eyepiece shows up.
Yeah, and that's a little stressful because it's like if you're waiting for the long bar up high on the board like that. Okay,
Nice.
Sam's now got some traffic up high, wants to burn that down, get back under control. So it's Alex's chance to catch up.
SV would like, okay, there it is. J followed by an I. Another Tetris would be
Nice.
scored. Up top, 618 for Scooty, 723 for Cobra. 100,000 point lead as Scooty is starting to get up uncomfortably high. Is going to be looking for an L piece. T-piece makes his way all the way over to the left.
Now he needs an L or a J. Oh,
An accidental double flip, but
That's okay.
quick
Yeah.
adaptations are going to allow him to open up the well and knock down a
Boom,
Tetris.
Scooty.
nicely done. And again, yeah, I mean, even though there was that accidental double flip right there, it was not in any sort of crucial way. In fact, it actually kind of worked out pretty well.
It's just the ability to react and adapt on the fly. Because you were talking a lot about it yesterday, how, when you have those sort of misdrops, the way that your board looks out in your mind is a bit different. So you have to quickly react and then formulate a new plan.
And that just happens almost instantaneously for a player like Scooty.
Yeah, as I mentioned yesterday.
Like that.
It's kind of like an instinct, right? It just happens. Oh boy, a Cobra needs 2 eyepieces right now.
Scooty also getting up high.
Playing
There
up
is
so high
wow.
on the board.
You
Scooty
just
is
manifested those 2 eyepieces, huh?
Oh, there we go. Finally got into that little well there, did Cobra. So gonna have a nice clean board here once again.
But yeah, Scooty is playing so aggressively. I think this is the most aggressive I've seen Scooty play. I think Scooty knows what's on the line here and is really pushing it, and can survive these situations. We haven't gotten an early top out from it yet, so definitely able to handle the pressure and handle those situations, put himself in.
Yeah, and because I think Scooty also knows that he's a little bit behind in this because he's been doing a lot of cleanup and such, and so but you can see right now has raised the Tetris rate a lot, and it's getting closer to Cobra's rate right now.
And Alex has also caught up quite a bit. The deficit was over 100,000 before, but it narrowed as low as 60 just now.
Sam with just a couple 100 points shy of a max.
Misflip by
there
Alex.
it is.
Yeah, I saw what Alex was trying to do. He tried to do a little micro adjustment right at the end, couldn't get it in time, and accidentally misdropped as a result. But now you have 2 players who have maxed out already, Scooty and Sam on the left side of both matches.
And level 29 incoming. Scooty is on it.
Tetris ready, just waiting on the long bar. And he's getting these pieces all the way over to the left. This looks like a board that you would see on 19, not 29.
Yeah.
But the drought management is phenomenal here. Look at all these burns that are taken, and there's a Tetris for Scooty.
This piece set is really challenging Scooty, but Scooty is up to it and actually making it work.
And you can see how much behind right now Cobra is. Not, I mean, obviously in the points, but only just reached that level 29 transition.
Cobra running into that same opening drought.
Right. But
look at this. Oh, wait.
Left side.
Gonna have to hit a 5-tap here. It's gonna be crucial. Gets it over.
Wow. Over the spire.
And
that
another
left side.
misdrop. Needs another eyepiece now.
It's
and it
not gonna
doesn't
happen.
come.
Scooty's gonna take the second round. We are 1-1 up in the match on top.
I mean, one of the hardest things about those situations right there, when you need to do one of those 5 taps on the side. Oh, wait, hang on.
Alex T looking for a J piece. I love that double flip on that L. It's gonna help bring things down.
Nice. I love the placement from Alex here. Gonna go ahead and drop that in and create that gap just to open up.
Yeah. A couple of O pieces, not too harmful, but not great either. But he's still finding a way to work with them. Great.
Wow.
Yeah, that was well done, because there was no really good place to put that piece.
And interestingly enough, Alex T is about a level behind, so there is actually more scoring room available. And now Alex T in a position to score Tetris. There it is.
Wow. Alex needs this game to even up the set.
No, Alex is in the lead 1-0.
No. Okay.
So
you're right.
Sam that's having to put on the pressure.
Sam needs to do it.
Yeah, and he's ahead by quite a bit right now. But Alex T is already set up for another Tetris. There it is.
Sets up a nice delay burn too as things are starting to cascade out of control.
Sam's left side's not going to be recoverable.
And
now we have a chase down just now Tetris.
And
there it is.
There it is, just the eyepiece. And Alex T.
What a nail biter.
2-0 now over SV.
Yeah, Sam was ahead most of that round, and Alex was able to come from behind and take that one.
Yeah, one of the hardest things that that I was talking about, when you have to get that eyepiece over to the side, you get this adrenaline and you're focused so hard on that as soon as you finish it, you're like, oh wait, what is going on with the rest of the board?
Yeah,
it happens a lot.
I think for those that are watching us for the first time, to illustrate why we put on 29, why we put such an emphasis on getting that eyepiece over to the left-hand side, the way that the game works, the eyepiece only takes 4 taps to go to the right.
Yes.
But it takes 5 to go to the left. Mm-hmm. And rolling, you have your fingers, you have your index, you have 4 fingers. But what makes 5 taps so difficult is that you have to figure out a way to get that 5th finger involved. And when it comes to those moments, it's very easy for maybe you just were one input too slow and then it hangs and it's game over. And so each time we see, looks like they're good to go. All right,
let's do this. Next round.
Here we go in.
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
At least for the match on top. I don't think Sam is in the seat.
But that's why, anytime we see that left like that, there's kind of like a collective, people are holding their breath. It's like, are they going to hit it?
So as a roller, you absolutely want to practice that and make sure you nail that 5-tap every single time, because in those clutch moments, that's when it matters.
And I'm not sure what happened to. Oh, I see. SV looks like walked away for a second.
They're allowed a break, and that's a good time to take one, especially if you're down 2-0.
So Alex T getting up and walking around, trying to expend a little bit of that nervous energy. And don't get it twisted here. I mean, yeah, these players are definitely nervous a lot of the times, and it's tough playing on a stage like this.
Yeah, you have the lights on you, commentary crowd getting bigger and bigger every year. There's a lot more at play than just the physical aspects of the game.
And some players thrive under the pressure. Sometimes, having the crowd, having the lights makes you a stronger player. Oh, it's Scooty with the Vits. It really depends on the personality and also, experience on stage. Sometimes having more experience makes you a stronger competitor in live events. Cobra being up here, top 8 first time. So will that be a factor? But Cobra's been performing exceptionally well. They're 1-1. So definitely, what they say, newbie in the finals. Are nerves a factor? Not for Cobra.
Yeah, the whole key is being able to channel that nervousness. Okay, we're going to do a countdown here. Ready? In 3, 2, 1,
Tetris.
So both players, feeling a little bit refreshed, having to take a break, and it's understandable. I mean, speaking from a player side, even when just having a close game, your heart can just be pounding out of your chest, and the adrenaline's flowing. So taking a break, is sometimes just necessary.
Watching these players is enough to do that for me.
All right, we've got a situation here for SV trying to get out of a little bit of a mess over here, but shouldn't be a problem. Didn't want to throw the LP standing straight up, so risked going one extra piece to be able to clear that, to open that hole.
All clean now.
Ooh, nice bit.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, just those adjustments from SV are just so impressive and fun to watch.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the pieces that he's getting now are not particularly helping. Finally gets the, actually doesn't go for it.
Okay.
It's going to set up maybe.
Might.
Oh, no, can just take the triple.
Take the
but
triple.
You know what? I mean, still, if you're chasing after maybe a dirty Tetris, but you end up with a triple, that's still better than clearing a bunch of singles, right?
Yeah,
So.
I think that's like a very common psychology of some of the players. It's like if they'll set up this, they'll hey, I'll build up this dirty Tetris, but if I get the I piece, then I'll burn out just in case. Beautiful overhang over there for SV for the Z spin tuck. And a bits to follow.
That's the kind of combos and setups, SV is just an expert at. Rarely see anyone else even attempt that.
Set himself up a T-spin.
Oh,
Got it.
Nice JD spin over there for
it's making also the adjustment for the next piece coming in to be clean.
Yeah, not sure if you guys noticed up top, but apparently our games have been too fire up top that the camera overheated temporarily for Cobra. 384 for Scooty, 360 for Cobra. Still this close, like one Tetris game almost like an identical situation to what we saw in game 1. But they are running into a decent drought.
Yeah, 30 plus.
Really? Set up a dirty Vits. Did you see that? SV. Man.
And you kind of see that SV is actually forced into a lot of these setups now. We see these as combos and such, but one of the applications of the bits is by setting it up, you don't have to burn to get Tetris ready. And so then you do that, and you're not spinning those lines, and that's SV's kind of being pulled into that.
Oh man, Cobra's running into a little bit of a bad streak over there, but obviously able to stay alive. That's not going to be the problem. It's just kind of create an unfortunate stack. But
The right pieces came for that.
Yeah, and like I said, sometimes you get these the bad RNG for the pieces that you need, and then you can be rescued so quickly when the game basically just suddenly gives you what you do actually need.
We are closing in on the level 19 transition. That one, a little bit of a mislip over there from Scooty. And,
interesting.
Wasn't able to make the adjustment time. Able to open up the well, so now
okay.
can try and focus, I guess, the remainder of the pre-transition to get the board
that board under control.
Yeah, only another 4 lines before the transition happens, and getting a 5th line will make it get to level 19 and is actually going to be able to do it with the Tetris. Still not a perfectly clean board, but obviously very, very manageable.
Yeah, and Scooty clean again.
Yeah, it was a 580 transition, if I'm not mistaken, and actually going to
Column
go
4
commit
ready.
to the column 4.
Yeah.
Cobra transitions with a low or a high 510.
No long bar yet, though.
Still waiting over here for Scooty.
They're all waiting for this long bar right now. Everybody's in the middle of a drought. Look at this.
Yeah,
Look,
all droughts all up in the screen.
Yeah, red flashing numbers
Long bars
everywhere.
for our players at the bottom, but up top there's still none to be in
35.
sight.
And yeah,
29,
Scooty really
30.
committed to that. Man, boom!
31. Oh
Scooty.
my goodness.
Giving column 4 some love there.
That's very impressive because, having your stack kind of split, you have to be very careful with how you place your pieces. And now we're back to the right-hand side. Great drought management for all 4 players.
Yeah, I don't recommend it, but sometimes even when you are building the well in the middle of your screen, sometimes the pieces almost kind of feel like they fit better in a way, but it's always just kind of a placebo effect.
Cobra having to do some burning there is going to allow Scooty to expand the lead to about 100,000 points. 3.5 Tetrises ahead.
And boom, Tetris for Cobra, back to a neutral board here.
Nice
Now,
overhang.
All 4 boards right now looking nice and clean, but man, the eyepieces are just not falling in
and
this game.
is actually crucial. Nice way to open up the well just in time for that eyepiece for
And
Scooty.
another drought.
Yeah.
This is a dry run for everybody here. It's crazy.
Yeah, but Alex T did not get the benefit of a lot of those eyepieces. Being able to score Tetrises, had to use a lot of them for opening things up, but still sitting on a very good rate.
They're stacking up high near transition, though.
And that's another drought counter that starts ticking. And this is, nice, a double and a Tetris for SV. And Alex T is going to follow with one as well. Both players surviving the drought in a transition.
Yeah, this gets scary because it's like as it's counting down and they're waiting to cash in that Tetris, this is like they build higher and higher.
And SV needs to win this game, has to win it to force a game forward, not even to, bring it to a decider or to win, just to extend the match. Oh, and that is a 3 Espers over there for SV. Now a long bar is desperately wanted.
So many droughts.
Goes for the triple. Nicely done. And there it is. Survival and Tetris for SV.
That's a dangerous situation there, because sometimes you're like, okay, I'll just go for this triple, but you have to make sure you don't have any gaps in, in any of those lines as well.
And right now, we are looking at a drought up top as there it is, finally ended. Now Scooty going to have to figure out how to deal with this. Goes for the T-spin, tuck, line spin, and another line spin.
Oh. That is a line spin combo with like the likes I've never seen before. And boom, Tetris for Scooty. 224 lines, level 29 speeds incoming.
Whew, man.
Another Tetris for Scooty, 1 line away.
And Cobra right now, it's Cobra's turn to try to build through this. And again, at only 5 more lines left to be able to get this board clean.
And a quick transition to 29 and Tetris for Scooty. Scooty with a 185,000 point lead as Cobra knocks down a Tetris. And Scooty trying to get the board under control. Cobra up a long bar dependency over there in column 2. It's going to be spinning a couple of, still the long bar dependency persists.
Wow. Just goes for the double over there on the side, but right now surviving is more important.
Yep, Scooty clean down. Down. Yeah, Cobra really stepping up to the challenge here. This 3 Tetrises behind, but definitely keeping it clean here.
He's trying to get set up for another one. Just going to take the triple. Didn't want to go aggressive. Now Cobra has max Scooty with 1.13. Cobra with 1.01.
All right, now.
Tetris ready.
Yep, Cobra's got that Tetris ready.
Oh no, the drought counter. And the well gets covered.
course.
And it hangs over there to the left-hand side.
Cobra on the left
can't
side.
get it over.
And that's going to be another round for Scooty. We are now 2-1.
And that's where that risk tolerance that we talked about right there. I mean, Although there are times too that when you have it set up and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna play safe, I'm just gonna burn. You also need the right pieces to burn as well. Some stacks are not friendly to some pieces for burning, and so sometimes you don't even have that option, you know?
Yeah, it's like, yes, I would love to play safe, but if I'm getting just S's and Z's or untimely O's, then there's nothing I can do. But speaking about things that need to be done, Alex T needs to get that bar for the Tetris and now get the board ready for 29.
Yeah, both these players are on the verge of getting kill screen speeds. And this one's a critical one for Sam.
Ooh, interesting.
Queen board, one more line to the kill screen.
That's just a single right there.
And takes it with triple.
Yeah, okay, so actually he could get a dirty Tetris right now. And he was trying to go for it.
Still waiting on the long bar, and there it is. Tetris for Alex T in the center.
4,000 point difference. We are neck and neck.
Shots over here for Sam, though.
Dude, I swear, it feels like we have had way more eyepiece droughts just in these top 8 matches so far.
In this game alone, it feels like we're just constantly mentioning it because constantly keeps showing up. And SB doing the best that he can, trying to burn something, but it's not going to be any avail.
Enough, and Alex is going to sweep Sam and take the match.
Wow.
Alex T advancing to top 4.
And again, SV playing so well, playing so solid, but these days, you know, playing well and playing solid is not enough. You got to play exceptional.
Yeah, and I mean, just, you know, we were talking about it, you know, all these droughts. It really feels in like these 2 matches that these piece sequences have been made to test these players. It's like, no, you're not don't expect a lot of friendly sequences or a lot of eye pieces. You're gonna have to work for every Tetris, every point.
It feels like a test. This
and
feels like
to go.
They're playing Tetris, right? So, all right, here we go.
3,
2, 1, Tetris!
Tetris.
So with that, one of our international players has now been eliminated. So now the last one left would be Eyeball. But
I've tried to start off even this round. And it seems like the cards this year are, really wanting to, run our contestants through the ringer.
And neither could actually use it for Tetris. And still neither can use it for Tetris. It was actually good timing for Cobra, though, because of the long bar dependency that was built.
Right, yeah.
And they're both playing up high, waiting for that long bar.
And there it is. Finally, both players find their first Tetrises here in this game.
Blue Scooty ahead 2-1 here. And again, I mean, it's crazy because Cobra's been playing phenomenally.
Absolutely.
These 3 games, and yet still finds himself down.
And
2
remember,
games to 1.
Whoever wins this match now has to play Alex T.
Man, that is a reward right there.
That's you'd think that'd be a grand finals match, but
It really just seems like these piece sequences are definitely testing the mental fortitude of these players, because yet it can get very frustrating to just always consistently not get the piece you want for the efficient burn. It's like, man, if only I had this piece, if only I had this piece, why can't I ever get this piece? And that frustration can definitely build.
You've seen how angry I get in my stream, Sharky, and I'm always sitting there yelling, I swear these games are sentient. They know what you want and they won't give it to you.
okay, Scooty building up. And another drought. Might be a smaller one. Okay, it ends at 14. And both Cobra's able to cash that in for a Tetris. Scooty ahead by 1.5.
Right now, you can definitely feel the tension in the room building. Because for Scooty, this is a chance to once again reach that top 4 status. Because I'm not sure if you guys remember, but in Scooty's debut, Scooty got to top 4 in CTWC 2023. Was knocked out by Sidnev. So if able to do that again, that would be a chance to have Scooty's best CTWC performance yet.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, here's a funny question. Do you feel like maybe being being the kid who crashed Tetris, who beat Tetris, having a documentary kind of puts a little pressure on Scooty, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. You have, especially last year, there was, all these fancy documentary cameras, and then you have the lights on you. And definitely the pressure is on, but if Scooty has shown anything for the way that he's played this weekend is that pressure arguably makes him stronger.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
No, I would agree. And depending on the player's personality and their experience, and we're seeing, day by day, week by week, month by month, Scooty's experience.
Look, Scooty right there had that gap that he just dropped that O piece in there, and he just had an S, T, and Z burst for like 8 pieces in a row, and so he had nothing to drop in there. But yeah, I got to imagine, like, if you're the documentary kid, like, at some point you're probably like, well, I need to make sure I live up to that, Obviously, those in the know, he doesn't have to prove anything to any of us. But, for a lot of the casual viewers right now, you want to make sure you put on a good show.
Yeah, and the thing I was going to lead to was that, over the past year, Scooty has had those cameras on him, and he is a lot more used to it than maybe a year ago. And, nothing but experience on that front, more experienced being in this kind of competition situation than anyone here. So that could actually give him an advantage.
Definitely, he has the advantage in this game, just barely, as players walk into a drought. Scooty's able to find the Tetris, and so is Cobra. So 2,000 points is what's separating them, and some push down.
Both of them at the exact same Tetris rate, 62%. You can see they're both playing equally as efficient here.
Yeah, neck and neck we are. And it's been this way for most of this match. Starting out early, that first game was just, they were just right with each other the whole way. And that must add pressure in real time.
Great adjustment right there by Scooty, but
ooh,
again,
look at that delay burn.
Both of them dealing with having to cover the well and then...
oh no.
Oh, yeah, looks like he's going to just try and burn that out.
It was kind of a similar situation, but the opposite. Now he needed something like a T or, a Z piece, but then it was all the L, the J, and the O piece that he was getting for a while.
Yeah, definitely not such an agreeable set here, but Scooty dealing with it.
Nice, look at that, opened up and boom, Tetris for Scooty for the transition.
488,000 is what Scooty has on level 19. Cobra will transition 526,000. So was able to take just under a Tetris lead just due to that unfortunate piece sequence there for Scooty. And Cobra looking for pieces to burn to get that access to that hole in column 5, but it just continues to perpetuate itself.
Yeah, they're both trading back and forth the misfortune on having to deal with maintaining their stack here to burn off what they have to build on top of the well.
Yeah, and we saw so many times there, Cobra, Sharky, we talked about the 50-50s yesterday, and there was like 3 50-50s that Cobra got put into and had the wrong, picked the wrong way every single time. And again, that's not saying anything about Cobra's skill level. That just happens.
It just happens.
You can't do anything about that.
You make the best decision you can in the moment, and sometimes you just have to deal with the aftermath.
Yeah, it's literally a 50-50. Like, you cannot theoretically play it better,
Yeah, and I feel like it's better to, nice dirty Tetris there for Scooty. I feel like in the case of a 50-50, it's better to get a 50-50 than to try and misdrop or, try and think of the most reasonable way misdrop and have a 0% chance of getting one.
Yeah, exactly. But we had a nice little flat burn right there from Scooty. I'm sure Kingsman is happy. Another one. There we go. The flat eyepiece burn. Boom. Tetris for Scooty.
We're neck and neck. Both players just so closely matched here. And
Scooty's looking for this J piece, couldn't find it. And
nice spin.
Had to compromise, but it worked out perfectly. Well is open. There it is. Tetris for Scooty and one for Cobra as well.
Yeah, on column 2, I mean.
Yeah, Cobra being super.
Oh, wow. Cobra's going in for more.
Yeah.
Going. There it is, Tetris. And just going to burn down to the right-hand side.
Beautiful.
Still, 5,000 points is what separates these players here going into level 25. I actually like that adjustment for Scooty.
Sets up for the box.
Nicely done. And a Tetris for Scooty. It's those kind of adjustments that seem, I was like, oh, Scooty made a misdrop, but it's like, no, it was a setup for a vision that he had.
10 years ago, we would have called that a misdrop, but now we know better.
There are no misdrops. Just delay burns.
You can see right now, obviously, Scooty playing a little bit faster. It's a little bit ahead, not by much. Actually, Cobra catching up now.
Nice adjustments.
So
This is scary.
Yeah, like
they are just right there with each other.
just the whole way. This is the most neck and neck match I've seen all day or all weekend.
They're really pushing each other to the max, pun intended.
I like that. I'm down with that.
And they're about to max. One more will do it for Scooty. Scooty opting to throw stuff to the left.
Wants that L piece, but just couldn't find it. He wants an ideal
Right.
board going into 29, and that cost him utilization of bars for Tetrises, allowing Cobra to take the lead.
And you never know when you're going to get the favorable pieces, so you don't want to have too much stuff on the board when you hit 29, but Scooty navigating that and getting the Tetris into 29.
And a lot of times too, there's this psychological effect that hits you when you set up your board and you're like, no, I'm chasing this, and they keep giving you the wrong pieces. Sometimes you just like get stubborn, like, no, I'm going to get this piece, because.
Speaking about going to get this piece, Cobra needs a lot of help right now, and it's not going to be anything.
Not like this. Cobra stacking up the middle is topping out. Scooty taking the round and the match.
Wow.
It just all happened all of a sudden. There was, the board. He was looking for. As we were talking about looking for that one piece and not getting it. He couldn't find it, and then at some point, the board's like, what do I do with this? But on 29, it just happens too fast.
Yeah, when you chase that piece and you don't get it, the rest of your field starts to become just an absolute, I don't want to call it a disaster because most people are, placing them down nicely, but it's not optimized anymore when you're chasing that one piece. When you're just focusing on like 3 columns and you dump everything to the side, it just ends up in such an unoptimized situation.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble, It's either you go for these, like, oh, I'm going to hold out for this piece because this is what I want to be the absolute most efficient, or you're like, look, I'm not getting this piece. I got to adapt. I got to, compromise with RNG.
Right. And again, I want to make sure we actually give a chance to shout out. I mean, obviously, we just lost 2 players over here, SV as well as Cobra. But round of applause for SV and Cobra for some amazing games played here. I mean, again, it's just crazy to me because that whole set with Blue Scooty, I felt like Cobra was playing great.
Oh, yeah.
It was neck and neck all the
that was
basically
so
all the way till 29.
Right, and then, Cobra lost 3-1. And it's just like, what? It almost feels like it doesn't make sense,
Yeah, and I'm hoping that the takeaway from this is that every match, it's so nail-biting. Like, even if the results say one thing, the matches speak for themselves, and you actually have to endure and feel every piece drop and what the players go through to even see a set to completion like that.
Yeah, and also, you know what? I mean, we've been talking about giving shouts to these players here. I also want to give a shout out to a lot of the viewers at home. Our Matcherino is up to over 16,000 here, and we have Kirkland 13 with a $100 donation saying "Go Scooty," and Troy Dan adding $136.40. Elizabeth Haig with $250, and who says "Don't choke" from Ben and Liz. Not sure who they're rooting for. Dr. Bernhard, $251. Let's get a non-American winner for a change. And Pseudo Canard, $100, saying Alex back to back.
Well, we'll have to see. But we got to hear from our man, the myth, the legend. Kingsman, take it away.
Thank you, Sharky, Chris, and James. I'm here with Cobra. What a fantastic showing today.
What's that?
Top 8 finals. Was that even something you were dreaming for?
My original goal was top 16. I blew that out of the water.
You absolutely did. And you got some fans here showing their appreciation. Now, you got to play a very good friend of yours, Blue Scooty. Obviously, you know his aura, you know how good of a player he is, but you held your own and you took a game. How does that make you feel?
My original goal was to take exactly 1 game. I met that. This was a rematch of Lone Star 2024. I was in the semis with Scooty, and I took game 1 with like a 1.4, and then I proceeded to lose with a 1.4 the next game. And I basically got to relive that moment, even though I didn't score as high. But
a little deja vu there. You know, Cobra, you were here last year as your first CTWC. You played in around 0 and couldn't advance further than that. So here you are now. Expectations for next year, could they be even higher?
I hope so. I hope I'll continue to grow as a player, and maybe I'll have a genuine shot of making top 4 or even finals next year.
I think you got good a shot at that. Congratulations to Cobra for making top 8. Well done. All right, and we got one more that we're going to bring up here. He is the ultimate brand. He is the Friendlies heavyweight champion. He was taken down by the world champion. We're going to bring up SV, Mr. Sam Vaughn. He's probably going to show up late again. Oh, there he is.
It's still on Britain time, you know.
Congratulations, Samuel. How are you?
I'm all right.
You know, top 8 has been something you've been aspiring to get to. You've been hounded the last couple of years. Top 16, you've had to make your way to dog. Now you finally have achieved getting to the top 8. How you feel about that?
Well, it was nice to face the other Artiaga for once in top 16. But yeah, it's great. It feels great to be the first UK top 8 player.
Yeah, you and your running mate Dan V have been kind of like battling back and forth, you know, for ages now to try to be who's the number 1 guy. So you feel like this has certainly solidified your spot, and many back home are rooting for you. What are some of the challenges of having to play Alex T, the world champion, on a big stage like this?
Well, the pressure, first off, of just playing someone of that caliber, you know, a former world champ, someone who's had the world record, just someone who's, you know, serious. He plays this game serious. You have to give everything. You have to give 150%. And I fell just short. Maybe if I had prepared better, but yeah, I think I did okay.
I think you did well enough, man. You made us proud at the Friendlies universe, as always. This is the Friendlies heavyweight champion. That's my guy, the ultimate brand, SB. We love you, brother. You can shout your mates out. Go ahead.
I just want to give a shout out to a few of the people watching at home, my parents, my grandparents, my friends. I want to give a shout out to everyone from the UK crew who came. Tom, Brendan, Dan, Heps, Ethan. I want to give a shout out to King for always believing in me. He's a great mentor. Vince, for just being the GOAT. It's my guy. And yeah, shout outs to everyone, the staff. Thank you.
SB, Sam Bond, the ultimate brand. James, Sharky, Chris, we'll throw it back to you.
Seems appropriate that a person named King would be rooting for the UK guys, right?
But yeah, just what amazing matches that we had seen. And it was, you know, at least for, you know, Blue Scooty and Cobra, super close all the way. But Sam showed a lot of passion in the matchup against Alex T as well. And, you know, going up against the world champ, or yeah, defending world champ, it's always going to be a tough task. But I like what he said in his interview. He's like, it was nice to play a different Artiaga for once.
Yeah, and again, you know, you could see the emotions running high here, you know, SV getting emotional there on the stage, and how much, the bigger that this gets, you know, the more it means to get to these top 8s, to get to these top 4s, and try to, you basically cement your name into history for winning CTWC. You know, so yeah.
And now that we're seeing, you know, international participation more and more, a whole team from the UK was here, you know, and they were, you know, fighting their best fight, you know, with Heps and Dan V, and then SV being the last one. So then you feel that pressure. Everyone's cheering for you, and you want to be the best representative and put on the best show that you can, and we did in San Juan there.
Yeah. And so just want to remind everybody again, we've got, you know, 16,362 for the Match Arena total. As I mentioned, Alex T got over 10K last year. And that was, we had the total from last year at 22,000, just above 22,000. So I think we could beat that this year, right? Come on, guys. You know, donate to this. Are you guys not entertained? I mean, come on. We have some great matches here, and these players definitely deserve, you know, all the love that they can get.
Yeah, and if it goes over certain thresholds, more players get from the prize pool. So that's another, I don't know what the exact targets are, but let's get that up as high as possible, and more people will benefit from it. Also, after this match, it will be the last chance to get in on our console for the Stand Up to Cancer So we want to get that over $2,500 so that this can be given away.
I mean, look at this.
And that's
beauty
just
right
part
here.
of it because, for the more you give, the more we get to, line clear cancel cancer out of existence, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
Clear that out. Boom Tetris for you.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, again, you'll be put a chance to win this thing, and even
Yeah,
if you don't win
autographed
it,
by all the players, and I've autographed it, and
I've autographed it as well. It's a way that everyone contributes to something, standing up for something that's right.
Right. And as I said, even if you don't win this thing, I mean, you are donating to a very worthy cause. Again, I have lost some friends very recently to cancer, and so having something like this is very, very important to be able to have that. So.
All right. But we also do have another thing that we got to shout out, and of course, that is talking about the Red Bull Tetris.
Yeah.
Because, my gosh, we've been talking about it all week, and I've been playing. I think I've gotten slightly better, just a little bit. But I think I've gotten slightly better at it, except for yesterday. When I got those 2 power-ups that destroyed my board, that was awful.
That's right. The one that just was it a power? I felt like a power down.
Yeah, it was
honestly.
2 power-ups that made things absolutely terrible. But why don't you? We can talk about how this is for essentially a world championship of sorts, where it's all across the world where you can participate in this for free.
Yeah, basically, you can play this anywhere. There's the regions set up, so you can qualify from different regions, and if you win, they will fly you out to a Red Bull Tetris Championship in Dubai, all expenses paid trip. So you get to check that out, hang out over there, and vacation as well.
Yeah, I mean, the things that they're doing for esports over there are just incredible. I read some of the details that they're going to have this. You're going to play it in the middle of a drone show where the drones are going to have lights and they build a screen in the sky to play Tetris on. My imagination is just bursting, so I'm really hoping that Sharky steps up. Right now, actually, what you're seeing on screen for our audience at home, Sharky's playing the game right now. It's a mobile game, so he's logged in, and that's Sharky that you're seeing demoing the game.
Doing a bad job at it.
Went for that long bar, and boom, Tetris for Sharky there. And what just happened? You got... I don't know.
There's several different power-ups. So my favorite is the one that allows you to shift up your board. So then if you have another long bar, you could just directly go for it.
Right. I see.
So then, like that.
Yeah.
And again, this works just straight up on your browser. So you don't need to install an app or anything like that. Just head to redbulltetris.com and you can start playing.
Oh, wow. That was bad.
No, see, you were just setting up a delayed burn.
That's right. There are no misdrops, only delayed burns.
Exactly.
And Red Bull's been such a huge name in esports for so long, and I was always wondering, when's Red Bull going to get into Tetris? And what a way to do it. I think they waited for the technology and the ideas to really make sure that they did a great job with it. And what I'm seeing here is extremely impressive and beyond what I could have imagined.
Yeah, and I mentioned it yesterday, I'm going to mention it again today. Because of the way that this game plays, it is very optimal to not go for tucks. So that's why you'll see me trying to avoid going for tucks because of just the way that it's played. Oh, wait, that's not a Tetris. I can't count to 4, apparently.
See, you should not be giving away those strats, Sharky. You should be saving those strats so that you can win the trip.
Yeah, we want to be cheering you on in the finals.
Yeah, but, I get to commentate here. I want to give other people opportunities.
All right. Oh, yeah. See, there's that power up you were talking about that just raises the stack up and.
Oh my gosh.
Miss drop.
No, I'm just building it up so I don't have to build it up later.
Yeah, okay,
yeah. See, now he's ready for. Now he's Tetris ready.
Yep. There you go.
Oh my gosh! Wait.
Oh, are you
time and boom! Tetris
oh, that's right. The timer.
3.
Wait, hold on. That is that's actually a PB. Oh my
Oh,
god.
there we go.
Go Sharky.
Wait, I like PB by 40,000.
Nice.
101,000 points. You guys out there, I mean, come on. You can all do better than Sharky, right?
Yeah.
Just come on,
Yeah, you'll be able to focus 100%. You're not having to talk. So yeah, Red Bull or RedBullTetris.com. Definitely play it. And of course, I think Kingsman is ready. So I believe we're good to toss it over to Kingsman. So King, take it away. Oh, 10 seconds?
All right, okay.
All right, see, we Kingsman might be the father of Tetris time. He's not on time.
Well, we gotta make sure we do a nice castle there, so he moves over, the rook moves over, and then King will be.
Exiting the Red Bull segment. I'll just say this: can you guys get the sugar-free Red Bull for next year?
and you know what? I'm gonna. Watermelon Red Bull is actually my favorite. Is
watermelon.
Yeah, they got a bunch of sugar-free flavors. So
yeah, I generally like watermelon stuff.
Yeah, no, the watermelon Red Bull is like legit one of my favorites out there.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I'm so happy Red Bull, and thank you for Red Bull for being a sponsor for C2WC. It's something that we've loved to have for a while, and I know Vince was just like. It's just
the great thing is that Red Bull is supporting so many of these smaller communities out there, right? So they reach out and find all the different sports out there, and they support so many of them.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the way
that's
they
what I
do
was just
that,
wondering. It's
so.
like, okay, when is Red Bull Tetris going to happen? And now it's happening, and in such a great way. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, and the way they do it is always so involved. It's not just here, we're just sponsoring here, but they'll create a Red Bull Tetris to play.
An actual
cetera.
game, and then having the huge event.
Yeah, and, they released it on World Tetris Day too.
That's right, World Tetris Day. It's
No, I think it's cool being able to like play this like once every day and just see like how it progressed and like how, because I went from I think like 50,000 to 70,000 to now like over 100,000. So if I can do that while I'm distracted having a great time here at the SoCal Retro Gaming Expo, imagine what you can do when you're just locked in, just focused, just dropping those pieces.
Yeah.
And we're gonna, thank, I think it was Joseph Saley who was actually playing from his home, and you were just pretending to play or that game. That's why the score is so much.
Yeah. Obviously, Joseph Saley, the one who brought me in. Yeah, I had to make it look like I was playing. He was really, he was hooked up to a VR headset.
Exactly.
And just playing playing from home.
Oh man.
By the way, this is the longest 10 seconds ever. But all seriously,
you know what it feels like? It feels like we're waiting for that eyepiece. Where's the eyepiece? Where's the eyepiece? So we're
the eyepiece is coming apparently.
Yeah.
Tech has just told us that the drought may soon be over.
Kingsman is the eyepiece.
All right. Well, it looks like we are finally ready to introduce our next four for our top 8. King, take it away.
All right, thank you, Chris, James, and Sharky. Once again, it is now time for the second half of the top 8 to begin. Let's do it, baby. Introductions, please. First up is the megastar of Classic Tetris. You all love Meme. And our next competitor taking on Meme is your favorite social media superstar. He's tired of hearing that he's a great guy on TikTok, so he's going to win the world championship now. It's Miles!
Boom.
And in the other set of matches that are going on, it is the last international hope. He is representing the Super Mario speedrunning community. This is And our final competitor to be announced, taking on Eyeball, is a Final Four finalist last year, looking to recreate that magic. It's Tristan!
Is there a party going on back there?
holy aura.
Yeah, no, that was very interesting seeing the personalities of our competitors highlighted in such a way. I love it.
I also love the Canada flag as well. Very, a lot of nationalism here. And again, it's one of my favorite things about competitive games like this is seeing that kind of nationalism and, carrying a country on your back, There's a lot of extra pressure there, but
you can't help but to want to cheer them on when they can do that.
And if they win, I've heard so many stories about international players winning, and when they get home, they're treated like a hero. At the airport, he's greeted, and people give them flowers and everything like that. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, but we have also Miles and Meme showing their own personalities in the way that they did their walk-ups. Miles, of course, with I believe that was the LeBron. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, so I'm fully expecting Pyro next year. We got to put that on order.
But so our matches here have Tristop versus Eyeball, Miles versus Meme. Tristop and Eyeball, like I said, rematch from Montreal. That went to a decider. Now, the only thing that's standing between Tristop and repeating as a semifinalist is Eyeball. And Eyeball has a chance to be the furthest progressing international player of our remaining players that we have.
That's right.
I'm really curious about the bottom match as well, because both of them winning their previous match in a very emotional fashion, right?
That's right.
And so I want to see if that kind of boosts them, or maybe they've, kind of gave it all in the last match, and let's see if they have enough in the tank to take this next one.
I mean, I feel like if you have an emotional victory, then you want to make sure that past outcome wasn't for naught.
Right. Exactly. So there is a little bit of that pressure as well.
And then I guess it comes into play is that, the endurance, because in top 16, these players, it's not like yesterday where, you play one or two matches and you're done. They have to play all throughout the day. They had to play their top 16 match. They're having to play in their top 8 match. And especially this year, top 16 felt like all of them could have been semifinals or finals caliber matches.
Absolutely.
And so having to go through just all of that and then having to continue chugging along, it's difficult.
Yeah, and we were talking about, the kind of pressure, right? I mean, you were saying, Chris, winning an emotional match like that kind of means I don't want it to be for naught. I mean, that's Tristop took out
Imagining,
Dog, right?
Taking out a friend like that, now the hopes and dreams.
Who has made 5 years in a row top 4, right?
Right. So now, that puts pressure on Tristop, because it's just like, well, now I have to make sure that I carry on the torch where Dog could not.
So players are getting their warm-ups in. Of course.
Man, this is going to be this one's going to be a heartbreaker for sure, because so many emotional journeys here, and again.
Yeah, from very round zero, we were feeling it. So it's been quite the road.
I think that's what helped. Yes, there is the community. We're all, a community. We all enjoy each other's company. We enjoy playing with each other. But that's also what makes this tournament, so rough. Is like, one game you're cheering on your friend, and the next match you're having to play him to advance.
We got the flex in the house over here. Like it. You know what? Some people in the audience are playing Red Bull Tetris right now.
Yeah, they're like, oh, Sharky only got 100,000. I could beat that.
All right, looks like we're all ready to go.
Okay.
So here we go. The next 4 players coming up to play. Should we start at 10 again?
Why not?
All right, everybody, join in with us for the countdown, starting at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Chris. Stop.
We definitely have a lot of fan favorites here. A lot of these, a lot of players here that have a loud cheering squad.
Yeah, especially Eyeball here with the speedrunning community really showed up for support.
I heard in his interview earlier, he didn't do so well in the Super Mario Speedrun tournament, but here he is in the top 8 here. So
already a Tetris superstar.
Yep, but little needs to get down into that column 7 right there. Finally gets in there, but has a double. Yeah, double. Okay, plays it a little bit safe and says, you know what, I'm not going to chase it.
And yeah, I could just burn it off the top like that.
Yep. That T piece will help a lot in clearing that out. And yeah, you can see there, I piece maybe a little too early. Wow, okay. Let's get the I burst while there's one block blocking that column over there.
Miles and me neck and neck early on. Miles, YouTube superstar, now deep into a top 8 in CTWC. Meme just on a tear through so many different events over the past year. Meme with so much momentum.
Oops. A little bit of a misdrop right there for Miles. But yeah, Meme coming fresh from that Genesis win. A very, very dominating Genesis win.
Yeah, not just the Genesis win, but Meme also won Detroit, the very next event after Genesis as well. And in that one, I believe played Cole in the finals.
Eyeball having to take some burns up over there. And that's going to allow Tristop to take a 2 Tetris lead.
Nice tuck over here from Tristop. And it looks like the pieces up top have been a bit of a challenge for Eyeball to deal with.
Both of them are having to burn off the top there in a drought.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Not able to use those bars for anything anyway.
Yeah, neither player was able to. They had to use both the bars just to build up the left.
Yeah, and
or to burn out.
Like, great placements there to knock that down. Gets to use the long bar. Try to open that back up. You're one burn away. Eyeball's clean. Tristop still burning off the top. Boom, Tetris for Eyeball.
Great survival and a Tetris for Tristop as well. 208 up top for Tristop, 146 for Eyeball. Down at the bottom, 261, make that 284 for Meme, and 240 for Miles.
Yeah, Meme up by 2 Tetrises. Miles firing back there, reducing it to 1. Yeah, now Tristop and Eyeball out of that kind of a rough sequence that caused them to have to cover up the wells are now in position to build up and score again. Yeah, Tristop
That's so unfortunate for Tristop. 3 long bars back to back to back. Couldn't use a single one for Tetris.
Dispose of them to the left side, but Tristop's rolling speed is just off the charts. Able to dispose of those pieces like a towering trash can there. Look at that. Got another box, chuck it over.
Couple of skims kind of being forced over here from Eyeball. But looks like things are under control, despite how chaotic these piece sequences seem to be. Looks like both players up top should be fine. Meme with a lot of overhangs here, holding out for the long bar. It's going to be a triple. Now the stack has been cleaned up.
But you can really tell Meme really going for efficiency, not wanting to use any of those pieces for unnecessary burns. And Miles with a slight lead now. Bags down another Tetris. 402,000 points at 86 lines. Good pace there. 79% Tetris rate, James Chen.
And
Meme with some misshifting.
Yeah, and this is going to allow Miles to continue to further build that lead because just has a clean stack. And this isn't a dirty Tetris for Meme either. There is that hole that's down at the bottom. So it's going to have to really excavate this all the way.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tougher situation with single line clears to have to deal with this. This could turn into a dirty, but Meme opts to go for the safer route and is going to burn back down. Miles has pulled ahead, now 100,000 points in the lead. Nice tuck there by Miles.
Still very close game up top, separated by just under half a Tetris for Eyeball and Tristop, as Tristop finds a column 4.
Yeah, column 4 getting some love these past couple of games. And we are neck and neck up on top between Tristop and Eyeball. Another Tetris for Tristop. Eyeball also Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Eyeball. Now down on the bottom, both players having to do some line clears to get back Tetris ready. They are. Boom, Tetris for Miles. Increasing the lead to almost 7.5 Tetrises.
Yeah, you can see the clear contrast in the Tetris rates right now, 50 to 80% here. And for the transition here, you see Meme transitioning to level 19.
Yeah, first to get there on the bottom match, and both players up on top have hit level 19.
Yeah, and in contrast up there, they're both at 64% Tetris rate, so they are going neck and neck up there.
There it is, Tetris for Tristop and Eyeball. So Miles has reached the transition with a 640, highest out of all 4 players. Looking to make a statement here early on. And of course, this is Miles' second time being in top 8, if I'm not mistaken, because last year, Miles had to play Dog and had phenomenal matches phenomenal games up against Dog, but that was in that top 8. So Miles looking to go to top 4 to make his deepest run yet.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The deep run now from Miles. This is Miles' chance to really make a mark after so many high placing attempts.
Nice setups over here from Meme.
By the way, I just want to say that we had another donation from Tecate for $100 saying, "Let's go, Eyeball, ball, Mario hype." So thank you again.
Does that mean I have to do a 3, 2, 1, Eyeball, ball. You can hear that speedrunning cheering section going off, popping off for Eyeball.
Tetris is up top as both players just continuing to really weather these pieces, and things are just not getting any further apart.
There's a Tristop long bar disposal company doing its job there.
Yeah, look at this. There's a 14-piece drought now. Yeah, having to deal with this drought. Oh, man. Always coming at the worst times possible. There it is, finally.
Tetris for Tristop.
The drought management is insane, and I love that play from Eyeball. Waiting for it, beautifully done, and is rewarded for the play.
Tristop and Eyeball just tearing it up. They're right in line with each other, neck and neck this whole way. Boom, Tetris for Tristop.
Crazy maneuverability over there for Eyeball, and gets rewarded. Not with 1, but with 2 Tetrises, 887, as Eyeball now officially takes a 1 Tetris lead. Down at the bottom, 975 for Miles, 846 for Meme. Miles, of course, behind by almost a full level 2, but a couple of misdrops.
Yep. Okay,
hold on.
Handle
that. The setup is insane.
Yeah,
look at that.
You love that. And perfect, just like that. Not a problem.
And finishes that
max
with
out.
the max. As soon as I saw the vision, I'm like, oh my gosh.
It's like, hey, that's perfect for a box. There's a box.
It's always beautiful to see those creative solves like that.
Okay, max for Tristop up on top. Eyeball just waiting for the long bar to do the same.
This match up top is just so freaking close.
Eyeball and Tristop into the level 29 speeds. Eyeball not far behind.
Yep, all 4 players now having maxed out. Like I said, maxing out these days basically is the norm.
Yep. Okay.
It is the prerequisite, but right now Tristop is in trouble. A couple hangs over there to the right, can't get anything over, and Eyeball takes game number 1.
Ooh, and you could even see Eyeball's expression right there is like, oh, okay, cool. I can chill for a second here.
And watching Tristop play so many perfect games lately, that almost feels like an early top out of sorts from Tristop.
Right.
Uncharacteristic.
Can you imagine, like, back in the day, saying a max out game was an early top out?
It felt like that. It's just like we're so used to seeing Tristop just hammering down Tetrises on level 29 speed like they're nothing. And that's a rare, Tristop made it into the 29, but wasn't able to capitalize on it like he usually does. Okay, now the players on the bottom are in that.
Yeah, and they're looking to capitalize. Meme with a 1.2 now, just under 2 Tetrises behind Miles. And look at the aggression. Miles on column 9 long bar.
Look how clean they're playing.
Oh, it's only a triple right there for Meme. Yeah, wanted to stay a little bit safe, burned down, and could not get the Tetris set up there.
Another triple forced by Meme, but another Tetris by Miles, and we see this a lot with players. Once they start getting going on this post-29 speed, that's a really hard momentum for them to stop, as Meme now set up for a Tetris of her own.
Takes a triple off the top.
All right, and we see a tough situation here for Miles.
Do some cleanup now.
Yeah, a couple of missed drops right there. Now,
Secret
look at
grade.
That J piece over there is going to really... Oh, never mind. Got the I piece over there. And again, the power of rolling.
Boom, Tetris for Meme.
Look at this.
Meme is coming back, but also at the same time, Miles is behind by a full level, so there is more scoring potential.
That's right.
So Meme has to continue this aggression. It does so. Another Tetris for Meme, and now we're separated by less than a Tetris.
Super kill screen incoming.
Needs an eyepiece. Needs an eyepiece. Get
Boom,
it over
Tetris
there.
for Meme.
Dirty Tetris, but a misdrop right after, and the hangs on the left. Now Meme has to get the eyepiece.
Oh, does not
Can't
get
do
a
it.
five tap. That's going to be a timeout. Miles is ahead and wins the first round.
And again, remember
1.5.
how I was talking about this. We see this time and time again when you're like, they need that eyepiece, and they get the eyepiece, and they get like a dirty Tetris, and then right away a piece that they can't get all the way to the side because you're so focused on that one.
You're not allowed to relax. You think that, yes, I finally got the Tetris I was going for. Nope, you're still going. You have to still make these placements.
Literally, like you have 3 frames just to like, okay, go back and do the other one. So.
But still, what a Meme was on a comeback tear too.
Oh yeah.
You know, Miles started off the earlier parts of 20 post 29 play, was hammering the Tetrises, but then Meme towards that 35, 36, 37, where these Tetrises are starting to become worth more and more, was starting to bring things back into her favor.
Right. Yeah, both players are really putting the pedal to the metal on the aggression there, and that's where we see that.
All right, here we go. Next match in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And you know, obviously before we added the super kill screen, you know, survival was super important, but as you can see, it's still really important here because, you know, Miles had that miss drop and then was able to clean it back up and keep playing and live. And, you know, so that survival skill is still so valuable at the fastest speeds.
What a match all around.
Yeah, already just so much drama, just action-packed.
Ooh, what? I like that adjustment from Eyeball. Gets the J pieces or a tuck, and guess what? We opened up with a small drought, only 21 pieces.
But yeah, you can really tell when, you know, the stack is that high and they're just like waiting for it and doing what birds they can.
Yeah, again, anyone, you know, new to watching this, you know, you can get those long droughts. A lot of the modern Tetrises prevent those droughts,
That's right.
but not this version. It's just a random on basically every piece.
Yeah, you're not guaranteed the long bar. In fact, I believe the longest drought that we have on video was actually during a stream from Harry Hong, where he ran into, I believe it was a 108-piece drought.
Wow.
No.
Yes, the drought was so long it couldn't fit in one Twitch clip.
Oh my God. How recent was this?
This was like maybe a year. It's really recent.
Wow.
Yeah, so you could be in a situation where it just never comes, and the best players are going to still be able to survive even under those circumstances.
That's insanity. Because, you know, just probability-wise, like, it's got to come sooner or later, and it just doesn't.
101, not 108. But still, over 100.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, finally Meme getting that J piece that she's been kind of holding out for, and does manage to get a Tetris, but the board is in a really critical state right now.
Yeah, Miles with the Vits there, managing to keep it clean.
When you have when you have a board kind of like how Meme has, sometimes the pieces play for you. You know, you don't have the option to move them to different places.
I actually like the way that Meme attempted to solve that, standing the S up vertically to keep all the burns on the same level as those O's. It was something very strategic.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, that was a really good setup there, minimizing the damage or having to build on top of other holes in the stack.
And that's actually going to be able to dig
right
out that
up.
column right there.
And it's
Gonna
clean,
go for the Tetris
yeah,
instead.
and also ready for the next couple of long bars to get more Tetrises.
Yeah, and the good thing for Meme right now too is that, you know, during that little period of time, Miles was also not having as clean of a build right there, so not too far behind actually in Tetris rate.
Yeah,
Hi,
right
James.
now, 311, or make that 317 for Trisop, 357 for Eyeball, currently in the lead by just under 2 Tetrises. Down at the bottom, 281 for Miles, and 243 for Meme.
And
Miles
boom,
in the lead.
dirty Tetris for Tristop. Nicely done.
Yeah, Tristop setting up column 4 there. Column 4 being rather popular in the top 16. Boom, Tetris for Tristop. There it is.
But it is double line piece dependent right now, so there's one. And going to be able to shift the entire well back.
Those 2 J pieces were absolutely perfect. sometimes the pieces just feel like they fall perfectly in place.
Yeah.
And other times it feels like you're just fighting against them.
And another drought.
Almost kind of feels like a you live by the sword, die by the sword kind of thing, you know?
Some good efficiency up top, 76%.
Eyeball needing a tuck right there. Finally gets it cleaned out. Okay. And again, one thing you got to remember when you're playing at, NES Tetris, there's no reward for back-to-back. So, if you have to do burns like that, it's not a problem at all.
You're not going to miss out on points from a lack of a back-to-back.
Right.
In the sense of like a back-to-back bonus. I mean, if you're burning, then you're definitely losing out on some scoring potential. But you don't have to worry it's like, oh, I'm missing out on a bonus because I'm not getting a back-to-back.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, Meme's been clean for a while and has caught up in score.
Oh, yeah, you see the head shake right there from Eyeball.
Ooh.
He is just getting exactly the wrong pieces that he wants.
Oh, nice solve there.
I think the fact that he got out of that the way he did, that might have been some of the pieces that he wanted.
Yes, for sure. Or at least just getting creative with the pieces that you're given, which is essentially the skill that a lot of these players have, especially in a game with no hold and only one preview.
Everyone can score Tetrises when the long bars are flowing and the pieces are right. But what truly separates the top players from the players that are just good or just great is that they are able to adapt to the worst sets of pieces.
Yeah, and look at this Eyeball setting up Vitz for himself, but that means he's double eye-bar dependent.
Yeah. One and...
Oh, nice. There you go.
You're 2 for 2 for today.
Okay, both Meme and Eyeball have hitting that level 19 speed and Tristop as well. All forward.
Ooh, nice micro adjustment right there from Tristop. Meme having to clean up her board a little bit.
Yeah, board's getting a little jagged down there.
That looks almost like a TGM board right there.
Yeah, make it easier to get pieces over to the side. But Miles also having to do some cleanup as well.
Yeah. So both having to do some burns.
Unfortunately, Meme still not even set up for a Tetris because couldn't get something into that row 4 in column 1.
Yeah, both boards are starting to get a little dicey here.
Yeah, Miles.
Oh, you're right.
A lot of danger.
Oh boy.
Having to go for these alternative solutions just because the pieces that he wants is not falling on.
Yeah, and when your options are so limited, it can get more and more jagged.
Meme now, Tetris ready, knocks down Tetris, takes the lead, but our attention is locked in on Miles as he's trying to downstack this. Nice tuck over there.
Yeah. Again, like I said, sometimes the pieces you get.
No, he's not going to go for it.
Smart. Doesn't feel like you really have much of a choice on where to put them. And the place that you're almost kind of forced to drop them is not optimal. Where's the eyepiece? Oh, wow. Okay. Not going to chase it.
Excellent management there by Miles.
Yeah,
keeping
very
the
safe.
weight off of that.
Nice.
Great down stacking. And the eyepiece is going to help burn a double, and Miles is going to survive that dig. And Eyeball, small misdrop. Now Meme kind of back into a small burn.
Meme has reversed the deficit and is now in the lead.
Just needs an L or a J. There we go. Gets the J. And now, where's the eyepiece? We got a 27
Oh, yeah,
piece, a
just the
30
drought
piece.
for both players, just at the right
There
time.
it
Boom,
is.
Tetris for Meme. And boom, Tetris for Miles.
Yep.
Back in business on both boards here.
Yep, both of them getting that Tetris on the exact same piece.
Meanwhile, up on top, Tristop 906 and Eyeball 912. We are neck and neck.
Players are closing in on that level 29 transition.
Yeah, you can see they're all on level 26. They're all playing at basically the same pace. Ooh, interesting little situation there for Miles, but I love the way he handled it. And Tristop, the first one to get to the max out here.
Yep.
Who started that cowbell tradition? Was that Bidwell?
Pretty sure it was Bidwell.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think also...
Uh-oh, mischief from Eyeball. Needs to get a 5-tap to the left to fill that in. Okay, did a line burn down.
Nice.
Gets it.
Dirty Tetris for Eyeball, keeping the board alive. And with that, is going to get a max out as well.
There we go, and gonna burn through there just like that.
Yeah, wisely down stacking here to prepare for higher speed
But
play.
now, where is the I piece or the J piece? And yeah,
Another eye piece. There it is. Tetris for eyeball, keeping things alive, and the board is brought all the way down to the bottom.
Tristop also about to hit level 29 speed.
that was just one of the super uncomfortable transitions to level 29, I'll tell you. But Eyeball handled it like a champ.
All players on level 29 speed. Meme just up by only a Tetris. As Miles trying to open up the well. The well is now open. Tetris ready, but long bar nowhere to be found. And Eyeball's going to top at 1,088,000. Tristop evens things up. But our attention focuses at the bottom. We're separated by a couple hundred points for a moment.
Miles has to do some burns to get it back under control. Boom, Tetris for Meme, 992.
You know, as close as this is between the two players, if Meme doesn't take this one, it's not going to feel close, because that means Miles will be up 2-0.
There it is, Tetris for Meme, able to narrowly escape a seemingly dangerous situation. Another Tetris for Meme.
Wow.
The lead is building up here. Over 2.5 Tetrises in the lead.
Yeah, both players playing so aggressively here. Neither content to line out. Look at those Tetrises raining down from Meme. Up to 185,000 point lead now. 4 Tetrises ahead.
Yeah, I know when, you know, early days when we were commentating, we used to talk about people pushing each other, kind of making them play aggressive. At this point in time, all these opponents, I feel like there's almost no other choice but to play aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
wow, another
sometimes this drought is a lengthy one too. Miles, nice flat burns.
Nice.
Staying alive, but Meme was able to find the Tetris out of that. Now a 5 Tetris lead.
Yeah, unfortunately for Miles, has not been able to get any Tetrises in this situation during this clean here. Even if a line bar came right now, it would still have only been a triple. But now, here we go, Tetris ready, but here comes a drought, and he played it safe.
There it is, boom, Tetris for Miles. But yeah, Miles focused on survival, made a lot of really smart clears to be able to get this far.
But we're at level 37. There is not a lot of room left
Miles
here.
needs Meme to top out now, and then to somehow get all Tetrises remaining. But with the well covered, that might seal the deal.
Right. And especially with another Tetris by Meme.
Clean. Ready to Tetris, boom! A final Tetris from Meme, going into 39. What a performance.
Woo!
And just like that, all of our matches are now tied. 1-1.
Man, this is going to be a grind for everybody.
I mean, we told you that there was going to be some close, good matches, and that every single one of these matches, anybody can win. And you are seeing that here on display right now. Again, out of all these 4 players that we see on the screen, the only one that was able to get an quote upset by their seed numbers was Tristop defeating Dog. But you can see seeded 7, 3, and 2 all in that top 8.
Yeah, all of them just super strong and proving it moment after moment. Meme just maintaining aggression throughout the 29 speeds.
And
that's
they
terrifying.
are good to go. So let's go ahead and get them counted down. Here we go in
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Tetris.
So now it's kind of like a soft reset. All players, there is no distinct advantage.
Yep.
Each person has 1 game, 1 apiece.
The best of 5s have become best of 3s.
Yep. But this is what we want to see. We want to see this close level, high level play. We want to see just as much Tetris as we can get.
More Tetris than we can handle, and then some. Well said.
Yeah, and again, Miles there, originally had that well open, blocked it to just be safe, and then that's when the eye bar showed up. So,
When I was commentating earlier with Burb, we were talking about, looking at people's stacks and seeing like a Tetris time stack or something. Seeing Tristop stacks like composed of long bars thrown over to the left.
I mean, in speed 18, you can definitely get, with rolling, get the line bar all the way to the side, and so that way you can just kind of dump them over there if there's not a good place to put them.
Yeah.
And again, it's because the pieces, favor the right. And that...
Meme setting up that roof burn there very nicely.
All right, but, okay, not chasing it. Oh, perfect timing for Meme. Boom, Tetris for Meme.
And a Tetris for Miles as well. 163 for Tristop up top, 182 for Eyeball. Down at the bottom, 167 for Miles. And Meme Tetris ready at 128.
It's really interesting because I feel like most of Meme's games have started, kind of coming from behind with a lower Tetris rate.
Yeah. Was able to really turn on the aggression post 29 speed.
So that just might be one of her strengths and one of her strategies is, just stay around 50-60% during the 18 phase and then just start turning it on during, 19 and especially after the 29 speed. Once the thrill screen and then the true kill screen.
Yeah, we haven't
up.
seen too many games played to super kill screen. We just finally saw one there from Meme.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of unfortunate piece sequences over here for Eyeball.
Yeah.
And is actually variously piece dependent, but finds a way to adapt.
Yeah.
But
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, it doesn't want to drop that in there because it would have been a wash, basically. You wouldn't have gotten any advantage in that situation. And wow, look at that S burst. Oh man, how many S pieces? Yeah, he finally had to drop one in there. Didn't want to risk it any further. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's almost like the game.
Uh-oh. Accidental little extra tap that he didn't want. So now he's going to have to get an eyepiece all the way over there. Obviously, at level 18, not going to be difficult. So this is not about whirring high. This is not about. This is not about. Now I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
it is not about. It's not about trying to make sure you survive. It's about being how efficient you can survive.
Yeah.
Because Eyeball actually had the lead in terms of like efficiency. If you were looking at the Tetris rate,
Yeah.
it was at 90, but then that dig dropped it all the way down to 60.
Big dig will do that to you.
Oh, nice. Okay. I like that adjustment there from Eyeball. Again, just, as a Tetris player, when you watch people do these cool solves, you're just like, ooh. Interesting choice right there by Miles. It's going to work out for him, of course. But Meme right now set up for another Tetris. And yeah, like I said, she started off a little bit. Of course, it was early on, so it's easier to shift your Tetris rate to a much better rate earlier on. And you can see she's already back up to 75%, actually above where Miles is, because Miles had that little uncomfortable burn at that one point. Uh-oh. Meme dropping that O piece.
Eyeball's getting up uncomfortably high. Would like to see that eyepiece sooner than later. And I guess sooner it is. There it is. Tetris for Eyeball. Bringing it into a much more comfortable position.
Looking for the L piece right now, be able to burn on there to try to get access to that little gap right there. Oh, actually placed the T flat. I was surprised he did that.
Cleans it up real fast. Boom Tetris for Eyeball and Boom Tetris for Tristop.
All these scores are so close with each other. 512, 511, 507. Eyeball at 458, having to kind of adjust to some unfavorable pieces.
Yeah, can you imagine if they were actually all playing against each other at the same time? This match would be neck and neck and neck and neck.
That's right.
But we are going to be hitting the transition in. One line for Tristop, does so with a Tetris. Meme gets the perfect L piece and is going to transition with a Tetris as well.
And everybody with around 70% Tetris rate here. And
so far, everything is mostly okay with Eyeball and the players up top. Down at the bottom, Meme is fine. Miles having to do some down stacking though, and actually could set up for a dirty Tetris.
Yeah,
and at the long, misdrop, but able to open up the well. And I like the setup that Miles is trying to go for here.
Yeah.
But the pieces aren't entirely favorable. So another Tetris, and now he's going to have to decide what to do next.
Look, I mean, if you were in that situation, it's still great to have it so that the bottom was actually 4 complete lines to get you that Tetris there while cleaning. Oh, that was nice. Now he just needs something with a flat bottom, but it's just not. Yeah, he's just getting nothing but S's and T's and Z's.
Really
Finally.
close game up on top, just the whole way, neck and neck.
All right.
Basically just trading Tetris back and forth whenever the long bar comes.
Yeah, I mean, Eyeball and Tristop right now are just equal paced right now. Both of them at 67%. Both of them at 173 lines. Only obviously a less than a Tetris separating them.
Yeah, no, it's been really competitive.
Yeah, due to obviously the score differential comes from scoring the non-Tetrises being more triples or doubles, etc., etc.
I was unable to use that long bar for a Tetris. Can use that next one, and now all of our games we have deficits of just of less than a Tetris. So,
as you said, neck and neck and neck and neck.
Yep.
It's close all around. Miles still having to do a little bit of burning, but I think that's one of the things that, as a player, you kind of hope that when you're doing burning that you secretly are running into a drought if your board can handle it, because that means your opponent is not capitalizing off of you burning. So sometimes a drought can be a good thing, depending on how your board is and in the context of a match.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, actually, dude, that piece sequence for Miles was fantastic. Perfect for exactly the burn that he wants. And interestingly enough, having a completely flat landscape at the top a lot of times isn't necessarily optimal.
I would say like Miles and Memes.
Hold on, Eyeball with a delay burn kind of complicated the board, and now having a down stack, and we are closing in on level 19 or level 29 transition.
Get that board under control now.
I saw that smile on his face. You can tell what that smile is. It was basically like, oh boy.
Nice. Good burns over here from Eyeball. We do have the maximum Tristop who's taking the lead. Eyeball, great burns over here. Only 6 lines left till the level 29 transition. The board just has to be in a manageable spot.
I love the way that Eyeball's always like talking out loud,
Waiting for the right pieces, and that S piece was really bad, but able to get pieces over there to the right. Needs an I piece there in the center, but can't find it. Eyeball tops out at 1,029,000. Tristop is good for game number 3.
I saw that coming too. It's just like you do not want your board in that state when 29's coming, because there's nowhere for your pieces to go.
Speaking about nowhere for pieces to go, Miles looking to bring the stack down. Another misdrop, and that left side is looking mighty dangerous, but nothing can fit over there.
Able to get the line clear, and Miles is going to top out there too. So same situation on both. Meme takes this round.
Yeah, and again, there was one piece that Eyeball dropped, and he just started shaking his head because he saw that there was a better place to put it, and that kind of frustration definitely kind of eats at you sometimes, and that's where there's a lot of that frustration. In fact, that's what happened to Magnus Carlsen in that match, that famous viral video that he was well in the lead, made one bad move and he lost, and that's why he got so emotional there. So
I've heard Tetris and chess comparisons before, so interesting to hear that.
One thing I do want to mention here, remember, stand up to cancer here. We're doing a lot of great work here. And as we said, if you donate, you will be entered into winning this CTWC branded NES with all of the signatures on here. This is the last call for donations right now. And again, we need $2,500 to give away this NES. So if you have anything to spare to help them battle cancer and find ways to save as many lives as possible, this is your last chance.
Exclamation mark.
We are good to go for our game number 4 now. So let's go ahead and get them counted down. Here we go in
3, 2, 1, Tetris! And of course, a Tristop and a Meme right now with the comfort of being up 2-1. But remember,
look at Tristop. Look at where look at all these eyepieces.
Oh yeah,
it's the Tristop long bar disposal service.
Actually makes me think back to a line that you said back in 2018, James Chen, when you talked about Joseph and how he would always throw eyepieces over as like they were a hold chamber when he couldn't use them.
Right, yeah.
So that kind of makes me think way back of that. When that line is kind of like burned into my mind.
I knew what year that was.
Well, of course, that was the match that got me into Tetris.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. But I mean, again, these 2-1 lead right now, they can't feel comfortable with that. In fact, the reason why Meme's previous match against Guafi was actually so intense because she had a big lead, and then Guafi actually got it all the way to the decider, and she had to have that crazy chase down to be in this position right now to try and eliminate Miles.
Of course, Miles also familiar being in the position where he is down a game. He did advance to this top 8 by reverse sweeping Cole. So
yeah,
it's not like it's unfamiliar territory, and he knows what he needs to do. He's got to lock in and take it one game at a time.
Both players here very, very familiar with what could happen.
And also having to endure that, it makes it mean that much more to keep surviving.
Man, when you have one of those deep 2 wide wells and you get back-to-back J's or back-to-back L's, it's like the greatest feeling.
It's not probably a great feeling was those misdrops for Tristop, having to do a couple of burns, and he's looking for a specific set of pieces to be at peak efficiency. An eyepiece would be great because that just translates to a 1 burn line, but he's going to go ahead and be fine with the 2.
Yeah, that works great. And boom, Tetris for Tristop.
Clean boards for everyone now?
Yeah, sort of right now. Actually, no, Miles, wow, he solved that really well. It didn't look very clean, but as soon as he had planned ahead, he knew exactly where we wanted to put those pieces, and it just went from looking messy to instantly becoming very pleasing even to the OCD eye.
239 for Tristop, 279 for Eyeball.
Just the unfortunate O pieces right there for Meme. Did you just yell for time?
I think Eyeball is interacting with his fan base.
We love to see it. And currently, Eyeball is in the lead at 347 by 62,000 points. Tristop at 286. Down at the bottom, Miles is in the lead at 332. Meme is at 292. Just kind of had just these small slowdowns. But when we see how close these games have been, even those small slowdowns generate some massive leads.
Yeah. And again, I mean, I feel like at least on the bottom match over there, all 4 games have started with Meme in the rear, coming up from the rear, and honestly, she's up 2-0, so obviously I'm 2-1.
That strategy has been paying off.
Yeah, so it hasn't been hurting her badly at all. Yeah, so again, consistency, survival, patience is working for her very, very well.
Another drought up top, and if the eyepiece, the eyepiece does come, that's a split triple. So Eyeball will have to just wait on the next one. There it is, Tetris for Eyeball. And another one to quickly follow.
Yeah.
And Tristop just having to throw those pieces over to the left. Wasn't Tetris ready for them?
It's been like that all game. That's why the Eternal just killer of long bars on the left side.
Eyeball still hasn't been able to cover up that, column 9 to be able to get Tetris ready. And so, yeah, couldn't get a Tetris from that eyepiece. Now he's got to do some cleaning
Building
there.
up high, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to be efficient, but gets that long bar. Boom, Tetris for Eyeball, and boom, Tetris for Tristop. 420 to 518 now. Eyeball with a lead.
Yeah, Eyeball with an 84% Tetris rate.
Now we have a 380-point deficit down there at the bottom for a second. So incredibly close, 481 to 480. So close games down at the bottom, and Eyeball with the advantage up top.
It's really interesting. I'm not sure if the people at home can hear it, but like we're picking up one person's controllers and we can hear the taps, and it's...
Yeah, I think it could just be a commentator thing because there is player mics,
right?
And we get to hear that. And
I was just saying it's very ASMR. I kind of like it.
That could be a good side hustle for some.
Oh, it's funny you should say that. Miles has actually uploaded a YouTube video on his channel where it was like 3 hours of just rolling ASMR.
There you go.
I'm here for it. So.
But we have reached transitions
that was
up
so
top.
Nice. Oh God, that burn from Miles was just, chef's kiss. Oh my goodness.
Eyeball well covered. Oh, aggressive placement over there.
Yeah.
But Eyeball's going to be able to knock down Tetris, bring it down, massive long bar dependency. But the most important thing is that Eyeball is alive for an opportunity to bring us to a decider as we reach transitions down at the bottom. 645 for Miles, 666 for Meme.
This is where Eyeball wants to be to stay in this. Nice spin.
And
Tristop with several misdrops. Hold on, this can be downstacked. We've seen crazier survivals, but that eyepiece was actually the worst timing. And now we have a decider up top.
Yeah, Tristop characteristically spiraling out of control.
That is one of the rare moments where the eyepiece is the one piece you do not want.
Yep.
The higher your stack is, a lot of times the eyepiece is the worst thing that you can get.
And that entire game, Tristop seemed to be plagued by the long bar when he didn't want it.
This is really tough because had Tristop got any other piece, maybe he would be able to work with it. But with the way that his board was, the eyepiece couldn't have gone flat or else it would have created another hole. And standing it up would have been just incredibly risky because he was already like, what, 6 or 15 rows high?
And look at this Meme with a very uncomfortable stack right there. Had a couple of valleys there, and we're going to start the game up on the top. So let's do this in 3, 2, 1.
Tetris. Tris. Stop.
Yeah, Meme has a dirty Tetris set up for herself right there. And there's the long bar right there. Gonna get it. Now looking for another one. Has a second one set up. Actually, not anymore.
Look at these placements by Meme. I like the attempts to try and keep the well open.
Yeah.
And now going for a dirty Tetris.
Ooh, look at that. That was such a
brilliant.
beautiful transition from having the column 8 Tetris to all the way to the column 10.
Yeah, and then just capitalizing on it.
And waiting for the T piece to make that burn even cleaner. Oh, what a well played cleanup right there from Meme.
But just because of those small burns, Miles has actually closed the gap, and now we're separated by under a Tetris. So as we barrel towards 29, the question is this the last game for this match? Can Miles bring us to a game 4, or is Meme gonna punch her ticket into the semifinals? We do already have the max for Meme. Miles is a couple thousand points away.
Gonna go left well with that. Boom, Tetris for Miles with the max out. And level 29 is incoming. Meme with a Tetris into 28. And Miles doing the same. 2 Tetrises behind.
Look at this drought up top. Okay, there we go. Okay, both of them finally ending that drought at the exact same time.
One more. Oh, a bit of a misdrop over there for Miles. All right, there it is. 29 for Meme and 29 for Miles. Miles needed to get this board under control. Nice. Hits the 5-tap. Very crucial. And these pieces, they're just not.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
Actually, that time the pieces were bad, but then sometimes they just come out exactly what you need. But again, you're kind of in control of that fate too, because you have to build your board smart to accommodate as many different pieces as you can, get.
Another Tetris for Meme. Miles now down by 171,000, and both players are close to each other in line counts. So this is a true lead.
Yeah, Miles was trying to keep the board clean and then had to do some burns. Wasn't able to get Tetris ready, but is now. And boom, Tetris for Miles. Still 3.5 Tetrises behind, but is set up for another.
Wait, Miles is in trouble, and it's up.
No! And that's actually going to end it on the bottom over there. That means Meme is going to advance forward. And Miles has been eliminated. But again, such a close match, even at 3-1.
I'm flabbergasted. I mean, it all happened within like a couple of seconds. Everything looked clean, and then it was just misdrop, top out.
How did you feel about that one, Sharky?
Flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Because Miles was waiting for the long bar. It didn't come, and it looked like he was going to chuck something over to the left, and then the long bar came, but then it just dropped in the middle, and then it was over.
Wow.
Miles, once again, another top 8 finish, and Meme making it to the top 4 for the first time ever.
Right, but, so as not to disturb the players who are still playing quietly, round of applause for Miles here. Great job. Well played, well played. Always consistent here at CTWC.
But yeah, this match here still a decider. Who will advance? Will it be the legend killer, Tristop, or Eyeball? Now, with the contingent of speedrunner fans here.
Oof. But wow, the RNG right there for Eyeball was just not good.
And just to be clear, both players are getting the same RNG. It's just RNG might favor a player's board more than the others.
Yeah, and so part of it is finessing your board to accommodate all possibilities. That's a skill in itself.
Oh, again, when you get the back-to-back L's or back-to-back J's, it feels great to fill up those two wide columns, those two wide gaps. And again, boom, simul Tetris for Tristop and Eyeball.
Yep, and we are neck and neck.
Our final match of top 8. Ooh.
Wow, you said get really loud on 29, boys.
Is that a strat?
I suppose so.
Bring your buddies to CTWC and have them get loud when you hit 29.
I mean, definitely we've seen how loud it gets when it gets close.
Yeah.
Just hearing how loud it was in the finals last year during that insane match, every single Tetris.
Get the speed up music here during transition.
Tristop, Tetris ready. Eyeball currently in the lead by just under half a Tetris. Is continuing to put on the pressure. And once again, is when we get to these 1v1 screens, when we're in these deciders, you could just feel as every level passes, the tension continues to build. It crescendos.
And I wonder if that's been affecting Tristop a bit, because we haven't seen one of those games where he's just putting up 1.6, 1.7. We're due for another performance like that, so.
But again, look at the concentration on Tristop's face right now.
Still holding out for an ideal piece. There it is. That's going to open up the well. And now Tetris ready. Both players just been really really efficient here on the post transition, dealing with their own respective issues in rather efficient manners.
Yeah. And I will say that neither player has been playing particularly aggressive, right? We talked about how it almost feels like you have to. But again, when you have a decider game like this and you feel like any small mistake is the end of it, it's scary to try to play that aggressive.
And that piece not making it all the way over to the left. Eyeball having to go for a double. Might be running out of burn soon if this long bar doesn't come. Nice. Knocks down a Tetris. Now has to deal with that left side.
Yeah. Nice thing about it right now is he still does have a little over a 1 Tetris lead right now.
It's shrunken now. They are neck and neck.
But
this takes us all the way back to Montreal last year. Tristop versus Eyeball went to a decider then. That game ended quite a bit earlier than this one. So Eyeball wants that revenge. He wants that redemption. And currently is in the lead by still that same just half a Tetris moniker.
Here we go, boom, Tetris. Again, simul Tetris on the exact same piece between both players. So Flatworm did not tuck that in there. He's gonna tuck the S piece in there, gets the timing.
The Tetris for Eyeball. Last second adjustments, making them to decide whether or not to burn. Now there's a J piece dependency for Eyeball. The drought counter starts ticking again. Waiting for the long bar. Long bar doesn't come. Decides to use the L piece. Long bar makes its way all the way over to the left, keeping the well open. And Tetris is scored for Eyeball.
Tetris for Tristop.
Yeah, so both of them now with a much more, a nice micro adjustment at the last second.
And another one, and another Tetris for Eyeball.
Wow.
What a way to turn something that was super tense into the momentum to propel you forward past that max.
Yeah, both players maxed now, but level 29's incoming. Will they maintain their aggression? Who will come out of this?
There is another Tetris for Eyeball.
Tetris, just in time.
Wow, O's aplenty there.
Got that nightmare randomization right there.
And Tristop knew exactly what to do with them.
Same thing he's been doing with the long bars all game long. There it is, a Tetris for Eyeball, 1.1 million into 29. Tetris for Tristop, 1.09 going into 29.
Here we go.
This is it. Tristop set up for a column 9.
Wow.
Has to take the triple.
Yeah, just not going to go for it. It's too risky at this point. Survival is more important. Like I said,
now Eyeball's setting up for the column 9, knocks it down.
knowing that this is a decider game. It's easy to give up the ship a lot of the times on these super risky plays.
Trisop having to bring the board back down under control.
So nice.
These S's are going to kind of help him out a little bit. Does get that eyepiece over to the right. Still trying to get access to this hole in column 6. Another Tetris for eyeball. Trisop almost back into scoring position. Waiting for an L or a J. 3 O's in a row. There's another O. Both players having to deal with this rough piece sequence. Trisop is now getting up higher and higher. And that hang, is that fatal?
Oh,
it is.
Eyeball being ahead eliminates Trisop. The legend killer's been slayed.
Eyeball continuing forward, continuing to keep the streak alive for our last international competitor here, waving the Canadian flag. Woo!
Wow. It was tense all the way through, and to think that there was plenty of moments right even before 29 where Eyeball had to play up so high, had to be so precise, and it all paid off in the end. We now have a new semi-finalist here in CTWC.
Wow. Trisop is eliminated, had the game of his life against Dog, was able to defeat Dog, but the run ends here against Eyeball.
Just so much drama, and I'm just, like you, I am flabbergasted by, the stories that are going to be coming out of this.
Dude, look at the energy, the emotion, the pop-offs right here from Eyeball. So excited. And again, just the competitive adrenaline that you have, and to feel this kind of adrenaline on a stage while playing a game like this is just unmatched. You could rarely get that kind of feeling from anything else, and when you do experience it, it's so awesome.
But I think we need to give Trisop a round of applause. What a phenomenal match.
And yet another really deep run. We saw it last year, and he brought it again this year. Unforgettable performances by Trisop.
Still, just wow. It's almost left me speechless with how insane just our top 8 was. And now we have top 4 that will be coming up shortly. And the first match of top 4, Blue Scooty versus Alex T.
Oh my.
You'd think that's our grand final, but that's just one side of the bracket. So
that's our semifinals.
Yeah, that's going to be a heartbreaker no matter what.
And then of course we'll have Eyeball versus Meme.
Wow.
But I believe we have Kingsman waiting to interview our players. So King, if you're ready, take it away.
Thank you, James, Chris, and Sharky. I am here with one of our top 8 finalists. It is Miles. Miles, welcome back to top 8, buddy. Tell us, how much more difficult was it to get to this top 8 than last year?
Well, I mean, as you can see, the matches have been kind of crazy this year. Every match, it's not free. Every game, it's a fight, and you really just have to lock in on these high-stakes matches.
And you definitely did lock in. You're coming through, and you end up getting the reverse sweep back off of Cole to get into this top 8. Then you run into the buzzsaw Meme looking really sharp today. Why don't you give us a little bit of a synopsis of Meme's gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, Meme is such a good competitor. Those games were actually insane. That first game especially, it was back and forth, Tetris and back and forth, and that was a really awesome game, and I think that set the tone for how the match went, and I'm really happy about how I played this year.
Yeah, definitely. I think you should be happy. It was a really great performance. Was there anything different this year that you did prior to coming to CTWC? I know maybe you're taking a little bit longer of a break here and there, not streaming too much as you were. Any other changes that might have get you to that point?
Yeah, I mean, I was mostly just focusing on my 29 play because that's obviously the biggest thing nowadays. I was also kind of practicing with other top players. We would do some practice games back and forth with each other, kind of like imagining scenarios of ourselves being up here. And also, sometimes yelling to practice for distractions, of course, if that occurs. So you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely, that's the place to be. CTWC, you never know what's going to happen. There's your tagline next year, Vince. Miles, give your final shout-outs before we head off.
Yeah, shout out to all my family. They're all watching at home. I appreciate everybody. Shout out to all you in the crowd, everybody at work that might have found out about this. What's up, guys? But yeah, thank you guys all for watching. It's always a pleasure. Thank you.
and gentlemen, Miles, top 8 finalist for CTWC 2025. Congratulations, buddy. Thank you. And now we're going to bring up our other top 8 finalists. Player that made it to top 4 last year and may have caused a little stir for a film that was filmed last year. And I get Tristop to come on up. Tristop, welcome back here. You know, kind of was talking about Miles, how difficult this road has been to CTWC and the tournament itself this year. Why don't you kind of, again, your thoughts on the difference between last year and this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think last year we thought we can get like scores like really, really high, and then this year we're like actually getting like in the Opak Scotty match. I think like those scores were kind of expected of last year, and this year it's happening now.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, the year change over. You've been coming in, people were starting to fear you, right? But then obviously you come in, Eyeball. Wow, what a performance by him. A little bit of a rematch from Montreal last year. So why don't you talk us through that one?
Yeah, so I think Eyeball just psyched me out. It's really my fault. Against Dog, I was pretty calm and collected. But against Eyeball, we were like really even the whole way. And normally, like, I'm going into kill screen thinking, okay, I should get a certain score, but like this time I was thinking about Eyeball's game, and like it really just psyched me out. So yeah, he won the mental battle, and it really showed.
Now, much like Miles, you also took a break too. Obviously, school has come first, and you kind of finished up your first year of college. Do you suggest like these long breaks have helped your game, or is it something that you're like, no, I need to set a time and schedule and when I got to get back into grinding for World Championship?
I think the breaks actually helped me a lot. I seem to do better after every break. Like this semester, I took like a 5-month break just for school, and then I come back and I'm already in like tip-top shape. I think I'm pretty lucky that I don't really have to like de-rust that much. So I suggest anyone who's like kind of in a little spot or like a little busy, just take a break and come back, and you're gonna do wonders.
Well, certainly you are wonderful here too. Final top 8 member. This is Tristop, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Good job, buddy. James, Chris Sharkey, we're going to throw it back to you.
And that was top 8 going down to top 4 now. And you know, what a ride it's been. But what we need to do is we need to shout out some of our sponsors who help us put this amazing show on for you all. We'll start off with My Arcade, who's been making the handheld Tetris games in different forms. There's like little tiny mini arcade machines that they make, little handhelds with like a D-pad and some buttons of different sizes. And yeah, they've been sponsoring us for a couple years now. And portable games, take them anywhere you want. Keychain-sized Tetris on the go. They got you covered.
I mean, Tetris is best game to play. Just, you know, wherever you are, standing in line for anything. And they also have a watch version, right?
So My Play Watch, another of our sponsors, if they get this graphic on the screen, I'm not sure if they have it loaded or not, but there's this really cool looking watch. You know, it's got Tetris designs on the wristband, but it's this color screen, and it's got like this dial on it with a T-piece. There it is, look at that. When I was growing up, like as a little kid, they had these really cheesy LCD, you know, black and white, you know, 1 frame per second kind of games. This is like a full Tetris in color, and you can see, you know, it's got like the right color pieces, and it's just a Tetris on your wrist, ready to play. And I can't wait to see what this is like. So pre-orders coming soon. My Play Watch Tetris. Boom, Tetris on your wrist. And speaking of Boom Tetris in different places, Boom Tetris in your mouth. Power Bears with the Power Bears gummies will deliver that fruit flavor in many different shapes. The 7 Tetris shapes and the special shape, which is the bear head.
Yeah, and you know, they've intelligently not given us any here on the table, because every time they do, we just rip into them and we just keep eating them, and you can just hear us chewing all day.
There it is.
But there's nothing in there.
It's empty.
There's nothing in. Really?
I can't believe you, Mari.
Just gave us an empty bag.
Stole my bag, okay?
There you go. Who wants to do the honors?
To eat one of these?
Yeah.
I'll take one. So I mean,
you're
why
gonna
not?
grab a long bar again.
So you know what I do? I get like a razor blade or an X-Acto, and I cut like a little slit in the back, and then I squeeze it, and I just smell the fruit Tetraminos, and then it's just, there's no other feeling like it. You gotta try it. Boom Tetris in your nose.
All right then.
So So yeah, thank you for Power Bears for the sponsorship. They've been sponsoring for quite some time now.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll get packages of these, and it's the best thing to give away to your friends. You want to make a friend? Here, have some Boom Tetris in your mouth. What a way to make a friendship.
And sometimes Boom Tetris for your nose.
Yeah, in my case. I got to show you the little slit thing. It's like a really nice trick, and it preserves the essence of the Power Bears.
I'll trust you on that one. I'll trust you on that one.
That one didn't. Yeah. Okay. I don't think they'll turn the Boom Tetris for your nose into a commercial.
Oh, and by the way, we do have a winner of the console.
Oh, they got it up to 2,500?
I think so. Yeah.
Ooh.
So it looks like we're ready. So are we cool to just announce the name here? Actually, I think we're going to get Phoenix to come up and actually announce it. So if Phoenix can come over here, and you're going to have to yell into one of our mics. Here, take my headset over here. Yeah, there you go.
Awesome, guys. So, first and foremost, thank you to all who not only just donated, but for being here, supporting the Stand Up to Cancer cause. We have reached the goal of $2,500 over the course of the weekend. So, incredible work. Special shout out to, of course, Scott Gray once again, K9 Threads, Ginger144, and K9 with some top donations. Thank you very, very much. And to everybody else who donated as well. Every dollar counts towards incredible causes like Stand Up to Cancer. We did a random number generator on a few people from the donations and Maturino. And the winner of the CTWC Painted and Signed console is Ian Keith.
Whoa.
So a stalwart of the community. Ian, please reach out. We'll make sure this console makes its way to you. But again, thank you very much to each and every one of you here who signed the console, who looked at the console, and of course, who saw all the amazing Tetris that we've had here today. Continues to support. Let's go top 4.
That is amazing. And we also have another amazing thing. I think we got a trailer for a documentary that's coming out soon to show you guys.
All right, let's take a look.
It's 40-year-old anniversary of Tetris.
People always think of Tetris as this eternal game that can't be beaten.
We've actually gotten really close where we could, in a way, beat the game.
I heard there was a person who was on an insanely good run. That was Willis Gibson. That was Blue Scooty.
Every tournament we go to is practice for Pasadena.
Is it Tetris or Blue Scooty? This is the craziest showdown that we've ever had.
These guys are ridiculous.
3, 2.
Wait, my CRT isn't on.
We need to get people out.
The game's code starts breaking at a certain point.
The colors start to glitch out.
You start to overload it.
Please crash.
And eventually, it just breaks.
In a developing story tonight, a Stillwater teen is the first person to beat Tetris.
Humans win!
Suddenly, he becomes the most famous Tetris player of all time.
When we came back,
Willis's father was diagnosed with a severe heart condition.
Before she even told me, I knew.
It's hard to talk about that. Like, I can't.
Tetris is a metaphor for being alive. The one thing that we all know is that you won't always be.
You don't know the pieces you're going to get. Tetris, it's very therapeutic for some people.
This is the most supportive family I have seen. They're all there cheering him on.
his community just called him in. It's just amazing what he's gone through.
One day, you will get that peace you need. You will find that success.
Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
My family and my dad.
You know what Blue Scooty is in real life? It's a giant star.
The thing about it is that Tetris is just such a well-known game that it's so easy to make a documentary like this, and just everybody knows Tetris, everybody has played Tetris, and so they can all relate to this so easily, you know?
I think the thing that movie brings out is the human element and the players, and that's not something that you get unless you build a community with a heart and the spirit that we have. And I'm just so proud of all of us. Let's give a hand to our community here for helping make such a spectacle possible. And every time I see that trailer, my heart just feels so full. And I'm so glad that we got to build this together. And now, you know, our rising star, Blue Scooty, you know, is a star of the film, but it's really about all of us and what we can do for each other.
Yeah, I mean, and clearly I don't think Scooty is a rising star anymore. He is
just
a star now. So.
I think at the time that it was being filmed, and that's, you know, sort of like, I haven't seen the movie yet, but I can't wait to see the result.
Yeah, it's truly amazing. And if you are in the New York area this upcoming week at Tribeca, from I believe that is Wednesday through Friday, you can watch the premiere. Tickets cost like $33 at the Tribeca Film Festival.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's worth it. There's a lot of us that's going to be there. I'm going to be there.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
So if you are in the area, I recommend giving it a watch.
Are you going to be able to have like a post-film panel or anything and speak to people, or? Oh, okay. Sorry.
I can't wait to see the red carpet.
I legit was just asking.
pictures.
I had no idea, so.
I guess you'll have to go and see.
Yeah, there you go. To find out the truth. All right. All right. So again, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for sticking around and watching. I mean, you're addicted at this point. I'm sure you got to see how this concludes. So much drama going on over here, but we are finally
we're closing
at
in
our
on
top
them.
4. Yep.
It's definitely interesting because, our top 16, we had just all these insane matches, tough matches too. Like one of our former world champions, Fractal, was eliminated by Blue Scooty. And coincidentally, we have our defending world champ, Alex T, having to play Blue Scooty. And because of how things played out on the other side of the bracket, with Tristop eliminating another of our former world champs, now we have a new finalist that will be guaranteed. The question is, will it be Eyeball or will it be me?
And interestingly enough, I did see a stat a little bit earlier on that actually the previous highest ranking Canadian player in CTWC was actually Eyeball in 2023, getting into top 16. And so Eyeball has definitely, we had another player, I think reached top 32 from Canada last year, but this year, look at this, he is definitely setting the record for an international player for the furthest in the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, unless we count Nenu, right? So Nenu, obviously third place the year we were online, so.
Yeah. But Kingsman is ready to introduce us to some things. So Kingsman, take it away, sir.
Thanks again, James, Chris, and Sharky. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lot of action going on all weekend, including yesterday where we had 2 other brackets that were going on. We had a silver bracket and a bronze bracket going on our CT3 and CT4 stations. So I want to take the moment here to acknowledge those 2 winners for this year's tournament. To my right happens to be your bronze bracket winner for CTWC 2025. This is the coach of Classic Tetris, T-Storm. And to my left over here is a very charismatic young man who knows how to hype up a crowd with a lot of diss tracks, including one against me. It is your CT3 Silver Bracket Champion, Tyler! T-Storm, great job yesterday there. You know, any words you'd like to give to the crowd about your tournament run?
Hard.
Indeed, yes. Thank you so much. Tyler, you know, I'm just going to hand the mic over to you. You spit your facts.
So last year I lost to a 12-year-old. It didn't feel great, and I almost withdrew yesterday because I only slept for an hour, but I decided against it because I kind of wanted to win some money because this trip was kind of expensive, and then I beat an adult in the finals. I didn't lose to a 12-year-old!
Well said, young man. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause one more time. Silver bracket champion Tyler and bronze champion T-Storm! Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, folks, we are now getting set for the introductions for our semi-final players. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for semi-final match number 1. Let's get our first introduction going. This is the reigning, defending, undisputed CTWC champion. He is, to me, and maybe to all of you, the tribal chief of Classic Tetris. Put your hands up. Give him the ones. It is Alex T! And Alex's opponent here in this semifinal is the most influential player we've seen now. You just saw the trailer for the new documentary coming out soon. This is the Tetris Game Crasher, Blue Scooty!
The fact that only one of these two gets to advance to the finals is so tough.
Yeah, I mean, again, at this point in time, any one of these matches just feels like, wait, already? But
my soul's going to be crushed no matter the result.
Exactly,
so
exactly.
We just got to endure, cheer both of them on, and I guess it's up to them. It's in their hands.
I'm also scared of what they're capable of because they got 3 of, I believe, 5 of the highest scores in CTWC history
That's
under
right.
the 39 super kill screen format yesterday.
Yep. All this weekend.
Yeah. I'm kind of scared of what we can see.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I thank you for the correction from the stats guys. Sidnev actually has been the farthest international player.
Right.
Apologies to Sidnev out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Made it all the way to the finals, yes. But yeah, Blue Scooty and Alex, and Alex doing the equivalent of the roller coaster photo where you pretend you're bored, for his intro over here. But again, that's why there's, he's got such a large fan base. Definitely a character, and very easy to root for. But Blue Scooty, I mean, it's interesting. It's kind of like the dichotomy here between the brash kind of braggadocious player and a lot more of the humble nature of Blue Scooty, going up against each other here.
But both really the epitome of a Tetris hero and superstar we see in both of them.
Yeah.
These players are getting their warm-ups situated. Of course, both of these players have their own hobbies outside of Tetris. So as you can see, Alex T, interested in rock climbing, swimming, and Blue Scooty is an amazing bowler.
And apparently, these two have fought each other a total of 9 times in tournaments over here, and apparently, or at least have played 9 sets, I should say. And Alex is actually ahead 6-3 in sets. and I guess in person. So they've played each other online, obviously, but in person, offline, Alex is 1-0, and that took place at Lone Star in 2023. However, Scooty did win the most recent meeting at CTM earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, Scooty was on a tear earlier this year. Wasn't able to make it out to too many regionals, but when he wasn't tearing it up in person, online, he was an absolute menace. He was just destroying people, especially in things like the Classic Tetris League. He was virtually unstoppable.
Well, I mean, so far this weekend, he's been unstoppable. Actually, both Scooties have been unstoppable here. And there you see the audience over there. You guys enjoying the Classic Tetris action here? That's right, shout out once again to the Pasadena Retro Gaming Expo here, the new home of CTWC. And of course, the old home, the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. We still run the Jonas Cup out there.
That's right.
So we still have a very strong presence out there. And the Portland Retro Gaming Expo always going to have a very, very close place in all the hearts of the CTW family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is our second year here, and it's like, the first year we're learning the venue and getting things in place and seeing what we can do with it, and now we're really able to capitalize it and put on a bigger and better show.
Yeah.
We'll just grow from here.
Yeah, again, excited to see so many people here enjoying this. And actually, even right next door, through one of the doors on the right side in the very back, you can just head into the actual convention.
Yeah.
You can pick up a lot of old school stuff over there, and just browse a lot of the wares there, and find a lot of the artists out there, for Artist Alley such stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we remember the sign where someone said it's coming home. Dan B raised that up.
Oh, that's right.
The sign got changed. It's staying here. But it's not
true
necessarily
yet.
true
Yeah.
yet.
One more
we still have Eyeball here.
Eyeball's
so.
still here. They should donate the sign to Eyeball's crew.
True. It's going up north.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, if Eyeball can take that, but obviously probably sitting backstage practicing right now, feeling a little bit of the nerves, but again, Scooty and Alex T is what we're gonna get here.
Yeah.
And it's like we have the last year champion trying to become the first person to do back-to-back offline since Joseph. Obviously, Dog did that online. Mm-hmm. And then we have Blue Scooty here, like I said, and maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure. He's got a lot of the attention here, as they were saying, Tristop kind of put a monkey wrench into the filming from last year a little bit,
but guess what? If Scooty can pull this off and take it all the way, they might have to change the ending of the movie, and that is awesome.
So they're just gonna
make the production company work just a little harder to get that better ending.
Do we have a film crew here?
We've got our film crew here, so yeah, let's go.
Either that, or it's gonna be one of those things, like after the documentary ends, you see that little text on the screen. Blue Scooty then went on to win CTWC.
It's not the first time it's happened either. Thor Ackerland had an ending added onto Ecstasy of Order.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Nice.
something that could be a tradition in Tetris movie history. And that's a story that's unfolding, and it's in Blue Scooty's hands to make that end, make the better ending. You have these games that have, multiple endings, and it's like, can you get the true ending?
Get the ending with all the 5 Nintendo characters dancing before the building takes off, right?
Yeah. So I'm interested in seeing how this unfolds, and no matter who wins, the story is so strong. You can't help but to root for either of them. It's just.
I mean, I was saying that even before we started the top 8. It's just like every one of these players has such an interesting story coming into here, and winning this event would be such an amazing punctuation to that story.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Everybody has stakes, and then you see their journey, and you see them fight so hard. Even just seeing Dog, fall to Tristop, and then Tristop carrying that torch got stopped by Eyeball. It's just like there's more and more investment on the characters and in that story, and your heart breaks even more when you see one have to bow out or are defeated.
Yep. But again, thank you guys for tuning in. This is, again, this match is going to be crazy here.
Yeah, get ready for a ride like you've never seen.
I mean, again, as commentators here, we're hoping this goes all 5 games, right? You know, obviously.
You want the players to show their absolute best.
Like this is a match that I wanted to happen at CTWC last year.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, there was someone that decided to put a disruption to those plans, and that of course was Tristop. But now we get Scooty versus Alex T, and it's kind of like an interesting spot because there is just so much pressure on them both, and it's different kinds of pressure. You know, Blue Scooty, you know, pressure, this documentary is coming out. He's having this amazing run. He's back to where he got in his debut. He's in this top 4. He's looking to try and make it into the finals. And then you have Alex T. He's trying to defend his world championship title, and he's going up against an incredible obstacle.
Yeah.
And so
the Tetris kid, the Tetris crasher, and you know, with the new Game Scout video coming out, getting the perfect game, that's, you know, another, you know, both of these players have been increasing their power, increasing their accolades going into this. They both have steamroller momentum coming in. Who will survive?
And it looks like they're just about ready to go at this
Yeah,
point.
we see the
get
thumbs
the
up.
thumbs up.
All right.
So where do we start, 10 or 3?
Let's do 10.
Well,
10?
hold on. It's a little bit quiet in here. Can you guys make some noise? This is the semis after all. There we go.
Yeah.
Ready to go?
Yep.
Come on, everyone, count with us.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Stress.
And I want to hear it from the crowd right now. If you are rooting for Alex T to win this, make some noise! And if you are rooting for Blue Scooty, make some noise! Definitely have a crowd here a little bit in favor of Blue Scooty right now, but unfortunately for Blue Scooty, a little bit of an awkward start here for him.
Yeah, both pieces were actually really complicated to deal with.
They're both dealing with the burns here to start off.
And you can see the little uncomfortable smile right there from Blue Scooty, knowing that this is I mean, to be fair, yeah, like you said, Alex T having trouble handling this as well because he's not even that far ahead at all.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a suffer game to start off with. So whoever navigates this dig, get back into scoring position. Look, Scooty was able to kind of, turn that into a clean roof if you can burn this off.
Alex
Love
T.
a long bar, but doesn't get that and uses a LJ to clear it instead. There we go.
Alex T able to get a couple of Tetrises on the board. Apparently, all right, the players were just too amazing that the cameras couldn't handle it. So we had
nice
to get them changed
adjustment.
real quick.
Scooty adjusted that so that the next piece could clear off that roof and then score the Tetris right after.
Man, these piece sequences are just incredibly difficult to deal with. Like, Scooty had trouble dealing with the piece sequence that was in the beginning, and now Alex T having trouble dealing with the piece sequence that he received, I want to say, like 4 lines ago.
Yeah, now they're trading back. But Alex Thatch with a dirty Tetris there, able to do a burn with a Tetris and maximize that efficiency.
And like you said earlier, you can tell when just a sequence of pieces is just not good when both of these players that are this strong have been having trouble dealing. I mean, look at that. You can kind of see them. Yeah, you can see them kind of mumbling to themselves right now about how annoying these pieces have been so far.
And it looks like the playfields are starting to stabilize. Scooty with a couple more burns to...
Yeah, got a floating tri-meter over there for Scooty for a second.
Look at this facial expression. Is he doing that on purpose?
Okay, we're clean again on Scooty's side.
224 for Alex T, 165 for Scooty.
So yeah, finally the players have neutral boards, can get ready for scoring Tetrises. That's what they want to do. That's what they're here for. Boom, Tetris for Scooty. And
oh yeah, it's going to be able to slide that J piece right in there. Beautifully done. Now just needs to find some stuff to throw into that column 9 and 10. Burn that down.
Scooty looking for an eyepiece, go over there into the left.
Yep.
And that eyepiece followed by the that's perfect.
Beautiful.
Well is open.
Ooh, nice
and
adjustment.
Simul Tetris.
Yeah, he did a last second adjustment to accommodate the L, made nice and clean, and then bang down that Tetris.
And the bits. Very nice.
Nice. So Blue Scooty playing just a little bit faster. Had to do that cleanup earlier, so stack was closer to the top, which means you do end up playing a little bit faster.
And really, ever since then, the lead. Ooh, hold on. Alex T gonna have to try, maybe go for row 2 here.
Scooty with the tuck, keeps it clean.
Yeah, at this point, there's no reason not to go for the row 2. Just needs the I bar right now. Look at this, an 18-piece out there. It is right there. And actually prepped it really nicely that he can get into column 9, but okay, finally gets an eyepiece that'll go in there.
And Scooty has brought down the gap to just under a Tetris.
Exactly.
And that's the thing. The leads in this game haven't ballooned like how we've seen up for these two players' prior opponents. It's been staying within this 1 to 2 Tetris range.
Yeah, they both have had some unfortunate burns that they'd have to do, and they've been trading that back and forth, and that's the only difference that we see here. And if you notice, both players are doing an excellent job of screen looking and knowing their status, and I think they're gauging how much aggression that they need to pour on at any given time, and that's what we're seeing here. They're managing their risks extremely well.
And despite having those awkward pieces at the beginning, you know, we've all been saying that, you know, they were having trouble at first, but look at this, 71% Tetris rate, 67% Tetris rate.
We are neck and neck.
For Alex T and Scooty, respectively. They managed to get through that beautifully, and now Scooty just needs something to slide right in there. Yep, nicely done. And, okay, is ready for the Tetris now, but again, here we go, another drought.
And yeah, both of them have to live through this.
The pace of recovery, given what they had to endure at the beginning of the game, was nothing short of masterful. And right now, it's still just separated by this less than a Tetris score.
Yeah,
going back and forth.
Scooty is definitely a little bit ahead. You saw the back-to-back Tetrises for him, and then the same two lines are going to give Alex T back-to-back Tetrises here. Yep, not going to be able to get the Tetris right there.
About to hit level 19. Both are in good shape.
And you can hear there's an exhale as he gets ready for another speed change. Still, incredibly close game as we lead into our first level 19 transition of this match.
But yeah, just a discipline, being able to see them screen look so efficiently and not, you know, misdrop or anything like that. That's how you win the championship.
Where you find the time, basically, as soon as you know you have a line clear, you can kind of glance over, because that line clear gives you just a tiny bit extra time. Oh, that was beautiful.
A lot of amazing tucks over here from Scooty.
But still going to be a little bit tougher to get through there. Yeah, you can see needs to get that hole over there, and he doesn't want to pile on too much on top of that.
Yeah, would love a long bar right now.
But
wow, this is a drought.
Wow.
This is where all aspects of the game are being tested on these players. Can they manage the droughts well? Can they continue to keep the well open and utilize the score? Alex T was able to. There's a Tetris for Alex.
And it was almost a 40-piece drought that just happened right there. And Blue Scooty, trying to play safely, didn't want to open up that well right away with an uncomfortable piece. And now, look at this S
oh my
burst.
gosh.
Look at all that. That's basically just a giant column of S pieces over there on the left.
Yeah, now Alex dealing with traffic on the board. This is going to allow Scooty to maintain a lead and expand it.
Scooty just said that they have 91 S pieces right now.
You know, the stat screen. So the players have a slightly different view than we do here for your audience. They have the old stats and Nintendo Tetris has, so they know how many pieces have dropped. And Scooty said there's 91 S pieces.
That is criminal.
Yeah, I would say that that's really sick.
But Alex getting out of that dig, and
surprisingly only down by under 2 Tetrises, despite how laborious that dig seemed.
Yeah. And now looking for that L piece, yep. And now if he can get a J piece, or maybe just rotate the S piece right in there, nice.
Yeah, very close game, actually.
We are closing in on that level 29 too.
Yeah.
But again, the consistency by which both of these players is playing is just incredible right now.
But yeah, we'll watch carefully how they handle approaching 29 because they want to have their boards in good position. That's when the real fight happens.
And I think that's where it's going to be the most interesting because what these two players have shown us this tournament is that 29 is what makes them definitely more scary than they already are.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Another one of these large columns that
both of these players,
Alex creating over there,
earlier in the tournament, were able to devastate their opponents on 29. So what will they do to each other?
Max is for both players as both players head into 29. Alex T down by Tetris. Scooty also, wow. Tetris ready. There is Tetris for both.
Okay.
Ooh, couple of missed drops over there for Scooty. Able to knock down a Tetris, but now the board has to be brought under control.
Yep. And this is where you just kind of start flattening up your board as much.
Oh, wow! See, there's that frame perfect spin.
Jeez.
That is ridiculous. But things are still. Oh no, those O's are terrible.
Okay.
And not able to really do anything. Scooty is going to top out at 1.15. Alex C is good for game one.
And Alex literally just passed over Scooty right at that moment.
That's
so
crazy.
As soon as Blue Scooty topped out, Alex could just be done, you know?
Yeah, it was being able to maintain a clean board right when that 29 hits. And Scooty wasn't able to clean up the board. Alex was able to keep it low and safe and pulled ahead right at the very last second.
Wasn't sure what Alex is reacting to over there.
I'm still kind of floored by the fact that Scooty says like 91 S's, and we were like in the middle of the post transition. What?
Wait, 125 S's?
Scooty just told us that there was 125 S's at level 31.
30 more than the rest. Jeez, okay.
That is disgusting.
I definitely want to take this opportunity here while we're in between games here. Divcast with a $151 donation and says, "You are all amazing. I wish I was there to cheer you in person." And then Tyler Riggs with a $100 donation, no message, just wants to help for, get the players some more money. And so now our total is up to $17,123.09. Remember last year we reached 22,000. So come on, guys.
Yeah.
We know we can get better than that. And we're ready for this next match.
Let's go ahead and get them counted down. Here we go in
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Tetris.
Okay.
Okay, simul Tetris.
Really clean stacking to open up with.
It's funny, I keep seeing Alex reel back like that. I'm not sure why.
Still 125 S's. I'm still hung on that.
They might be too. So hopefully this next piece set will be more agreeable, and they'll play at their best.
So far, things are rather calm. It's only a single burn that separates them.
Yeah, Scooty's got to get down to try to get into that row 5 over there. Fortunately, that eyepiece, there was the 4 completed lines, so he was able to get the Tetris in that situation. But yeah, this is a very unfortunate situation right now for Blue Scooty. See all the holes that he's got to dig through, and so when you're in this phase here, when you're in this cleanup, you also you have to look lower in your stack. Make sure you don't put any pieces on top of where the holes are even buried, because that will come back and bite you as you keep cleaning. Oh no, and now an O burst right there. More O's.
And long bars when you don't want them.
All right, yeah, just gonna go take out those, continue to clean there. Scooty, unfortunately, has not been able to get any dirty Tetrises in this cleaning sequence over here either. So is going to be falling behind by quite a
these are
bit
gonna
right
be
now.
Mostly doubles and singles here to clean it down, but looks to be almost out of this.
Yeah, and again, I know we're just at lines, around 44 here, but Scooty's percentage right now, 36%, but Alex T at 92% Tetris rate.
Alex looking at a monster game here, so Scooty's got a lot of work to do.
Oh, great stacking right here from Alex T.
Okay, Scooty ready for a dirty Tetris here.
Still waiting on this eyepiece, and comes when the well is covered.
Okay, finally, boom, Tetris for Scooty.
Dirty Tetris right there.
Not clean yet, but get that Tetris wherever you can.
Yeah, if he can clear that out right there, and then perhaps drop another eyepiece, can actually get. So the eyepiece is going to be a triple right now. So he's just taking the triple from
he's just going to clean it out.
The J piece, which is actually, genius right there. If you know you're going to get a triple, might as well do it that way. Look at that tucking right there.
Yeah. So finally Scooty in position for a clean board. Does a line spin, does a tuck, and is in position to score. Meanwhile, Alex up to an 8 Tetris lead, now 9. 200,000 points ahead.
Yeah, if you're Scooty right now, the goal is to try to stay alive, survival, and be a little bit aggressive, and then just hope that, Alex might make a mistake big enough to just get him with an early top out.
Yep, that sounds like a sound strategy going on here. Because if you take too many risks and top out, you have no chance of catching up.
And Alex has been really super consistent before we get to the kill screen. But it seems like Scooty is actually stronger after the kill screen. Obviously, he's the guy who crashed Tetris, so he definitely.
The thing is, it's more so that Scooty is just going to have to wait for Alex T to just make an inaccuracy, because even in events like Genesis, Alex T didn't have a single early top out throughout the entire tournament.
Right. Just in general, Alex almost never gets an early top out.
So it's kind of wild to think it's like you can't you're facing an opponent where you can't rely on them to make that early top out, because it's just completely uncharacteristic. It's something that barely happens with Alex T's recent play.
And 90% Tetris rate, James Chen. This is the best stuff here.
And apparently at one point in time, Alex actually achieved back-to-back game crashes. So
it was in a Discord call in CTM. only the best place where a record should be achieved. But we are closing in on that level 19 transition. 600K is well above the table for Alex T. As a matter of fact, he has already achieved that 600K.
And just for people in the chat who don't understand the Tetris rate, it's just basically every line that is burned without a Tetris takes away from your Tetris rate. So your Tetris rate is how many of your lines that you have been cleared in a Tetris.
So if you only make all Tetrises and you're going for that perfect game, you could keep 100%. That's what it would say. And at this point in the game, 88% is phenomenally high.
Ooh, kind of not really a Vitz right there.
Yeah, 5 high, so not a proper Vitz, but still going to transition nonetheless. 510 for Blue Scooty and 677 for Alex T.
Yeah, and you know that Blue Scooty is trying to play. He's actually trying to play aggressive, but he just hasn't been getting the right pieces to even do that. But now with a clean stack over here, Blue Scooty, who was down by like 10 Tetrises a little bit earlier, now down by 7 here. All right.
Right now, things are really calm on level 20. Nothing too serious going on.
Blue Scooty accidentally shifted that a little bit. One too many over there.
Meanwhile, Alex's game's just been so clean. It's going to be a great game to analyze later on, just replacements and just overall performance.
Yeah, finally able to bring. Oh great
nice.
setup overhangs over there for Scooty.
I even love the placement of that J piece just now. Okay, so finally we see a little bit of a crack in Alex's play right there, but it's, oh my gosh, got the T-spin in there. And so, yeah, Blue Scooty is trying very hard to catch up here. Has to play almost perfect at this point in time now. Both of them can obviously survive in the level 29 speed, so they've still got a while to go here.
Alex T continuing to just elevate the score, because even though the scores or Alex T's score is incredibly high, we're only at the tail end of level 23. Now we're in level 24.
Man, Scooty has just been
had
getting
to build up high there and was able to get the pieces to make that work.
And the thing about it is when you're Alex T here, actually no, he's been making a couple of misdrops over here because the lead has kind of dropped down to below 6 Tetrises now.
Scooty didn't get the shift to the left, so has to make sure that, can turn into a dirty, and does.
Nicely done.
All right, that's got to feel good here.
And that opened up the well for another one.
And look at this, below 5 Tetrises now lead for Alex T.
Yeah, Scooty has become more efficient here in the 19 speeds.
But the problem is that Alex hasn't dropped below 80% Tetris rate.
Yeah, Alex with a very efficient game overall here will be able to help him preserve the lead.
Scooty, this post transition is amazing because if I'm not mistaken, Scooty transitioned with a sub 500K transition, right?
Yeah.
So to have 955 at level 27?
I mean, he has been so consistent here, getting back into this match.
Yeah, no.
There's the max.
Yeah, max out at level 28.
Excellent pass transition.
Despite that really, really difficult start.
And deciding to go for it, and that's a Tetris and a transition
into
29.
Nice.
A setup for another Tetris, but just going to take the triple. Now Alex T will burn into 29, or maybe, going to take the triple. 1.25 to now 1.07. And just look at how clean the 29 play is from these two.
Yeah, this is critical for Scooty's momentum here. And he's doing very well here on this 29.
Oh my gosh, that tuck from Alex T. He's not going to execute a Tetris. Scooty waiting for the long bar, knocks out a Tetris as well.
Wow.
Great placement there by Scooty.
The lead has shrunk to just under 200,000 points, around 130 actually.
So if Scooty can outperform Alex in this phase, since the Tetrises are worth more, he can catch up.
There's another Tetris.
Even that cleanup sequence that Alex...
Wait, what?
Nice.
Hold on. That tuck was insane.
Wow. Scooty reduced the deficit to 63,000 points at one point.
We're now just separated by less than 3 Tetrises.
Yeah, again.
Okay, there's the eyepiece. And there's the Tetris for Scooty.
This could be one of the most incredible comebacks if Scooty can pull this off.
But Alex C is continuing to also match him Tetris for Tetris, so the lead hasn't changed. There's another Tetris for Scooty, and hits the 5-tap. But now Alex T starting to rebuild that lead. Scooty, he's setting up for a slightly dirty column 3. We're going to take the triple.
Yeah.
Trying to remain disciplined.
It's still there, but not going to get it right now.
Oh no. Scooty, wait, what?
Still alive.
And a dirty Tetris!
Still alive.
Oh my gosh! But hold on, it's not over. He needs to get pieces over. Okay.
Still alive. The pieces are coming.
Oh no, several misdrops.
He wanted to slide that under there, but he couldn't get it.
Valiant effort to catch up there, but Alex T never let up and actually increased that lead back in the end.
Wait, is Alex T, because I think Scooty got what? It was a 1.88.
That's right.
Yeah, Alex
is Alex T going for it?
In other words, he's like, not only am I going to beat you here, but I want my record back.
He has 3 Tetrises available, so wait.
You break my record.
Hold on.
1.8.
Oh my gosh, the 1.9 is possible.
Now I break you.
The 1.9
like
is
break
possible.
Your friend.
The 1.9 is here.
Oh my God. Alex T with a near 2 million points in the super kill screen era.
Wins that one with authority. Just set some records, in comp.
Scooty took his record yesterday, and then Alex T takes it right back with a 1.9.
Only 13 people have done that ever.
Oh, just not even at CTWC, just like ever, right? In any of the, wow, that's crazy. So yeah, that is officially now the CTWC record. is in the top 7 competitive scores in history, basically. For obviously the super kill screen builds here. Wow. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
1.9. I mean, what was his Tetris rate at the end? It was still like at 70% or something like that, right?
Unfortunately, I wasn't
I
paying
don't think
attention to
anybody
that. I was hoping you were paying attention to that.
That's your job.
Yeah, that's your job.
Mr. Tetris Rate, James Chen.
Oh, man.
I was kind of just too enthralled by what I was
Right,
witnessing.
of course.
Because I think it also needs to be, said, the maneuvers that Blue Scooty did throughout various points in that were absolutely ridiculous. Like all the tucks, all the spins.
Right.
I was like, how is that happening? And then all the mechanical excellence with all the 5 taps, truly phenomenal.
Yeah, just the skill on display there. I mean, so Scooty was like making a valiant attempt just to survive, and that was impressive on its own. But when you got to go against a record-breaking score like that from Alex T, what can you do?
I think they're ready
They
to go.
are ready. Game 3. Blue Scooty has to win this to extend the set. Alex T has to win this to repeat as a finalist. Everyone, make some noise.
And here we go. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! I mean, I gotta tell you right now, it really feels like Alex is a man on a mission right now. He is playing with no regard for human life right now.
Still ridiculous. But we do have a start here on our level 18. And if I'm not mistaken, also, so far this tournament, I don't think Alex T has dropped a game.
Has he 3-0'd the whole time here?
So far, yes.
All right, we'll definitely have to try to get some confirmation there. Alex T, remember that he actually won CTWC with a 1.78, and so he surpassed that. And yes, it is confirmed he has not dropped a single game. He has 3-0'd every opponent that he has gone up against.
The last run that I remember there was something like this happening in CTWC was Fractal back in 2023, where he swept me and then swept both the Arteaga brothers, and that was he swept all the way until the finals.
Well, I mean, after he swept you, he must have just felt great. He's like, oh man, I swept Sharky.
Yeah,
I'm on.
Clearly, I was the biggest threat. But so far, things have looked a lot stable. There is none of the early shenanigans that we saw early on, so now players are just kind of trying to maintain the highest level of efficiency.
And sometimes players, don't hit their hot streak until mid-match. And Scooty really picked up the pace there, post-19, post-19, and into the 29 too on that game. So if Scooty can continue that, this will be, a much closer match, despite Alex's near-perfect performance on that with a record-breaking score.
Nice J spin over there. That's actually one of my favorite ways to solve that situation over there on Scooty's board. It's going to resolve in a Tetris, and nice flat burn over there for Alex T as well.
Creative solves here for the players, keeping their play fields clean and being efficient, always keeping their well open for Tetris. Tetris for Alex. Close game so far, nothing too crazy on either end.
Yeah, both of them at 80% Tetris rate right now. So, definitely a much better start for Blue Scooty here.
Tetris for Scooty and Tetris for Alex.
Yeah, oh, nice. Just had the exact right pieces right there. But does have to clear that top line right there. You can see. And gonna do it just in time for the eyepiece.
Yeah, it's minimal burning there from Alex.
329 to now 331.
Yep, they're definitely neck and neck right now.
Neck and neck. About halfway to
Alex
transition.
T having to build up a bit high, slightly uncomfortable.
With an SZ burst right there. And yet, still in a good position. Yeah, you see right there, just goes for the cleaning right there.
Wow, just sets up some high tucks there. But it works out. Bangs down to Tetris right after.
Slightly off sync simul Tetris there. But this is so reminiscent of game one where they were just close all the way up until that 29.
Ooh.
Nice adjustment there from Alex.
That was amazing.
Making that all fit together.
And now Blue Scooty making some really crucial adjustments here. Just went for the cleaning risk right there. But that's because
those
the S burst again.
Actually, some S's here would be helpful.
There you go.
Yeah.
See, there can be good S's. It's just rare.
And Scooty opening it up. Where's that long bar?
Waiting for it. Nice skim, and there it is, Tetris for Scooty.
Yeah. Yep, now with a very clean board here, and, despite all that, Alex wasn't able to build the lead here. So it's just a small lead here for Alex.
Alex is looking to transition with 600K again.
Yeah, that consistency playing a major factor.
Of course, this is do or die for Blue Scooty.
Which is even crazy to say here, to go down 0-3.
Yeah, because if we think about earlier today, Blue Scooty, sweeping Fractal, and now he himself is on the verge of getting swept.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's the caliber of competition that we have.
And it also feels like to me, like I said, Alex feels like a man on a mission right now, but then also I'm sure he would also like to go up against Meme in the finals, try to get revenge for that Genesis defeat. Oh, nice.
Both players have reached transition. Scooty now reopens up the well. And there it is, Tetris for Scooty. 632 to now 674.
Yeah,
mostly clean going up to this point.
They're at the exact same line counts here. Well, actually, they were. So again, you can tell that they're playing on a very similar pace right now.
Getting a little bit sketchy over here for Scooty. Now is L dependent. Throws the eyepiece over.
Okay.
That's going to open up a crucial L. And those pieces
nice.
are beautiful.
Nice.
Well is open. And a Tetris. No, not one. Two Tetrises is scored.
And a triple boom right there. Because Alex getting a Tetris as well in between those.
And more squares causing some minor issues, but an L piece would be ideal to help burn that out in the cleanest way possible. And there it is, opens up that.
Wow, never got an eyepiece in there because they're in the middle of a 32-piece drought right there. But it actually worked out for Scooty in that situation because that means that Alex T wasn't able to build a Tetris during that sequence as well.
And Alex T actually running into rough pieces, so he's slowing down. So Blue Scooty currently in the lead.
And Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Scooty, extending the lead to 1.5 Tetrises. But Alex is now clean and ready to score.
And you talk about a lot of that screen watching. You can see Alex do that a lot. He just glances over really quick to see what's going on Blue Scooty's screen. Kind of gives you an indication of how aggressive you want to play.
There's a small misdrop for Scooty. Would love a certain sequence of pieces, and just like that, just clean.
Yeah. That T piece was crucial right there. Not going to be able to get a Tetris with that block, but I piece coming right afterwards.
We're approaching our max point threshold, 969 and 927. So we're looking at a max potentially in level 27 for both Alex T and Scooty.
Yeah, they're right here with each other now.
Actually, that is the max for Alex T.
Yep. And next one will score it for Blue Scooty. Long bar comes in. There it is. Boom. Tetris for Scooty. Max out. We are neck and neck.
Alex T long bar dependent there in column 3, so it's going to slow down. Oh, that adjustment. No, they're not going to set up for the dirty. Going to play discipline. And here we are.
Scooty.
We're approaching level 29.
Yeah, this is critical here. What will they do with their stacks?
Oh, good double O burn over there for Scooty. That Z piece is going to be helpful. Love an L or a J. Gets the J.
Want to get
set up for the Tetris.
Boards want to get back in shape here.
There it is.
It's kind of high. Okay, gets the Tetris.
Transition to 29 here. Scooty still has the lead.
And able to get that T-piece all the way over. Tetris for Alex T.
Couldn't get the spin.
But not critical. Is he able to clear it off?
And there it is, Tetris for Scooty. Currently in the lead by just over 1 Tetris as Alex T is getting the board Tetris ready as Scooty has a long bar dependency in column 2. And right now just looking for a way that's going to be a split burn and not able. Oh, a couple of misdrops.
And the problem is right now the lead that Scooty has, look how many lines ahead he is too, so I'm not even sure if that's a true lead.
Oh, amazing survival from Scooty.
Yeah.
Absolutely clinical precision on those 5 taps there. And oh no, not a drought right here. Not now. Able to get the 5 and boom!
Wow. Actually, simul Tetris. Alex got one as well.
Yeah, Alex retook the lead with 1 Tetris ahead.
Scooty just can't get the pieces for the most efficient setup that he's looking for.
You had to take the double there.
And ooh, okay, nice.
You saw how every time he changed the parity of that column 1, he would get the wrong LJ piece.
Okay, Tetris for Scooty.
And there was a center row Tetris for Alex T. Both players now with clean boards, but Alex T is in the lead by just about 3 Tetrises. There's a Tetris for Scooty. Trying to get set up for another. Alex T is set up for another. There's a Tetris for Alex T. Scooty hanging a piece over there to the left. Needs the long bar. Needs something. He gets it burned double. Knocks out a Tetris.
Needs to clean up now.
Now he's
at level 36. He's running out of time.
He's doing the best that he can to survive. It would throw those pieces all the way over to the left. How he's getting them over, I don't know, but it's happening. And that hang, that might be it. That might be fatal. And Scooty tops out at 1.4 million. Once again, Alex T is going to the finals.
And still remaining undefeated this weekend for CTWC 2025.
Still playing.
Wait.
He's still playing.
No, wait. Oh my God, wait, he could actually improve on the last score. He needs a bar. Come on, give him the bar.
The drought,
There's
really?
no bar. Wait. If he got that, bro.
Oh, no.
But still an unstoppable force.
What a game from both of them. Everyone, come on, round of applause for Scooty and Alex T.
Another record-breaking performance from Alex T. Eliminating Blue Scooty, but what a run and what a story.
What do you even do there? The last 2 games, Alex T scored 3.7.
The return of the flex cam,
3.7 million in 2 games.
How much did he score in the first game? What's the total of all those 3 games? That is a crazy total.
I believe it's over 5. Wait, is it? What did he score in the first game?
I forgot. My memory got wiped by the awesome Tetris action, blowing my brain out.
Yeah, but once again,
1.1.
1.1. Okay, but again,
so almost 5 million in 3 games.
Yeah, but he's got a documentary coming out. I know you guys were all rooting for him. Another round of applause for Blue Scooty! I mean, did you see him? He looked at Kingsman. It almost like he was like, "What do I do?" You know, it's just.
What do you do in that?
Right.
I mean,
just play better. That's all. It's that simple.
If only.
Man, that is a tough one because honestly, that is one of those matches that after you lose, you're just like, I did nothing wrong. I literally did nothing wrong, you know, and you still couldn't take it. That's crazy.
Yeah, Alex T playing on a whole other level now. It's actually just trying to break records just in comp. You know, why throttle when you don't have to?
You don't have to throttle. You're basically the pedal is glued to the floor.
Yeah.
Right?
No holds barred, just all out.
Oh man,
mind blowing. This entire we still haven't even reached the finals yet.
I mean, look at Scooty's expression right there. Yeah, he's just like, you know what? What was I gonna do? So I think we're ready to toss it over to Kingsman actually after a bunch of people get the photos over here. So all right, let's throw it over to Kingsman.
All right, thank you, James, Chris, and Sharky. So here it is. Yes, Blue Scooty dressed in red today. Here, one more round of applause, folks. You know, You know, Scooty, I came up here and asked you want to do an interview. You said, yeah, but right before that, you gave me a smile on your face. You said, what am I supposed to do? How do I play against that? Like, talk us through. You just played Alex a week ago, right, in the championship for his ETL. What was the difference between then and today?
I mean, Alex wasn't getting 1.8s and 1.9s consistently, so...
Because I spilled a little water.
Yeah, I think Alex is a real, just, once he, like in person, he's able to focus and play an extra level above anybody else.
Yeah, certainly. He's coming in now very red hot. He's pretty much wiped the floor. I think Vince was telling me, I don't think he's dropped a game at all today. We were kind of looking at this matchup thinking, oh yeah, this could probably definitely go to decider. And he just 1.9, 1.8. It's incredible. Obviously, a lot of buzz going on right now. We've got a big thing going on this week. The last 18 months have been quite a whirlwind. Why don't you just kind of give us your take on everything that's happened since then?
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing a lot of online tournaments and after last year's CTWC, and for a while there I was making a really good run. I feel like I've started to like falter off, but hopefully, I mean, like a CTM, hopefully I can make it back up and maybe get a few more finals losses against Alex.
You'll just join an illustrious group of people right there. You know, you got the movie coming this week, right? You know, you're heading up to New York. What are the things you want to do in New York? First time going?
Yeah. I don't know what to do. I think we have a few.
Can I suggest cheesecake? Right? Everybody knows the king loves the cheesecake, right?
All right, I'll keep it in mind.
All right, you keep that in mind there, certainly. Any final thoughts for you, Scooty?
Go eyeball. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this young man has helped revolutionize the game for us over the last 18 months. Give him one more big round of applause. It is the Blue Scooty. The film Blue Scooty, the Tetris Crash, will be appearing at the Tribeca Film Festival this coming week in New York City. If you're around there, come on down. It's going to be a hoot. I'll see you there, Scoot. Congratulations. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, so I mean, win or lose this match, Blue Scooty, star of Classic Tetris, Tribeca Film Festival next week. Sharky, you're going to be there. I am so hyped. I don't know who I'm going to find out whether, what the movie's like, but I just can't wait to see it myself.
I mean, do we know, is it how it's going to be released to the public?
Well, usually they go to film festivals and get the distribution deal from
true.
that,
Yeah.
which is that in itself is a process that I'm very interested in. I can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, and apparently, so Alex T, during that set right there, in those 3 games, just got the first and third best post-29 scores since the super kill screen was introduced in CTWC history in back-to-back games. So in 2 games in a row, he got the first and the third highest CTWC score ever.
To quote Blue Scooty, what do you do?
Yeah. You applaud and, you just say good games and just keep practicing. That's what you do.
When the bar is raised, people step up eventually, practicing more, getting better, getting good, and being able to match that down in the future. You inspire your rivals, and that's what we see going on there. And next time, Scooty can come back bigger and better. It's been a busy year, so, depending on how things are, pan out.
Right.
Then,
do we know what the absolute perfect high score is if you just got Tetris all the way to level 39 by any chance?
It's around 2.5 million.
2.5.
If I'm thinking correctly.
Yeah, 2.5 million, and he got 1.9.
Yeah.
1.9.
And that's only if the pieces agree with you, because if it doesn't give you enough long bars, you're not making
Right,
that
of
score
course.
no matter
Yeah,
what.
yeah, uh-huh.
So you might even have to do analysis on the seed that was run in that particular set.
Especially if it gives you, 130 S
Yeah,
pieces?
if you get 90 S pieces by level 23.
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, for all we know, Alex T could have maximized, pretty much as possible
Okay, so
for that piece set.
Apparently, yeah, the perfect game is around 2.6 million, like under 2.6 million, and currently the world record is 2.132 million in an actual match right now. So, yeah.
But right now they're.
But that was only just one of the semifinals.
Yeah, just one of the semis.
Yeah. So.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, we have another semifinals match coming up here, and we know who Blue Scooty is rooting for, but of course that match that's coming up will be Eyeball versus Meme.
Yes, Eyeball versus Meme.
And honestly, I feel like both of these players, you know, just want to have their chance to go at Alex T. So there's going to be a little extra motivation, I feel like, for this match here.
Yeah, extra motivation and maybe even a little bit of intimidation because, I mean, I'm intimidated by someone that can score 1.9 and a 1.8 in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
And what's funny is, you know, I would look at the Opox game and it was just like, well, what could you do? And that was against Blue Scooty. And then you look at Blue Scooty against Alex T. And it's like, what can you do? It's crazy.
Well, remember, Meme, as you mentioned, Sharky, that she had an undefeated streak at Genesis, right?
Oh.
And so, you know, Alex T has an undefeated streak so far. You know, Meme, I'm sure, would love to be the one to spoil that.
Yeah, but we'll have to see. And I think it's really interesting now that you mentioned that because Alex T is also the #1 seed. And think about it. Since Fractal was like the last person in CTWC to have like an undefeated streak up until the finals, that means it was never done by a #1 seed.
Ooh, okay.
So imagine the potential of the #1 seed having a flawless tournament.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's going to be the perfect run for the perfect game.
Yeah, the most max outs during quals, and then just being completely undefeated all the way to the championship. I mean, you can't top that basically at that point, right?
I don't know how you would. How would you progress after that?
What do you do?
Yeah. What do you do?
That is the quote for today so far. You know, just what do you do?
Yeah, and I think that there's just one more match for Alex to determine that too. So it's figure out who's going to be, you know, either the victor or the victim.
Indeed.
And it's interesting too, because you know the way that Alex has been playing. I mean, you could see it in his facial expressions. You know, after he wins, there's just he is pumping himself up.
That's power.
You know?
That's confidence, and that will serve you far. You know, that will take you there.
Yeah. Oh, we got more gummies.
Oh, more power bears.
Yes, more power bears.
I don't know if I want to break my diet.
Well, I mean, I just want to see if I can cut this open and get a Tetris in my nose. That's good.
It's a very delicate procedure. You have to
Is
do it.
Is it really?
Because the thing is, what I do is I do it so that you can still use the seal.
Right.
For the reclosable seal, and then you can just squeeze the air out.
So I mean, why not just like seal it like this right now before you open it, and then open it, and then. Anyways, you know what? Let's throw it over to Kingsman, shall we?
Next player intros, take it away.
All right, thanks, guys. Before we get started with the second semifinal, we just want to take a moment here to acknowledge all the people that have done so much to make CTWC happen. It does take a village to make all of this magic go through. So I just wanted to make sure all of you acknowledge all these hard-working people behind the scenes. So if you've been working on our production crew, if you've been working as our OBS technicians, our NTC techs, our volunteers, anybody involved in staffing, to whether you were a bracket judge, a qual rep, anything you were doing, and you are part of this, stand up and be acknowledged for all your hard work, because without you, there is no CTWC. All right, now that we got the mushy stuff out of the way, let's get to business because the next matchup is fire. Let's get introductions going. First player to be introduced is the megastar of Classic Tetris, ready to stomp on through and take down the champion. This is Meme! And the opponent, coming all the way from Vancouver, Canada, representing the Super Mario speedrunning community, wants to be the king of Tetris. This is Eyeball!
Love to see the friendly handshake before the match over there.
Wow, look at that. The whole contingent.
Yeah. And you can see, obviously, Eyeball with the loudest cheering group over here. I think everybody at home can hear that through the mics.
Both these players are super fan favorites, too. So
yeah.
this is going to get loud.
This is going to be a very loud match.
And I'm all here for it. I just love all the unique walkouts, all the personality that's being shown, the bits that people are committing to. But man, that, not gonna lie, that had a lot of aura.
Oh yeah.
All right, so again, this is the other side of the semifinals bracket here.
Yep, we get to find out who will face Alex T after that amazing play.
Yeah, and again, Meme was able to defeat Alex at Genesis, and Eyeball right now wants to be the first player to be able to take the trophy away from not just Canada and Texas, but from the U.S. completely.
Yeah.
It is definitely possible, but
that prize, right, to be the first international player to take the trophy away from America is, you know, that's a path not tread yet, and Eyeball is in position.
By the way, I just got some clarification. The world record is 2.132 million in general, so not even just in a tournament, setting, just in general. So yeah, Alex T was just right under that.
Still ridiculous.
So apparently the world record for actual competition is a low 2 million. But for CTWC, that was for sure a record.
Yeah, on the biggest stage we have.
Mm-hmm. And there you see the first and second place trophies. Again, the lore behind that is they were originally T pieces and changed to J pieces in honor of Jonas Neubauer. Again, we all miss you, Jonas, so much. So I love that gesture, turning the trophy into the J pieces.
Jonas Neubauer setting the standard for sportsmanship and class and positive competitive spirit here in the CTWC.
Also, as you can see, $17,325. We're still 5,000 short of the 22,000 we got last year.
Yeah.
So guys, we only have 2 more matches here to be able to catch up to that amount.
And definitely the quality of the play here and the drama unfolding, I'm pretty sure it exceeds last year's already. So let's make those Matcherino numbers reflect that.
All right. See if I can get. Oh, okay. Thank you, Henry, for getting that Matcherino link into the chat. Appreciate it. And so yeah, so let's get this prize up there. And again, to reward these players for just absolutely putting on the most intense CTWC top 48. I mean, I'll just say the entire gold bracket
We've
here
still got a couple of matches left,
seen.
and it's already just blown my mind and exceeded all expectations.
Yep. All right. We see the crowd over here. Nice shot from the back of the room over there. Everybody in the audience, if you're enjoying the Classic Tetris World Championships this year, make some noise! That's what I like to hear. This has been such an incredible event, and we've got 2 more matches to go still.
Yeah, 2 more matches. Alex T guaranteed to walk away with some more hardware. And
shout
out to Hank Rogers.
Shout out to Hank Rogers and the Tetris Company sponsoring us every year. Couldn't do it without you, Hank. Love you.
Looking so stylish in that Tetris jacket there.
Dan V is staying here. It looks like Dan V doesn't want Canada to be the first to be the international winner here.
I think I saw Buildwill had one of those Tetris jackets, right, as well. Where do you get one of those? I need one. Anyways,
You got the
I
thumbs
think
up.
they're ready to go. And here we go. Are we going to start from 10?
Yeah, let's
Sure.
start. Why not?
Okay. All right. So starting from 10, everybody, here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Tetris. And we're getting that crowd noise here. Definitely gonna be the loudest match
We've got
of
the,
this tournament.
We're getting the White Stripes chant in here.
You know, I think this is the loudest it's been since that one Eric ICX versus Fractal year.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
That one got pretty loud too, but this is starting to match that.
I remember that there was like some other groups that were still in the venue, and they were like playing the songs that we kept referencing and stuff.
Yeah. No, I remember.
Through the Fire and Flame. That was still one of the craziest matches. That one long game, because Through the Fire and Flames played and ended, and they were still going.
That was before we had the super kill screen, of course.
And we didn't know when it was going to end. Oh, eyeball with a mischief there, but nothing he can't handle to burn this down.
Just a couple of burns. But
Yep. Just like that, all set up again for a
Yep.
Tetris.
Sometimes it's, a big skill acquired and being able to efficiently cover up for your mistakes, and, it looks just like it never happened. But just with those burns, me being able to open up a lead now of 2.5 Tetrises. There's that crowd, yep. Got the clashing, chanting going on. There you go. Eyeball says, let's go, boys. And with that, I believe we have exceeded the crowd noise that Portland tournament had back when it was Fractal and Eric ICX.
I love it. I love hearing the passion from the crowd.
And this passion, that's the word, the passion, the crowd, just loving what we do. And loving what these players are doing now. Boom, Tetris or Eyeball, neck and neck.
Yeah, separated by a double in terms of worth of points, but Eyeball, wow.
Yeah.
All those pieces just had nowhere else to dump them.
Again, that was kind of one of those, you were pushing for a certain piece and it just wouldn't come, and you're like, I'm gonna keep pushing for it because I don't want to put those all over there on the side for no reason,
Yeah, it looks like Eyeball's just gonna burn these off the top.
Yeah, it's gonna get
Nothing
at least set
fancy.
himself up for the row 2 Tetris here.
Yeah.
And so he can just build off of that at this point. Unfortunately, that eyepiece was just one too early, but another eyepiece came right away. Oh, is he going for a...
Column 5.
Oh,
No.
okay, no.
Nope. Eyeball says no.
Nope.
Nope.
Meme has taken the lead, though. Eyeball with that unfortunate having to put all that weight on that right-hand side earlier. Just ended up falling behind just around 3.5 Tetrises. But also Meme having to do a burning of at least 3 lines.
Yeah, it seems like a similar story where, the piece set just wasn't agreeing, and then you end up dumping them in a place that caused you to have to do some burns.
There it is, Tetris for Meme. Nice adjustment over there from Eyeball.
Okay, Meme setting up a little bit of a clean over there on the left side, and yeah, that was so nice. That was beautiful right there from Meme. Really, really smart placement.
Tetris for Eyeball.
just waiting on this J or I piece and is refusing to show. Now he swapped to dependency.
Yeah.
No, brings it back. Still would like a J or an S piece.
He's like, I have to give up that.
There it is. There's the J piece. Just several pieces too late.
What I love is it looks like both players are having a lot of fun up there, and some of the best performances we've seen have been these matches where they're relaxed and having fun and still able to perform.
Interesting little multiple rotation that we saw there from iDrop earlier. And every time I think about one of the matches where people are having a lot of fun and having a good time, I always think back to that Joseph versus Green Tea match.
Yep, that's a good one.
Funny, I watched that at my hotel earlier today before I came here.
Really?
Yeah, because it was just such a historic match.
It's such a good match.
Yeah. I think, just the vibes that you get from watching matches like that, that's the reason why a lot of the players of this generation that you're seeing here excel, why they got into it, why they started watching and getting good at the game.
And again, it's so funny because you watch that match and we're, Okay.
Even memes a little bit, Sean, like, wait, you actually can misdraw?
But yeah,
So, no.
I mean, you watch that match and it's just like...
wait, we're actually kind of close to transition.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they really just burned their way to level 19 there.
All right, and Eyeball's going to open up the well, waiting for a long bar for a Tetris. And there it is, Tetris for Eyeball.
Beautiful, beautiful management of those pieces from Eyeball.
So Mima ahead by 3 Tetrises.
Oh, the Viz, that is so aggressive, but so worth it. Look at this. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Nice clear there.
Boom, Tetris for Eyeball. And right back at you. Boom, Tetris for Meme.
And there it is. There's another one for
Boom,
Eyeball.
Tetris for Eyeball. And boom, Tetris for Meme.
Tetris for Eyeball.
This is this is some clean Tetris scoring here, and the crowd loves it.
These, wow, SOS. Yeah, because this board definitely needs some help. These pieces, a J piece would be ideal. Nice adjustment. What a pullback.
Wow. Yeah, so at this point in time, Eyeball needs to find a way to clear through here.
Both players experiencing issues on level 22.
Yep.
Eyeball making multiple split-second adjustments.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
The double J and the Tetris to follow.
Even a Meme nodding her head in
Meme
approval.
with a staircase.
Holy. Okay, all right.
What was that? Is that like intimidation, like maneuvers there from Meme?
The S Pentuck to resolve a misdrop. Ridiculous. And we're still separated by just under 2 Tetrises. Like, the lead really hasn't changed despite all this drama that's been going on.
I know. This is going to be such a fun match to watch on the replay. Like, what they're doing is a showcase of what's possible here.
Listening to the crowd chanting "boom" all day reminds me of that little girl that got famous here.
I'm not sure if she's it has to be in Portland for that to happen. But okay, Eyeball now having to do some clears to get rid of those holes.
Those placements. Those are actually going to work out nicely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Tetris ready. Meme is Tetris ready at this point. Yeah, just does a safe little burn there, but boom, Tetris for Meme.
Tetris for Eyeball.
Oh, great pieces for Meme. Wow, exactly.
Boom, simul Tetris.
See, that time we got both the crowds working.
Yeah. Yeah, and Meme with that Tetris did max out, as you can hear the cowbells out there.
Nice burn over there from Eyeball.
Kingsman is very happy.
We are closing in on that level 29. Meme has extended the lead slightly. With wow.
Nice. Beautiful job from Eyeball right there to set up a Tetris and just in time.
Let's see if they're locked in, because level 29 is here. Boom, Tetris for Meme, getting the level 29.
Almost a 150,000 point lead.
Boom, Tetris
double
for
max
Eyeball.
out, double kill screen.
Yep. Now, of course, just the thrill screen here.
Hold on, a long bar dependency in column 4.
Oh, that was a nice burn.
Beautiful
That's a
burns
triple.
from Eyeball.
Yep, and right there. Not
Trying to
quite
get-
set up for a Tetris, but
Oh, nice. Getting those pieces all the way over to the left.
Both are set
Great
up.
skim.
Wow.
Great skim. Meme's in trouble. Gets the long bar for a Tetris, and so does Eyeball.
Eyeball in better shape. Meme's gonna have to clear some down to get back to the bottom.
And another Tetris for Eyeball. The deficit shrinks more. Meme's in trouble, though. Needs to throw pieces over to the right, burning it down line by line, piece by piece, and making headway.
nicely done.
3 Tetris difference. Boom, Tetris
Nicely
for Eyeball,
done.
reducing it.
And Meme looking for ideal pieces, but
Oh,
those
he's
miss drops,
getting back
those
at
are going to be
chase.
fatal.
Couldn't get
But
it.
hold on.
Now, chase down
Eyeball with a couple
situation.
of miss drops as well.
All right, so we're
And-
in a
oh,
chase
no.
down.
2 Tetris chase down.
Okay, here we go.
That left side. Can't
Left
get the
side.
5
Get
down.
over there.
Oh,
so
taps out at that
close.
point. Yeah, misses that one and
What a
taps
finish.
out. But a great first game here, and game number 1 goes to Meme. And you know, one of my favorite things about this is during the match, you can see them just talking to each other.
Yep.
You know,
They're definitely, in the groove here, and they definitely playing their best that they could there. That was an amazing finish.
now the players trying to make sure they hydrate, as you'll see in the Twitch chat often. Make sure everybody watching, you guys hydrate as well. But again, what a first game.
I'm just running off adrenaline. I could shrivel up and have no water whatsoever, and I'd just be like,
Hey, if I have water in here, I'm just gonna spill it around the laptop, so I gotta be careful. So, as soon as Alex T missed that one line bar to try to get that 1.9 again, I jumped out of my chair and I just shot water everywhere, and I was like, oh boy.
Still, what a game, and I freaking love the energy in this room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's back. It's here.
And you know what I love about it too is that they're cheering the booms, but in between it, they are so intense and concentrating, and you can hear a pin drop. But don't let us hear a pin drop right now in
They're
this
ready.
countdown. 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Tetris. Crowd loves it. Okay, so Meme building off row 3 here. A little more elevation than we're used to seeing. But doing some smart clears here. Gets a dirty Tetris. Wow, what a way to do that, to eliminate the problem. But it's still there. It's means she's still building off of row 3. Might turn that into it got turned into a dirty. Nice adjustment there.
The column 9 placement.
Yeah, Tetris for Meme. Not afraid to play a few Minos off the board. Oh, gotta look for a tuck there maybe.
Yes, finds the tuck.
And
the
another
Tetris
dirty
will be scored.
Tetris. Yes.
And you can appreciate the little nod of approval from Eyeball. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Another Tetris for Meme, but Eyeball up to a Tetris and a half lead. More adjustments. I mean, some of them look almost unnecessary, but it's so cool to see them work out. Nice tuck.
And Tetris for both.
93% Tetris rate, 94 now for Eyeball. Meme at 69% Tetris rate. Hey now, James Chen. And the booms ring out from the crowd.
Last game, there's a lot of energy that was going on in the room on 29, just a little bit of retrospective. And possibly, one of the things that might have thrown off Eyeball is just the sudden top out from Meme. Because, normally you hear the commentators and you hear the crescendo is they're getting up higher and higher. But then Meme, it was kind of just all of a sudden, and it looked like even Eyeball was caught off guard.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're keeping mental track of your opponent, that can actually be disruptive, especially if it's a change from what you've been used to during the rest of the match. 96% Tetris rate. Eyeball is just maximizing efficiency here. And some holes forming. Really trying to optimize. Sometimes that'll happen, and didn't quite work out there. It's gonna have to do some burns to get rid of these.
Looking for ideally a J piece. Actually, that O piece to help convert it.
Yeah.
Works out nicely.
Wow.
Nice adjustment.
And yeah, we'll open that right back up.
Tetris ready, and it seemed like there wasn't a well-timed long bar for Meme. Oh, well, of course there wasn't, because there was a drought.
Yep, both players experiencing it and not able to cash in. There it is, and boom, Tetris for eyeball. Boom, Tetris for Meme. Nice line spin from Meme.
We are just about over halfway through the level 18 pre-transition. Tetris for eyeball.
Yeah, I'm really getting echoes of the Boom Girl from Portland. It's just the same timing and the same enthusiasm, so I love it.
Keeping that spirit alive.
Yeah, it's part of our history.
Eyeball just not able to find that L, but I like the way that he tried to resolve that by not creating an eyepiece dependency.
Yep.
There we go. But oh yeah, you see that last second change right there. But the problem is it keeps creating that 2x2 gap. But the O piece right there is going to help a lot, and actually is going to open up. Boom! Tetris for eyeball.
Those are some of the kindest O pieces I've seen all tournament long.
Oh, I like that setup right there for the J piece on the left side.
Yeah, I mean, both
from
these
eyeball.
players are, they're clean now, but they're making these little adjustments that really make their playfield more accommodating. It's just beautiful to see.
Mm-hmm.
Less than 10,000 points is what separates them.
Neck and neck.
Yeah, and Meme right now looking for something that she can drop into those, column 1 through 3, and just not getting the good pieces for that.
And that same sequence is hitting eyeball now.
Oh, yeah.
So look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
What is up with all these S's and C's?
SC. That's all we've got right there.
Yeah, it's like the piece.
Oh my goodness. What is happening?
It is not stopping.
Getting
What
that
the
over.
heck?
Oh, nice adjustment over there. Great adjustments over here from eyeball.
Yeah, and from Meme as well.
These are next level adjustments. I mean, the game seems to be, very belligerent.
That honestly deserves a round of applause from both.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal.
Both Meme and eyeball defying the RNG.
And that was transition too.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Eyeball already transitioning over here. Meme is going to transition right now as well.
Eyeball having to do some down stacking. Meme with the cleaner board, even though on row 2.
Yeah, but you can see right now, less than a Tetris separating them. Definitely neck and neck right now.
And eyeball was looking for a way to solve that. Couldn't necessarily find it. And sometimes you do run into those puzzles, given that this is a puzzle game. You do run into those puzzles that you just don't know how to solve.
Boom, Tetris for Meme.
Yeah, looking for the J. There we go. Yeah.
Now.
But look at this. Eyeball wants to drop.
Oh, good flat
okay,
burn.
That was nice. Doesn't even try to go burn that. He wants to fill that up. So.
That's beautiful.
Oh, nice.
And the long bar to reward.
Boom.
For eyeball.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are just.
And now Meme, same thing. Boom. And now back to the row 1. Back to a neutral board. Meanwhile, eyeball still trying to get there. Going to be able to do that with the eyepiece. Now just needs one more eyepiece. And there it is. Boom. Tetris for eyeball and boom, Tetris for Meme.
And another Tetris for eyeball.
Yep, again, just a second ago, less than 2,000 points separating them.
Boom, Tetris for eyeball. Boom, Tetris for Meme. So between the creative solves and the constant Tetrising here, this is just a fun match to watch. Ooh, look at that solve.
Meme set up
Meme not too happy. And a misdrop also from eyeball. And the drought's going to hit both of these players hard. Wait, whoa, what?
Boom, Tetris for eyeball.
Okay, that is insane. And the burns are going to work out perfectly for both players because Meme
Yeah,
opens it up
look
and
at
knocks
there.
out Tetris as well.
Nicely done, both
Tetris
players.
for eyeball. We are neck and neck.
And again, look at that, less than 10,000 points separating the two players.
Those were some tough pieces.
Yeah, in a drought too, so.
But all said and done, I mean, that stack is not that bad. He was able to manage it well. Unfortunately, that was only a triple right there, but
Gets
boom!
the dirty Tetris.
Dirty Tetris. And even in that sequence there, Meme was unable to, build up a significant lead.
Separated by just over 1.5 Tetrises. Closing in on the max out over here for Meme. 2 will get.
And also closing in on level 29.
Yeah.
Both players set up identical overhangs and consequentially got punished for it.
Yeah, both of them having a little bit trouble navigating through this.
Yeah, so with level 29 coming
Where
soon,
are
who
the
will
S's
clean up their
now?
board? Meme is.
Where's the eyepiece now?
Oh,
There it is. Tetris over there.
Tetris.
And now Meme burned all the way back down. Got the clean board just in time for the transition.
And so did Eyeball. Both players now on level 29 speeds. Eyeball is Tetris ready.
And boom, Tetris or Eyeball in the 29 speeds. 971, behind by 1 Tetris.
And just like that, Eyeball takes the lead and the max, but hold on, that left side. That is a 5-tap that must be hit. And the long bar is nowhere to be found, so now Eyeball stacking up high, no long bar.
Oh, that's going to be
there it is, that's a triple.
Okay. He can still survive. Does not after that long bar right there. And there Meme takes game number 2. And she wasn't even aware. She was so focused on her match. I think she only could tell once she heard us talking about it.
But
and
yeah,
there it is.
That game, they were just right beside each other up until that very end. And it's not like Eyeball wasn't trying to survive there. I mean, what we saw, in the survival skills there was definitely enough to do it. It's just sometimes the pieces just don't work out.
Mm-hmm. In the end, the RNG is still a factor. And now we are having our intermission where we are watching the beautiful dance of Meme at the table.
as our best judge, or one of our best judges, head judge Zempro, gets things situated, making sure everything is fair.
All right. So again, it would be crazy to say that we had 2 semifinals with Meme, Eyeball, Blue Scooty, and Alex T, and have 2 3-0s? Is that what we're going to actually have here?
That could be the case, and that could be a huge factor in the momentum.
Yeah. It's going to be kind of crazy here,
And
but we're getting the thumbs up, so here we go.
Ready? In
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Yeah, so can you imagine that?
Oh, wow. Both set up the same adjustment.
Yep, identical boards right now.
Oh.
Okay.
Denied.
He did that on purpose. All right. We can kind of hear what they're saying.
Yeah, they're definitely talking to each other here.
And the second long bar is, there's the drought counter starting to tick.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of these games that have just been starting with a drought, just like right from the get-go to just make everybody miserable here.
Yeah, that's really what it feels like. That's almost like an intentional thing. The game is mocking them and saying, here, take this. How do you like them apples?
There's an eyepiece.
Okay, finally open, and there we go. Boom! Tetris for Eyeball, and boom! Tetris for Meme. But as you can see here, Meme was able to navigate those pieces a little bit more smoothly there, has a better Tetris rate. But again, very early at 21, you could easily get yourself back up.
Yeah, missed rotations there from Eyeball, and
just kind of Z pieces that not really sure where to place them.
Okay. Yeah, it needs a T piece now, but not gonna go for it. Yeah, had to shift that because he didn't want to. If he had placed it where he was gonna place it originally, there would have been no spot for the O piece.
Just looking to try and burn this down. And finally gets that eyepiece. Helps get rid of that awkward formation on the left.
Meanwhile, Meme has opened up a lead.
Oh,
about 3.5 Tetrises.
Yeah, can't even get a Tetris at that point. And he's gonna block the right side over there to keep trying to build through here. I did like that burn though. That was actually really sick. But that didn't clear a line.
Yeah, these Z's have been just so problematic for Eyeball.
Dude,
someone needs to tell RNG to wake up.
Dude, S and Z's all day.
Yeah.
What is happening here? And it's always the S and the Z. When he wants one of them, the other one is the one that's bursting.
Okay.
Looking for a J. He's asking for the J, finally gets it.
Yep. So now at least he set up for a Tetris here, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Eyeball. Meme also is trying to clear out her stack right now. You can see trying to get into that gap on the right side. And actually does look like she's going to go for the dirty Tetris.
Might go left well here.
Yep. And there it is, the eyepiece, and boom, Tetris for Meme. And yeah, there we go. Beautiful is gonna beautifully transfer the well over to the right side.
Yeah, operating from row 2 now.
Tetris or Eyeball.
Great timing on that J piece.
Yeah, and Meme creating herself a dependency on the eyepiece, but she's gonna get it right there, and gonna be Tetris ready at this point. Eyeball also Tetris ready, but doing it from row number 2, and boom, Tetris for Eyeball. And boom, Tetris for Meme.
Eyeball also set up for another Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Eyeball. So that's going to help a lot.
Oh, nice adjustment right there. Allows Eyeball to get Tetris ready and kind of decrease the deficit, even though there is a line separation between them.
All right, Meme right there just getting great pieces.
And Eyeball's all the way down to the bottom.
And yeah, the deficit now only 8,000 points, so Eyeball definitely caught back up.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, going for the triple over there.
Meme just looking for the right pieces to burn this out. Finally able to open up the well. Both players now waiting on the next long bar.
Yeah, despite the starts, you can see right now
Tetris or Meme and boom, Tetris or Eyeball.
The Tetris rates are much closer than they were at the start of the match here.
And we're getting a little bit high, so Eyeball's going to commit to the triple or the 3-line burn.
Yeah, missed out on a couple of long bars there.
And once again, another untimely Z. And now this is, oh wait, that's a great burn.
Yeah. Oh,
and finds the adjustment.
Yes. As soon as I saw that O piece, I was like, okay,
that O.
Gotta get that adjustment there. And actually, it's just gonna keep burning down. Stay a little bit safer. Where's
and there it is. Tetris for Eyeball. And another Tetris for Eyeball.
Yeah, something about the way Eyeball is stacking is, delaying the need for the long bars, and then when they do come, he's able to cash in multiple in succession, and that's what you're seeing there, and that's why the score is only 4,000 points. Eyeball taking the lead, although ahead in lines by about 15, so perhaps not a true lead.
Yeah, actually, I think if Eyeball can play perfectly from this point forward and catch up. Oh, I'm sorry, Meme is the one that's behind in lines. Sorry.
About to reach the level 19 transition. And you do got to, of course, give props to Eyeball for recovering so much of the pace despite having the start that was
had. It's been raining Tetrises ever since. And we're about to cross over into level 19. There we go. That's
W production. W production. Love you guys.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Gotta see a nice shot of that crowd.
But what we like would be a nice long bar right now.
Where?
And oh no, the dig is up high. The long bar burns one line.
That was a bad transition. Hopefully, Eyeball can...
wait, that was a genius flat burn. Hold on, that might actually help save things. But
no! And it's just such an unfortunate situation. The pieces did not fall into place at for Eyeball at that point.
Yeah, flying close to the sun at transition there, up too high, and causing almost what felt like an early top out for a player of the caliber of Eyeball.
But once again, a huge round of applause to Eyeball and Meme for a fantastic semifinals match.
Dun, 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 dun.
And guess what? That means your prediction, both players getting a perfect streak into their...
That's right, yeah. Well,
or coming off of a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't. She definitely dropped some games earlier in the tournament, but she is the one that is going to advance forward. So for now, I mean, between this match, between those two, she is the teacher right now, and Eyeball will remain the pupil.
Oh my
But
God.
great job to Meme here. You can see she is going to get her grand finals match again against Alex T, who she defeated at Genesis. But again, another round of applause for Eyeball, everybody. From up north, from our neighbor in Canada, great play, well done.
Amazing energy all around, too.
Yeah, that was great to hear the crowd really get into it that match. And, you know, if anything, it's almost like the loss of the crowd cheering for Eyeball is, you know, one of the things that we're not going to have now in the finals. And, oh well.
I mean, I don't know. All right, hey, Eyeball crowd, you guys going to cheer during the finals?
Yeah, let's go.
We'll actually, it'll be interesting to see who they cheer for, too, because, you know, will they cheer for Meme, who now carries the torch that Eyeball would have?
Or would they cheer for Alex T to get revenge on Meme?
Yeah, for vengeance.
Yeah,
So,
picks up the flag again.
the flag, yeah.
And I think, are we ready to throw to Kingsman over here to get some words from Eyeball? I believe so. Let's toss it over to Kingsman.
Thank you, James, Chris, and Sharky. Here we are with Eyeball, ladies and gentlemen. Eyeball, man, I've known you for a while. You've been playing in a lot of the online tournaments that we've been doing. I started out as a tapper, I believe, back in the day, and one of the things I've always remembered is your enthusiasm, you know, just love for the game and how you get into it. Tell us how the live events have been really fueling you and getting you excited.
I mean, okay, first of all, my voice is absolutely gone from this weekend, so that's the first thing. But I will say this. The whole point of Tetris is to have fun, right? And there's nothing more fun than being here in front of a massive crowd with a bunch of awesome speedrunners right here. Shout outs to the SMB crew.
You got yourself quite a crowd that's over there. They're hanging out. Are they mostly from the Mario community?
Pretty much all of them. Shouts to Niski, who got a 454 live today, so congratulations to him. Whoa. But yeah, pretty much everyone there is a Super Mario Brothers speedrunner, and that's how I got into retro gaming in the first place. It was initially, shouts to Game Scout. If it wasn't for his videos, probably wouldn't have gotten into this game. So thank you so much, Scout.
Now let me ask. So obviously you're very prolific in Super Mario, and obviously top 4 now in CTWC. What are the differences between the competitive aspect between both?
Well, with me, there's a lot of players that are amazing at stacking, amazing at playing on 29. For me, it's the mental game that pushes me above. Like Tristop in the interview summed it up perfectly. It's just, I have the better mental game, and that's what it came down to. I'm out here, I'm having fun on the stage. There's absolutely zero nerves for me, and that's what I love about it. I love playing in front of the crowd. I love the cameras. Love all you guys. Thank you so much for coming up here and watching some Tetris. Thank you.
I think you just exploded your fame even further than what we got. I'm going to ask your homies, why don't they come on up and celebrate with you on your Final Four appearance. Guys, come on up. James, Chris, Sharky, we're going to throw it back to you guys.
What a moment.
Oh, they're carrying him on the shoulders. This is what you love to see. And for sure, Eyeball.
The spirit of competition and friendship, camaraderie, sharing these awesome moments together, win or lose. Looking at this, you wouldn't even think that Eyeball lost. Everybody wins. Yeah. Everybody wins when you've got friends like this. This is why I come to these. Ever since I was a kid, and made the best friends in my life through competitive gaming. And you know what's funny? When I got into my first video game tournament, was a Hawaii State Nintendo Championships, and guess what the game was? It was Super Mario Brothers. So I went from Super Mario Brothers to Tetris, just like Eyeball did. So I could totally relate to, doing this. I did like a speed run back before they called it that.
Right.
And the contest was like, get the farthest you can with the highest score. So I beat the game, back, 7 minutes sounds like crap now, but, back in 1988, 1989, when I did it, you beat the game in 7 minutes and get a high score, that's still pretty good. So Super Mario Bros. Was my first competitive game, and Eyeball came from that gaming history, so that's really cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. And, clearly the way that he was playing, the words that he just gave to everybody over here, very charismatic. He definitely got a lot of new fans here in the CTWC community, or in just the Classic Tetris community.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really great job for him.
And when players from other games like Super Mario Brothers see Eyeball rise to the top here in our esport, that gets more eyes on us. So, having that synergy, extending our reach to other competitive communities, I love to see that.
Yeah, we need more eyeballs on us.
Oh.
Keep booing. No, I'm just kidding.
Why are you booing? He's right.
Yes.
Bring it on. No, I'm just kidding.
He's out of line, but he's right.
But now that means that we do have our finalists officially decided. Meme, who just got through Eyeball, and then Alex T, the defending world champ, currently undefeated in any game today or yesterday, and with the highest qual that we've seen in CTWC.
Setting
history.
records in comp like we've never seen before on just this incredible tear, the likes of we've never seen anything like it, and it's going to be history in the making.
Imagine how, I know I keep saying this, but the amount of aura that Alex T got. So first, he's almost broke his record from the finals yesterday, right? And then Blue Scooty stole it from him. He defeated Blue Scooty and stole his record back. What?
Definitely a very Bolo Young energy from Bloodsport, right? Break my record. Now I break you. But then he broke the record as well.
If you even go back to quals, his run has just started, from the very beginning in quals, getting 16 and high kicker. And you're allowed to get that kicker. He actually, max, and then made the kicker, and then he continued to get maxes after that. And that's about as good as you could ever ask for.
Yeah, but again, thinking about this weekend here, thinking about where we're at with Classic Tetris, the fact that the person at the bubble, basically at the bottom of the gold bracket, had to get 4 max outs just to make it into the gold bracket. Because even just, maybe a couple years ago, you could still make it in there even without a single max out. But it's now 4 max outs. And so, like you said, the silver bracket is full of sharks, right? That one I didn't mean to do. That one I didn't mean to do. Sorry. I promise, I did not mean to do that one. After I said it, I realized what I said. But
he's out of line, but he's right.
Sorry. But a lot of killers in the silver bracket well.
You had Corion, you had Green Tea, apparently killer other sharks that I'm unaware of. But no, in all seriousness, it's been truly a phenomenal weekend. And even when the first matches started, round 0, we already saw things that I think it really just told you, it's hold on, something about this CTWC is going to be even more special than last year's CTWC. And we keep saying this every single year.
We
And we
don't know how
keep
we're
getting
gonna outdo it.
proven wrong. We're always we don't know how this could get better. We don't know how this could get better.
Yeah, and again, it's fascinating to me because obviously this is just continuing we're breaking records. How much better can these players get kind of a thing? But I don't know what it is, but this year, I feel like it's not even just the skill level, the passion and the enthusiasm.
The
has
energy
been
is
ramped
really
up.
off the charts.
Yeah,
Even seeing it in our competitors, even Alex T is on a whole new level. he was crazy before, but now it's just like I'm afraid of what he's gonna do. We didn't bring the inflatable kiddie pool this time.
That's right.
What kind of crazy celebration is gonna ensue should he be able to clutch this after such a run?
Yeah, and if Meme is able to take this, I mean,
a whole new champion.
I wonder if she's going to try to outdo Alex T in celebrations, you know?
We'll have to see. And I think, I think it's quite poetic that it is a rematch between Meme and Alex T, because Alex T, Genesis, that's on his home turf. That's California. Meme came in and just got a flawless tournament on him. Now, still in his home state, California, Alex T has a chance for revenge to be like, you came into my house, you stole my Genesis medals, you took my tournament away from me, now I'm going to do it, or I'm going to try to do it on you on the biggest stage possible.
Yeah. The escalation in the stage sometimes makes the big difference. You might lose the tournament, and then you might take a bigger one later, and that's a great feeling. And I think Alex has so much motivation to do that, and you can just see it in his expression, and it's just...
And I forgot. It's I believe Meme is from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota. So there is still a chance that we can finally get that trophy away from California and Texas. So there still is that opportunity.
And Meme, she ran an event in Minnesota. It was like the Mini D and
nice.
Something.
Mini D on the screen.
Yeah, and I was like, that's an interesting name, but that stuck. I remembered it, so that's important.
Yeah. But it's going to be phenomenal, of course. How have you guys enjoyed CTWC this weekend?
Come on, guys, let's hear it again. How have you guys been enjoying this CTWC weekend? Yeah. That's what I want to hear. Again, all of you guys at home as well.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in.
And hope you guys are enjoying and screaming in your houses as well. I want to hear the deafening roar from around the world here if we're watching this Classic Tetris. And we are going to the finals here. But before we do that, let's throw it once again to Kingsman.
Thank you, James, Chris, and Sharky. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the main event of Classic Tetris World Championships 2025. Let's get the introductions going. Our finalists are, first, the reigning, defending, undisputed champion. He is your tribal chief. And once again, I'm going to ask all of you to rise up, stand up on your feet, throw the ones in the air to acknowledge him. It is Alex T. And the champ's opponent, going through all the toughest players in the bracket, making the way to the championship final. It is absolutely, for the all-time, it's the Meme!
And there they are.
Amazing walkouts.
And I just love, I think it was just nice to let the audience cheering speak for itself. Everybody here is so excited and ready to go. And you can see right here, 21 years old for Meme, 16 years old for Alex T.
I thought only old men played this game.
And that's the beauty of Tetris, right? This is a timeless game.
Yeah.
As I said yesterday, I love the fact that Hank Rogers' book is called The Perfect Game, because I have been saying this for years. I really do think Tetris is the perfect game, honestly. Everybody can play it. like you don't have to give anybody any instructions, and as soon as they put a piece in the wrong place, they can kind of tell. Like they're just like, whoops, that doesn't feel right, and like the entire game just works, you know, and it requires no rule explaining. All it does is just get faster, and that's it. It is basically art form personified in video games.
Yeah, it's timeless, and the fact that we're playing such an old version, an early version of it, in historical terms, it shows that it endures. And seeing new generations of players getting to this level of competition and pushing the bar far beyond we could ever imagine year after year, it's just electrifying, and I don't know where we're going to go next, but I can't wait to see.
This is going to be phenomenal. I personally can't wait because, both of these players are coming in with possibly the biggest momentum boost. They both swept their semifinalist opponents.
Yeah.
And then especially, the fashion that it was done, Alex T with, dominant performances, and then Meme enduring the eyeball crowd.
I mean, again, it almost doesn't make sense that the quality of players that we have here, that both of the semifinals ended up in 3-0s, but even at the same time, like, those 3-0s were so impressive, and it never felt one-sided. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, Alex T, just like, what do you do, right? But at the same time, that's what it took, like, to be able to get 1.9 and the opponent basically playing flawlessly as well. I mean, it was still just so exciting and intense the entire time through.
Our players are getting their warm-ups in. This is, like I said, the rematch from Genesis, that tournament. And the roles have kind of reversed because Alex T, like we said, hasn't dropped a game.
Yeah.
Game has had dropped a couple games. So now Alex T has the chance to exact almost perfect revenge.
It just has to execute it when it matters. Both players need to continue what they've been doing up to this point. That's critical.
I mean, the hard part is, I'm going to say it, like, if Alex T continues doing what he did before, I mean, echoing Blue Scooty again, what do you do?
Yeah. I mean,
2 games in a row, he got first and third, for the CTWC records.
I hope Kingsman in the interview with Alex, win or lose, I hope he asks, what are you aiming for, Alex?
Right,
because whatever height that is, I want to know, because that's going to inspire me in life in general. There's some magic there that Alex has right now to be able to get those kinds of scores and shoot past the moon and then end up on Mars somehow.
Again, I just love seeing that, they're here in grand finals, right? There's a lot on the line. And they're both just having so much fun.
Yeah,
they're both having so much fun.
It's another one of those years where we're going to remember it because the competitors were having fun and giving us an unforgettable performance and party here at CTWC 2025.
Yeah, even just now they were memeing. There's that one SpongeBob episode where Squidward has this talent show, and they didn't like Squidward's dance, so then they would say boo. But then whenever SpongeBob would come out, they go like, "Yay, Meme and Alex T were just doing that." And as soon as I caught on, I'm like, "Oh, I know that reference."
I understood that reference. I was saying boo earns.
Oh my gosh.
And here we go.
Almost situated.
But again, what a great weekend this has been. So much Tetris action. We also had, the TGM4 tournament earlier and, the silver and the bronze brackets. It's been such a great weekend. We're here at the grand finals. So let's throw it once more to Kingsmen.
Thanks again, James, Chris, and Sharky. Before we get started, we have a very special guest that will join us to do the official countdown for our finals match. So let me get them introduced here. First off, we're going to bring up our very special friend all the way from Japan that have been doing commentary over on CT3 in Japanese all day long. Please welcome back Sight, Green Tea, and Korean. And along with them, we have again a very special guest of honor. It is my privilege to once again introduce, he's been here all weekend, he's been enjoying every single night of Tetris, the founder of the Tetris Company, Mr. Hank Rogers. Thank you for coming. Hank, if you'd like to say a few words to our finalists before we get started.
Oh my God. What can I say? This is amazing, an amazing moment for me. I've been in love with Tetris for, gosh, how many years? 88, since the beginning of 88. I invented single, double, triple Tetris. That was my contribution to Tetris. So whenever I hear everybody in the crowd yelling, Tetris! That is just like melts me in my heart. You know, that's really, so thank you very much for being such great fans, and thank you for being such great players. So thank you. Thank you,
Hank, and for your company as well, always doing such great things with us. I have our Japanese friends. They would like to count down in Japanese. Would you like to join them? Sure. Absolutely. Folks, it's time for the main event. Let's get it counted down. Everyone, come close to me. Okay. Let's do it. Let's get a nice round circle. Are we ready? Nice big.
3, 2, 1, Tetris! And here we go, the first round of Grand Finals. Meme versus Alex Thatch.
And I remember the year that Alexei Pajitnov also showed up here and was also surprised by all the stuff that was going on. So it's just great to see all of this here. So, by the way, the Matcherino is now at $20,000. Thank you guys for the donations. We see Shall Be Satisfied with a $2,222 donation and 94 cents. Wow, thank you, Shall Be Satisfied. Appreciate it very, very much. All right, and again, this is the grand finals here. Alex T. Meme playing on one of the oldest versions of Tetris in existence here. That is, of course, NES Tetris here.
Yes, it is a best of 5. These players have to win 3 games in order to take home that golden T-Piece trophy.
And some of the developing, meta over the years, our rule sets have changed somewhat, but the thing that remains constant is the players try to earn 4 line clears in a row. What you just saw there, boom, Tetris or Meme. It scores several times the amount of points that any other line clear will. So setting up a stack, usually having a well on the right, like you see there with Meme's board now, and then waiting for that long bar, and then dropping it down in there, getting the 4 line clears and a Tetris. If you do that successfully, then you definitely will outscore your opponent if they're not doing that.
Right. And important to note, too, if a lot of people who are watching this are familiar with modern Tetrises, there's going to be a lot of like T-spins and back-to-backs and such. NES Tetris, this is as pure as you can get. You just get Tetrises, and that is the best way to score.
And the other difference between this and modern Tetris is that the drop behavior is much more strict. Once a piece locks down, that's it. You can't move it or flip it anymore. Yeah. And it's deceivingly difficult to maneuver your pieces. Yeah, like something like Alex Thatch did there, where there's a spire up in the middle. You actually kind of have to vault the piece over that, otherwise it'll get stuck and it could result in a top out.
Not to mention that because this is NES Tetris, it's not like you're guaranteed a long bar. There is a randomizer, so you'll occasionally see down at the bottom that there will be red flashing numbers, and that indicates how long it's been since the last eyepiece. And so these players are not only having a fight against, really strict drop behavior, but also the potential of not getting not just necessarily an eyepiece, but any piece that they're looking for.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about, the other Tetris games like Tetris the Grandmaster. We've been talking about Tetris Effect Connected. And when you play those, you'll also see they have hold pieces, multiple previews. And as you can see here, they've only got one preview piece on the screen at once. And it is one of the reasons why we play this version of Tetris in particular here, because it is considered kind of like the hardest Tetris out there.
Yeah, the Dark Souls of Tetris, if you will.
It's very unforgiving, and the players who have a lot of skill on this game have had to endure all of those sort of like challenges and overcome them and still enjoy playing the game. Sometimes you try to make a game too forgiving and then the challenge isn't there anymore, but this is definitely one of the harder versions of Tetris to get into for sure.
But you know what the crazy thing about it is? These two players up here are making it look so easy.
Yes, that's kind of like the reminder,
Yeah, and trust me, it is not as easy as they are making it look. It is taking a lot of skill, a lot of practice, a lot of strategizing, and a lot of experience to get to this level.
And especially, this is just one speed of the game that they play on. Once we reach that 130 line mark, then we increase the speed as we go to level 19. And it will be that same speed up until level 28 before we increase it again at level 29. And then again for a final time at level 39, which we dub as the super kill screen.
Originally, when we first competed on this, we didn't have the super kill screen. We just had the one that happened naturally at level 29, but players are able to develop a hand technique to input left and right on the D-pad so fast that you could maneuver the pieces left and right and no longer became a true kill screen. So increasing the speed again at 39 sort of extended the design intent that the developers had and end the game so we don't have the game going on forever. For 1 year, we did have, without the super kill screen, players were using the rolling technique. That's a technique where you use your fingers on the back of the controller to get those inputs super fast. And now you see at level 19 that meme just passed, the speed has increased. Tetrises are worth a little bit more, and it will remain this speed until level 29.
And right now, Alex T is going to also transition. So 600,000 to 608 meme currently in the real-time lead, but Alex T is almost a level behind. And down at the bottom, you'll also see James Shin's favorite statistic, the Tetris rate as well.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain that for us, James Shin?
It's just basically how many of your lines that you have, gotten rid of, burned, essentially, were in Tetrises, and is the clearest indication of who is in the lead in the match is the Tetris rate.
Slight mischief by Alex. Now he's going to burn that off. And when players have to burn, they lose what we call pace, or they lose efficiency. And you want to make every line clear that you can in Tetris to maximize that score and have the best efficiency. And the Tetris, the TRT that you see down there that James was just talking about, that is a reflection of that Tetris rate.
And one of the little interesting tidbits about the players here, Alex T's very first ever competitive match was against Meme in 2020 in CT Brawl with a loss. And so Alex T right here is trying to maybe get a little bit of revenge here.
Isn't that just an amazing? Oh, hold on, miss drop over there for Meme. One line gets burned, able to slide the piece underneath.
Wow. And again, this is not easy. What you're seeing these players do is absolutely incredible.
It is very precise, and now Alex T looking for an eyepiece, and fortunately comes a little bit too late.
Okay, doing some more burns over there, and actually going to be able to tuck that J piece in there. Beautifully done by Meme. And interestingly enough, I mean, you can see at the bottom of the screen there, seed 1 and 2, we had the qualifying rounds where you were just trying to get max outs, which is basically get 1 million points. And the person with the most max outs gets seed the highest. And so Alex T and Meme were actually seeded 1 and 2. And the only other times that we've actually ever had seed 1 and 2 go up against each other, it's only happened 4 times, in 2010, 2013, 2019, and 2022. But outside of that, it's never actually been seed 1 and 2 going up against each other.
Although I would say, we've been doing this 16 years. That's not a bad percentage. I mean, that means the quals are actually doing their job and predicting pretty well. If that's happened, maybe a third of the time.
There's another Tetris for Meme, Tetris for Alex T.
Max out for Meme.
we are getting closer to that second speed increase, level 29 speed.
Yeah.
And you'll get a chance to really see just how phenomenal and how intense it gets as players have to play a speed even faster than this.
Yeah, only made viable usually by the rolling technique to be able to move the pieces fast enough to even deal with it.
Okay, things are looking shaky.
Yeah.
Meme only has one line left to burn. And
holding out
goes
for
for
that
the
long
tuck.
bar.
Yeah,
Needs this
where's
long
the
bar.
long bar?
There's
No,
a
there
skip.
it is. Okay.
Good burns. As you can see, the speed has increased. Meme trying to stay alive, holding out for the long bar, but we're running into a drought as indicated on the bottom left and still waiting for the eyepiece. And it's nowhere to be found. This drought is massive over.
And yeah, Alex has to deal with it too.
Beautiful burning. Look at this.
Both players are.
Wow, a Tetris for Meme. And burned all the way back down at the same time.
Yeah, maintaining a lead now. Not quite a Tetris, but a lead nonetheless.
And there it is, another Tetris for Meme,
Okay.
Tetris for Alex T.
And keep in mind, too, the speed that we're seeing here was previously thought to be unlivable. This was called the kill screen originally, but the technique, as you mentioned, Chris, called rolling, changed the way this game was played forever.
Oh, wow.
It's just back and forth Tetrises between these
Both
two.
players are just playing so well right now.
And they
staying clean and banging down Tetrises at this speed.
And they have to, because the opponent is just pushing them so much. You cannot try to take it easy. You have to go for
Wow,
these Tetrises.
so aggressive by Alex.
Another Tetris score, and another Tetris score for Alex T.
And Meme with another Tetris.
Oh,
Wow, that tuck.
Oh my goodness.
Frame perfect tuck there by Meme.
Alex T still holding on to just under a Tetris lead now. Good
Set up for
skill.
another.
Look at the aggressive placements over there to the left. Having to bring the stack down. Meme with a couple of misdrops, and that's going to be a top out. Alex T
takes the first round. What a ride.
And it's interesting, too. In the history of this matchup here, Meme is actually ahead 5-3. However, the most recent, which you guys talked about, was at the CT League, right? And Alex won that one 3-0. And so he's coming off of a 3-0 victory against Meme, and he's trying to carry it here. And if he can win the next two games, he will have a completely flawless game, no losses in any games. 3-0, all of his opponents.
So dominant. I don't think we've seen, maybe the last time we've seen such a dominant performance was back in the Jonas Neubauer days.
Mm-hmm.
But already, just what an insane game. Double 1.4s. You know, well, Alex T got a 1.5, but a minimum score of 1.4 by both players in the first game. And they still had levels to go.
Yeah.
All right.
We are ready to
they
go.
Are ready
they
for
are
game two. Everyone make some noise for game two. All right, let's go ahead and get them counted down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Tetris.
And one of the beautiful things about this community here, everybody, it's like a family over here, and we've got a lot of inside jokes here too.
Yeah, it's traditions and it's culture. You know,
Yeah.
it's something that kind of happens organically on its own, and you just gotta love it. And every time new people come in, they learn, you know, these traditions and cultures that we have, and things like the Buko chant after the countdown. It's just so much fun.
And honestly, one of the I think most important culture things in this community, you mentioned Jonas Neubauer just now, 7-time champion, winning 7 out of 8 of the first years, only defeat to Harry Hong one year. And unfortunately passed away a few years ago unexpectedly. So again, we all miss Jonas, and he was the greatest ambassador for this game to exist. So again, we all miss Jonas Neubauer.
And Jonas, you know, set the standard for conduct and sportsmanship. Taught other players how to become better at the game despite being basically unbeatable for so many years. And a lot of that has carried us forward. And people will say that we're the least toxic competitive community there is. And a lot of that has to do with Jonas leading by example.
Already, amazing plays from both Alex T and Meme. Meme throughout the past 30 lines has really shown just unique and creative stacking, and that's what brought her to this point.
Yeah, you saw some. Here you are, with stacking some. It looks like a mess, but Meme knows what pieces to put just to solve it and to turn it into
something workable here.
But like that spin.
Right. The hardest part is that it is an RNG still. The pieces are coming at random, and a lot of times there are not good places to put certain pieces. So the RNG can definitely still hurt you pretty badly here. But again, these are pros here. They've been doing this for a long time. They know how to handle these pieces better than just about anybody else.
And now, the Tetrises are raining down.
Alex T with just under a 1 Tetris lead. And you'll occasionally see a lot of last-second movements done, and generally these adjustments are done to help increase efficiency, even if it's only by a line, because there have been moments in this tournament that have been won by literal hundreds of points.
Yeah.
And so if you could increase your efficiency, even if it's just one line, well, that could be the difference between you winning that game and you losing. Of course, there's other things, but it's just always something to keep in mind.
Oh, really smart delayed burn going on there from Alex.
Ooh, nice, and just cleared the well in time for a boom Tetris for Alex T.
Definitely part of the plan.
Yeah, Meme has had a relatively clear board, and that's why you see her ahead. Again, the Tetris rates are a good indicator of that, and Meme does have a slightly higher Tetris rate. However, you saw it flashing red there. I was telling you how long it's been since the last eyepiece. Eyepiece obviously the most important because that's the only way you can get a Tetris.
Right.
And now we're separated by 2 singles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, scores are neck and neck.
And there we go. Boom, Tetris for Meme with a 62% rate.
And Tetris for Alex, back and forth they go.
Yeah, 60% rate for Alex T. I'm sorry, 60% and a 64 for Meme. And again, that's why Meme has just a little bit above a 1.5 Tetris lead.
Alex T committing to this overhang known as a Vitz and is able to execute it, generally done to avoid burning. It can be risky if you don't get the eyepiece.
Yeah.
But if you do get it, no burn lines committed to get Tetris ready.
And also can result in a cleaner stack.
And now Meme firing back with her own Vitz.
2 quick Tetrises for Meme, as we are closing in on the level 19 transition again.
Oh, Meme just needs the right piece to slide in there. Yeah, you can see. But unfortunately, these S pieces are not working out the way that she would like. But look how well she's handling that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, setting up.
It's almost like there was no bad.
Used, right.
It's almost like there's no bad pieces at all.
And then fill it in later. And then set up tucks like that.
Still waiting on. Oh, that is a lot of Z's there. RNG getting sleepy with this one.
I mean, she was napping before the match started, right?
We are closing in on level 19, though. Players can afford 2 Tetrises.
Yeah.
That's assuming the long bar does come, because the drought counter down below is ticking again.
Yeah, the players definitely would prefer to be lower to the ground when transition comes, because when the speed shift changes, sometimes mistakes can happen.
Oh, just like that. Meme actually got a little bit of a misdrop right there, but trying to clear up. Again, still not fast enough to cause them any sort of inability to survive here.
So yeah, Meme was able to clean that up efficiently.
Oh, not even going for the triple there. Actually just, straight, look at that. Meme could have dropped that eyepiece on the side, got a triple, and set herself up for those row 1 Tetrises, but no, she made sure she got the full clean, and it pays off.
Yeah, 2 quick Tetrises right there as well. Alex T actually going conservative, and that caused him not to use that first long bar. Fortunately, a second one was next, but now less than 2,000 points separate us here in game 2.
Neck and neck. Here we go.
Yeah, this is about as close as you can get at this point. You see that every time they swap Tetrises over here, the point differential is very low. However, Meme is just a little bit ahead in lines. Actually, not anymore. They're tied here. So now we see that kind of in the true lead
Meme
fashion.
missing the tuck there. It's not terribly dangerous, but it's going to just cause a further decrease in efficiency. And Alex T is almost primed and Tetris ready.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
Meme stacking up high.
the meme, the pieces
Wants
that
to
Meme
burn
has
it
been
back
getting
down.
have not been good.
And these players do play on the same piece sets. It's just that sometimes pieces for one player is better than it is for the other. But what a down stack over there from Meme, keeping this game alive as Alex T now takes a 60,000 point lead.
Yeah,
Boom Tetris for Alex. Just a super clean game here.
Yeah, definitely very important. Yes, the players are getting the exact same pieces, so there is no excuse.
Yeah, right now, I think, Alex has more momentum right now in this moment in competition than we've ever seen from anyone.
Yeah, he's been playing so strong.
And he's playing so smart. We normally know Alex T as a super aggressive and sometimes volatile player, but this tournament, he's just been solid.
Completely locked in. Look at that. Left well, one off the ground, and there wasn't even the burn to lead to that. That was created.
Another Tetris over there for Alex T. Still holding on to this 60,000 point lead and has crossed that million point threshold, so we do have a max. For Alex T, and Meme is one Tetris away from a max of her own.
And yeah, level 29 just around the corner.
And there's the max for Meme. Another Tetris for Alex T. Just such clean play here.
Yeah. This is a showcase of piece placement and creative solves and management.
Yeah, and Alex is playing pretty aggressive. There's been a lot of times he could have taken the safe route here, but just always chasing after these Tetrises. You can see Meme has already transitioned to the super kill screen.
And you can see right there the rolling technique being showcased and how necessary it is to get these pieces on this speed. Speaking of,
sorry,
Alex
I also
normal
misspoke.
screen.
This is the normal kill
I
screen.
made that mistake the other day too. The fact that they could survive makes it feel super.
Right. This is used to be the kill screen. We call the thrill screen now sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Still have to be
definitely.
careful.
Wow.
What a thrilling way to dig out over there for Meme. Staying alive here in game number 2. And is almost set up for a Tetris and knocks one down.
Yeah, and the hard part is she's behind in score, but also Alex T is behind by 10 lines, which means if he caught up, the lead would be even bigger.
Yeah, Alex finally backs down to Tetris. Boom, Tetris.
Meme looking for this long bar, needs it enabled to get it over, knocks down a Tetris, but now has burning in that left side, is in danger, but a triple is going to help out tremendously.
Needs another eyepiece, actually going to abandon that chase. Oh, that is, wow.
Yeah, great burns. Now Alex T with a couple of missed drops. Would love an eyepiece. Okay, that's the triple, brings it down.
Yeah,
now has to attack the
up.
stack.
There we go. Back to a neutral board for Meme.
We're separated by less than a Tetris at this point. Oh, look at this. Both players digging.
Clutch placements on both. Another Tetris for Meme.
720 points was what separated us then.
Impossible.
Such a close game.
And Meme takes the lead with that Tetris. But Alex T is setting up for a center well. And he knocks it down and takes the lead right back. But Meme counters.
She is ahead by 10 lines here, but level 39 is the super kill screen where players basically cannot survive.
There's another Tetris for Meme. AndAlex T is set up.
Could we
and
see
there's a
double
Tetris
kill?
for Alex T. Meme needs
Where's
the bar.
they
Gets
got
it
it.
over. But the
left side.
destroyed.
Okay.
That's going to be in
Now-
the scoring for Meme.
But Alex
chase
T's
down.
not that far behind. Only
One more Tetris will do it.
17,000.
One more Tetris can do it, and he does have lines to work with. He's trying to burn, trying to stay
Play
alive.
safe.
The well is open.
And it is boom! Tetris for Alex. What a game!
Oh my God.
Point for Alex
bro,
T.
there's another
He's
Tetris.
going. He keeps going. And super kill
Wait.
screen.
We almost got a Tetris on the super kill screen, but again, what an amazing play from both of these players here. Flawless play, and yet Alex T still takes game number 2. Are you not entertained, everybody out there? Make some noise for these players here. getting word here that it has happened in the past before that a perfect run was spoiled by a reverse 3-0. So being down 0-2, they came back and won 3 games in a row. It has happened.
If I'm not mistaken, that was in 2023 when Fractal won, right? Because remember, Fractal swept me, swept Andy, swept Dog, and went down 2-0 up against Sidney, losing his first games of the tournament, and then reverse sweeped. So this is some unprecedented territory that we have here with Alex T.
Yeah, no, we were feeling it coming in, and whatever the outcome is at this point, it's going to be epic either way.
Yeah, but again, I mean, the way that Alex T is playing right now, I mean, does he look unbeatable right now? Yes, absolutely 100%. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen this kind of consistent play in CTWC ever.
Of course, our judge are getting things situated.
There it is.
And
right there.
we are ready.
Up.
So everyone make some noise. This could be the last one, or we could have more. But make some noise like it is the last. Ready? Let's go ahead and count them down in
3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Stress.
That's right.
That's what we want to hear. The crowd really into it here.
I want to hear from everybody who wants Alex T to win this one. Make some noise! But if you want more Tetris and want Meme to take this game, make some noise!
I think people want more Tetris than they can handle, but we'll see what happens. It's all in the hands of Meme and Alex right now. Here we go.
Right now, everything is pretty calm. Pieces have actually been more favorable this game than a lot of previous games on level 18.
Yeah.
I mean, currently 4 Tetrises straight without any burns. Alex T has taken a few just to get Tetris ready. And very ambitious setup by Meme.
Now, apparently we have had a situation where someone has won without losing a single game, but that hasn't happened since we've expanded past 8 players in 2012.
Oh.
So, yeah, there was a lot less matches back then. Now, of course, we have expanded all the way to top 48 here for the gold bracket.
And yeah, if there was more time and more manpower, we might be able to expand more. But right now, it's kind of at the point where, we've got 3 days to do this.
Hold on, Meme. A little bit scary.
Yeah.
We are running into a drought.
Okay, not gonna wait for the eyepiece there. Just gonna keep trying to burn, but now the eyepieces are coming, of course.
Now an eyepiece is needed.
Oh boy, here we go.
Split double.
Okay.
Good burns.
Yep.
Nice. Gonna go ahead and take the immediate burn there. Meme opens up the well. Covers it up temporarily.
Every time she covers
it up. And these pieces.
Uh-oh, that right side's gonna be dangerous.
You can tell she doesn't want to play too
smartly.
risky.
Wow, that maneuverability getting it all the way to the left.
Nice setup right there.
LJ.
Where's it? Okay, that's gonna work.
There you go.
And there it is. Tetris for Meme.
Tetris for Meme. What a dig.
Let's go. Beautiful play right there by Meme.
That was scary because normally you want the eyepiece, but in that case the eyepiece almost caused Meme to top out.
Yeah, that was expert survival skills there. When you're up that high, most people cannot do it.
And it's just so difficult because the real key to that is just don't panic. But that's really hard to do. Uh-oh, a missed drop right there for Meme. Gonna be doing a little bit of cleaning over here.
Meanwhile, Alex playing pretty much perfectly.
Right, where's this eyepiece? Yeah, Meme is gonna give up trying to wait for that eyepiece here.
Yeah, another drought ensuing.
We've been talking about this. Like, it seems this weekend we have gotten so many early droughts.
Not just early droughts, but also droughts at really impactful moments.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like they've just been happening one with a break between them. Sometimes they happen in succession. And that can just be soul-crushing. Because how can you catch up?
Okay, here we go. Finally breaks through that, and boom, Tetris for Meme. But right now, Meme at a 49% Tetris rate, and Alex T this whole time has just been getting Tetrises at a nice, steady pace. 73% Tetris rate.
There's the crowd.
Is it just me, or is Alex actually kind of chanting it at the same time? You can almost see his mouth slightly moving with the...
Oh, nice adjustment from Alex. Another adjustment, trying to keep the board optimal. And that's an entirely other layer of skill, is being able to see what next piece is coming and then adjusting your current piece in play to accommodate it.
And you can see right there, Meme is not even going to bother trying to clean up all the way down to row number 1 because she knows what she has to do to stay in this match against Alex.
Currently, Alex T almost up by 100,000 points as we close in on the level 19 transition.
Tetris for Meme, that's going to help.
Yet again.
Meme setting a tuck there, and going to play off of row 1 on row 2 there. Boom, Tetris for Meme.
2 more lines left. Eyes wide open.
Right. Now is Meme going to just start? No, actually Meme is going to try to burn down a little bit. Yeah, I was wondering if she was going to try to keep... Oh, that was a great
set up for the
LJ
left
burst, actually.
Yeah, left well. Boom, Tetris for Meme. And for people new to this, we usually set the well up on the right because it requires less movement to get pieces over to the right than to the left.
But again, you can see the kind of pressure that Alex T is putting on Meme. She has been just going for those left well Tetrises, and it paid off as she transitions cleanly back to the right side.
Yeah, no burns needed on that. But now both players are stacking a level 20. Meme knocks down a Tetris. Alex T currently up by just over 3 Tetrises and running into actually a minor slowdown here.
Having a little bit of difficulty over here. Ooh, actually, well, it works out for Alex if he can get a line bar coming up very soon.
Waiting patiently.
Again, there it is. Boom, Tetris for Alex T.
Gonna go ahead and set up. No, nice discipline. Decided to wait just long enough for that piece that he wanted to come.
Yeah, both players playing really well here in the post. 19 speeds. Sometimes players increase their efficiency at this rate, or at this speed.
And you also see it all the time, Alex glancing over to seeing what Meme is doing.
Using that extra bandwidth to know exactly how much aggression to throttle against the opponent.
See if Meme's in trouble, or if Meme is ahead in lines. There's so much information you could gather from a glance.
All right, good. Oh, missed the tuck on the eyepiece. Not a big problem, as you can see, just getting right in there, but
losing a little bit of efficiency in the process.
And the biggest problem is that she needs every little bit to be able to keep up with Alex T.
Brilliant burn over there from Alex T. Now we're separated by just over a Tetris. Meme.
Wow.
I like the way that she is trying to solve this, but the pieces aren't quite giving her what she wants or needs.
Yeah, it's going to be a triple there.
And might end up going for row 2 here.
Yeah, looks like it.
For sure. There it is, and just in time. And she is now going to go for a little bit of burn here. Actually, nope, she might actually be going back to it.
Z-spin, beautiful pieces, and an eyepiece to follow would be perfect.
Yeah.
And there it is, Tetris for Meme.
Now, will she keep this, or going into level 29?
There, and perfect timing for that J piece.
Well transfer.
Alex T running into a couple of issues, but he finds all the right pieces now, looking for an L or a J. Didn't have enough time to make the adjustment, but still finds a Tetris. But now there is a long bar dependency over there for Meme, and this is that's
the dirty Tetris.
Yeah, turns that dependency into a Tetris. That's awesome.
And look at how much she has caught up here. She was down by many more Tetrises earlier, but now less than a single Tetris.
Alex T with the 1,000,000 points as we close in on level 29. There it is, Tetris for Alex T.
Column 4.
And Alex T is going to go for a center well, developing into going into level 29. Meme now looking for the long bar.
And there it is.
One line to burn. She's trying to find the ideal way to burn it out.
That's
Opens up the well. There is a drop forming, and Meme gets it over. But But that left side is still a huge concern as Alex T also encountering some issues. But
trying not to create dependencies here when you're not all the way at the bottom.
Wow. And both players are going to down stack after a very turbulent level 9 or level 29 transition.
Again, just the fact that they can play at this speed is, like, I would call it superhuman, except obviously humans are doing this right now. Boom, Tetris for meme.
Alex T looking for the long bar.
Yeah, gets it.
Finds
Boom,
one.
Tetris for Alex.
Oh.
One Tetris
and
ahead.
another one.
Wow.
And executes the tuck as well.
Every time you think that maybe this is the chance for Meme that Alex will falter, he comes right back. There's a misdrop right there from Alex.
A rare one. He's been playing so well.
Alex T
cleans it up.
Yeah. Nice, nice.
Able to get all the burns, but Meme now opens up the lead to just over a Tetris, but is having to do just a small amount of burning. Alex T now Tetris ready and knocks it down,
Tetris
cutting the lead
Alex.
back down.
And there's a Tetris for Meme. And now it needs another eyepiece. There it is. Boom! Tetris for Meme and boom! Tetris for Alex.
And Alex is also behind in line, so
there is more time for Alex, yes. Okay, Tetris for Alex.
Oh, nice.
A couple of roughly timed S's.
Boom! Tetris for Meme.
Alex T, okay, great pieces right there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Meme with a couple of misdrops. Alex T knocks out a Tetris. She's
Left
looking for an
side's gonna be
LP.
a problem.
She can't get it, she can't get it.
Alex T,
boom, with that Tetris at the very moment.
With a flawless tournament. Not a single game dropped. Not up against Meme, not up against Scooty, not a single game drop. Your number one seed
your
is
champion.
Your 2025 champion.
And he has done it back to back. The first
2 years in a row.
The first back to back since Dog did that during the pandemic era.
And the first back to back.
And Alex, again, just looked absolutely unbeatable. And yes, you can see the appreciation that Alex has for such a tough competitor.
Pushing each other. That's how this happens. Meme, Alex T, give it up.
I mean, James, Chris, that was phenomenal. Meme fought all the way, took the lead at several points, and never gave up. I think just true embodiment of the spirit of competition.
That match right there, she was behind so early on, and she just started doing the work and caught all the way back up, took the lead.
On 29 speeds.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unimaginable.
But just absolutely
skill there.
mind-blowing play. Everybody in the house over here, let's hear it for Meme and Alex T! One more time for Alex T and Meme. Let's hear it! You cannot be angry if you gave everybody such an amazing match like that. Just wonderful play from Meme and Alex T again, two-time back-to-back CTW champion from 2024 to 2025. And again, with the level of play that we see from everybody, I think to get that back-to-back is incredible.
Yeah, we haven't had, you said that it's the first one since Dog did back-to-back, but that was online. This is the first live one since Joseph did it.
Yeah,
so
well, Joseph, right? Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Joseph did it.
Sorry, not Joseph, sorry. Yeah.
And then there's Jonas before that, so very few have done it, only 3.
Yeah, amazing, absolutely amazing play. But you know what? I know everybody at home wants to hear what Meme has to say about that match. Let's throw it over to Kingsman.
Thank you again, James, Chris, and Sharky. Yes, we are here with the finalists for CTWC 2025. It is Meme. Meme. The crowd loves you. You're a megastar, like Chris Bidwell said. He kind of forecasted it at Jonas Cup, Let's talk about the journey that you've been on over the past year. You came here in last year, 2024, and you kind of finished in round 1. I think it was an exit or round 16. Then you come in here and you've been just on a tear, really. And the time before that too, you just really win. You've just been on this onslaught. What has changed for you from 2024 to 2025 to get to this point?
A lot of it, I really struggled a lot with just sort of picking up rolling for the first few years. It really felt like I couldn't get anywhere, but then just something just clicked, and then everything just happened. Things happened.
Yeah, things certainly have happened for you. You've been on a trajectory to the top. And now here it is, the pinnacle. You made it to the finals of CTWC. Was that ever in your aspirations, going back to when I first saw you play in 2021 with the Wimpy Kid book, tapping around and facing off against the legend Richie, right? In your wildest dreams, did you think you'd be here on the stage right now?
Oh, definitely not. Am I dreaming right now? I don't know. I've always been sort of super clumsy, super awkward, and Tetris has been the first game I've ever really excelled at, and so it feels, I don't know, it just feels unreal that I'm playing on the big stage, that I can compete with people like Alex T, and so I don't know, I would not, I don't know what's going on.
Well, it sounds like the fans know what to say to you. Real quick, one last thing. The community. We always talk about the Tetris community and as a whole and how wholesome it is. Why don't you talk about, from your perspective, all these people that you've engaged with over the weekend and through our socials and Discords? What does it mean to you to be a part of it?
So, I don't know. I've always really struggled with fitting in, finding a community. And, again, this has been sort of, I feel like Tetris has kind of changed my life in a lot of ways. I went from just sort of being kind of a loner in a way, just sort of struggling, not really having many friends, to now just a whole community of people who apparently really love me. And so I'm just really grateful to everyone. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting me. I love you guys so much. Oh my God.
And there is one more thing. I would be remiss if I don't do this, right? This is a long journey that we've been on. It's a grueling grind to get to CTWC, but it doesn't stop for you there, right? I think you got another event coming up in about a month from now, right? We have the open event that we're just doing. I think you're going to Germany, is that correct?
Oh, yes. That is the DAS World Championships in Cologne, Germany. I will be competing. I was invited from getting a really high placement in the Jonas Cup, which was basically the North American DAS tournament. And so I will be playing, this will be my first time actually to Europe, so I'm super excited.
And you're going along with your friends, Fractal and Scooty, so this is going to be tremendous. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Meme, your second place finisher at CTWC. Come and get your trophy. And now, the presentation. He already grabbed the trophy, so now it's not clean anymore, but come on up, champ. Ladies and gentlemen, rise one more time. It's time to acknowledge your tribal chief of Galactic Tetris. Acknowledge him. It is Alex T. Alex, what a run, man. Back-to-back championships. We haven't seen that since Dog did it online in 2020 and 2021. How does it feel to accomplish this? And not only that, but you ran through everybody. You didn't drop a game at all.
Well, it was a lot of work, a lot of practice before the tournament. Well, now I finally did it.
Alex, let's talk about that practice and work. You know, some would say that, you know, coming into the few months of WC, maybe a little bit off. Some of your games were a little lackluster, but the last, I would say, month or so, you have got locked in. What have you really put to attribute to grinding?
Honestly, it's just not a part of. It's just not also the way I play, but my mindset into the tournaments was really good. I try to put focus onto just me thinking I'm the best and all, and no one can stop me.
That's a great mindset to have as a world champion, right? And I think you told Vince before, it was like, hey, do you want your homies to come out or whatever? He said, no, bro, I'm a lone wolf. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm like a lone wolf, and I'm like a huge storm that no one can defend.
Alex, you know, in the last year, you won the World Championship last year. This year, again, the back-to-back. You know, what is next on your docket for Classic Tetris?
Well, there's this one achievement that only Dog has, and I'm going for that rebirth.
You heard it here first. The champ will go for rebirth now. Alex, the floor is yours. It's your words, the final words for us tonight.
I'm the new champion. Wait, no, I'm not the new champion. I'm the champion!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2025 World Champion, back-to-back, Alex T! Now, before you jabronis think that that's happening, we know we're not doing that, right?
Wait, what is this? What is this?
Oh boy, we got something special for you. Oh no! We like to keep this place a little clean, folks, so we're gonna sprinkle something else tonight. Thank you to our sponsor, Power Bears. You can get those Power Bear gummies over at booth. Head on over there. Merch desk is still open, folks. Get your last-minute shopping needs done. CTWC shirts, gummy bears, anything you want. Still open before you leave. Are we ready to do this? Mr. Ben Mullen, lead the charge.
Boom, Tetris in your mouth.
Back to you, James, Chris, and Sharky. Sign us off, please.
I've been using this word a lot, you know, the dichotomy. We had the most wholesome interview with Meme, and then we started throwing gummies at Alex T. What is happening over here? Oh, man. But, I mean, guys, what did you think of this weekend here? Like, what stood out to you the most this weekend?
The energy, the vibes, just everything taken to a whole new level, and having positive Tetris heroes like Alex leading the charge there, Blue Scooty. If anything, this is just going to inspire a new generation, the next generation of players.
Yeah, what about you, Sharky?
For me, I think it just has to be the elevation of everything. Last year, we were like, we don't know how it could get better than this. I don't think it got just better. I think everything was elevated to such a new high that there's not a word in my lexicon that I can use to describe it.
Yeah.
But the crowd energy, the players, the skill, everything is just better.
Yeah, I mean, again, the passion this year was off the charts. I mean, again, the emotions, the way that everybody was just, you can tell, just like playing their heart outs, because this is a game they love so much. And it's more than just that too, because I mean, honestly, when Meme was talking about finding a place to belong, like that is such an important thing. Everybody in the world deserves to have a place where they feel like they belong.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times when you can find that here in a gaming community like this, whether it's small or ginormous, it's so eye-opening. Like you discover that, there's just so much joy and so much camaraderie to be had. And so, again, I love what Meme said, and I think it's just so important for this community.
That's exactly the same thing. I was thinking, her words exactly were, Tetris changed my life. And
Yes.
that is something I personally can relate to multiple times, many times over. And the biggest part about that now is being a part of this family and being able to use it to help change other lives in that positive spirit and with that love that we all share for Tetris.
Yeah, I can definitely resonate with that because, I mean, Tetris changed my life. For sure. I mean, for one, it's shaped a lot of, who I am now. Like, I'm a voiceover artist, a graphics designer, but all of that is because I wanted to do things for Tetris, to give back. I would never...
Wait. You're a voiceover guy, but your voice is, no, just kidding.
Yeah, my voice is not that good.
Yeah, you got the smoothest voice in Tetris, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Is that his mom, his sister?
Don't make me answer that question, Chris. Don't make me answer that question.
They want to hear it.
Oh man, but again, before we call it a night over here, there is one last thing. These events like this cannot happen without our sponsors helping us here. I mean, look, without sponsors, how are we gonna pour up all those gummy bears on Alex T, right? So again,
they had to come from somewhere. Boom, Tetris in your mouth.
Exactly.
Thank you, Power Bears.
So I just want to take this opportunity here to thank all of the sponsors over here. One, again, Stand Up to Cancer, another wonderful cause right there, helping fund cancer research. And trust me, they need as much of it as possible this year more than ever. Power Bears, again, making the gummies that we are now chewing on. I think I ate like 8 of them during the winter speeches over there. Hyperkin, creating the portable versions of Tetris that you can use to play everywhere.
The Retron is there for our hardware.
You're right,
Yeah.
okay.
But for the portables, we've got My Arcade making those.
Yes.
And then the Tetris Watch from My
That's
Watch.
right. And the
My
Tetris
Play
Watch. And then there are versions of Tetris out there for you guys to play. What? Red Bull has RedBullTetris.com.
That's
Go
right.
there and play and try to win a chance to head over to the championships. Get a free trip out there.
RedBullTetris.com. Be sure to check it out.
There is also Tetris Effect Connected by Enhance.
Enhance. Definitely supporting us so many years, but they have a new game they wanted us to tell you about, which is Luminous Arise, coming soon for PlayStation 5 and PC. So check it out at Luminous Game. Luminous.game is where you can check out the trailer for that game.
My favorite story about that game is I thought I was good at it. I watched some YouTube videos and I found out I was awful. But definitely check it out. Great game. And then also, of course, Arika with Tetris the Grandmaster 4. Who knew that we would ever get any new Tetris Grandmasters. It happened. Why? Because Tetris is awesome and it lives forever. And speaking of, well, before that, the SoCal Gaming Expo that we're taking place over here, being the new host here in Pasadena. Again, thank you for allowing us to come and be a part of your expo. And then, of course, the Tetris Company for continuing to preserve this game and to keep it just, I mean, again, it's the most amazing game, the most versatile game. So many different ways to play it, and all of it
From the very start, they've been supporting us and allowing us to put this show on for you. Classic Tetris and other forms of Tetris. You know, we had TGM 4 this year. You know, the Tetris Company makes that all happen.
I think I'm all out of words here. Sharky, anything that you want to say here?
I just want to say, once again, thank you to everyone who has done any volunteering, all of you that's watching. But more specifically, I want to give a special shout out to Danny, Doodles, Mari, Kingsman, Bidwell, Ninja, and Vince. Without all the work that we put in over the past two to 3 months, just getting in these meetings that you guys have no idea how long they last. Without this, it would not be possible. So I want to give a special shout out to those individuals because they helped make this possible, not just here, but then also on YouTube and social media.
Yeah, absolutely. All these behind the scenes things that have to fall into place, not just the Tetris pieces, but you know, you've got sponsors to line up and venue things, all sorts of business things. And I know, Sharky, you've been on the grind to make things like this happen. You know, like the jerseys. Yeah, the jerseys that we get to wear to represent the CTWC brand. It's just amazing, and I am so thankful to everybody, all of the organizers, yes, and especially, you know, Kingsman, you and Vince, and you know, Mari and Ninja, just all those people. Game Scout for stepping up at the last minute and getting that content out there and being back to do this. You know, Chris Higgins, also a Lifetime Achievement Award winner, you know, making that film that is kind of like the backbone, and then making all these things happen. And even things like the legendary film, a lot of production had to go into facilitating that to tell the story of Blue Scooty and other things that will hopefully someday expand our reach even further for future generations of classic Tetris fans to cheer for.
Yeah, again, an event like this can't happen without a billion moving parts. Any one of those things can just break and everything goes crazy. So the amount of effort everybody has put on, absolutely fantastic. Great job to the entire CTWC staff. And most of us are doing this for the love.
Yeah.
We just do it, we're volunteering,
and I think
we're doing
this
it for
year
love.
especially, they really stepped it up. Like you mentioned, Danny Doodles, like with the social media things that have happened, that's all new. That's a lot of that stuff we didn't have before, but because people stepped up and wanted to allow us to do the best that we ever could for 2025, we got to do that and bring this to you. Boom, Tetris for you.
Thank you guys for watching this year, and enjoy all the classic Tetris action during the year, and we hope to see you next year for CTWC 2026.
I'm your favorite underwater host, Sharky, and I'll see you next time here at CTWC.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I was just, that was a moment that we had.